It felt odd to Nero, but he figured it was just part of their culture to celebrate people facing the wilds. Without warning, the front of the column left the road and headed straight toward the forest in the distance. Nero couldn't figure out how they were deciding where to go. It's not like they had GPS. When they reached the edge of the forest, Nero looked up at the incredibly tall canopy. It was like a line had been arbitrarily decided. On one side was a forest, and the other was grassy plains. Even the brush was cut back. As he looked left and right, Nero thought it looked like a forest butting up against a beach, but instead of sand, it ended at a grassy field. He couldn't help but wonder what that meant for the lumber mills they had passed. They broke into their individual teams, and then turned to face Captain Angelton. The man stood in front of the command team. Nero tried to lock eyes with Sergeant Blackwood, whom he recognized from his time at Gate 7 Army Command, but the man seemed preoccupied with the map in his hands. The rest of the command team was checking each other's gear and prepping for combat. Captain Angelton spoke loudly, but didn't shout. "From here on out, you'll be in the wilds. You all know the drill. Listen to your team leaders, they know what they're doing. Watch out for each other. Keep an eye on your surroundings, and don't lose focus. We'll rendezvous at the designated campsite in 3 days. If changes to the targets have to be made, we'll address it then," he said. Looking around, seemingly judging the look in everyone's eyes, the captain asked, "Team leaders, do you have any last-minute questions or concerns that need to be addressed?" Silence greeted the captain, and he waited a full minute. Deciding that it was time to get started, he shouted, "All right, move out!" Nero turned to face Sergeant Wesker. His squad mates, Nick, Kathleen, and Rose, were standing next to him. Everyone seemed ready, and Nero's heart was pounding. He felt like he was in the pre-battle area before a paintball game. Trying to calm his nerves, he wiped his hands on his pants, clearing off the sweat, while he waited to hear what the sergeant had to say. "Okay, you all know what to do. We've only got 3 days before we have to meet up at the campsite the command team is going to set up. Stay in formation and keep your eyes open. Let's get moving," he said. The sergeant hefted his shield, made sure his sword was clear in his scabbard, then turned to start off into the woods. Nero watched as the others readied their weapons and tightened their straps on their bags. Seconds later, everyone walked off, leaving Nero standing there, stunned. He jogged to catch up and asked, What's the formation?" Sergeant Wesker stopped, and then so did everyone else. They all turned to Nero and gave him a look that made him feel about 2 inches tall. Nick hissed quietly, "You didn't even look at your responsibility section." Nero shrank a little and offered an apologetic smirk. "Well, it took a while to get everything into my personal space. Then I kind of forgot. Just tell me where to stand and I'll do my part," he said, sounding like a child reassuring his parents that he would take out the trash. Rose seemed the most surprised. She looked at Nero like she had never seen him before. Kathleen didn't seem too surprised, just disappointed. If Nero were honest with himself, that hurt more than Nick's quiet fury. Sergeant Wesker said, "Stand in the back left, next to Nick. Watch the left side, and keep an eye on our rear. Call out anything out of the ordinary. Keep your presence hidden, and don't make a lot of noise. Look, listen, and then report. And try not to get anyone killed." With a huff, he turned and started stalking into the forest. Everyone else followed suit, and Nero took up his assigned position in the formation. His left hand was gripping his sword's handle with white knuckles, while his right was holding the strap of the messenger satchel Jennings had given him. Nero's eyes darted around and tried to focus on the surrounding forest. They were only 5 minutes into their walk, and they were already in shadow. The tall canopy did an amazing job of blocking out the sun, and only shafts of light were allowed to dance among the trees. The first branches started about 10 feet up, but there were a bunch of large bushes, along with vines and undergrowth. There were even patches of odd flowers, and stalks of weird plants that ended in glowing bulbs. Nero couldn't stop staring at the details. Although he knew this was a fantasy world, it was weird to actually see evidence of that fact. Overall, the forest resembled a typical North American forest, but the details weren't right. The moss was a little too green, and the shadows were a little too dark. The plants and bushes weren't right either. Everything was close, but just off enough that it freaked him out. Nero felt exposed, and he did his best to watch everything all at once. After a few more minutes of walking, Nero heard Rose shout, "Contact right!" Nero's eyes snapped toward her direction, and he saw her draw and fire her bow like a YouTube prodigy. Arrow after arrow shot into the trees. Nero couldn't see what she was shooting at, but he heard a roar in response to her barrage. Nick created 2 balls of what looked like purple fire in his hands and dropped into a ready stance. Kathleen hadn't even turned around. She kept her eyes on the left side of the formation, probably trying to look out for anything trying to sneak up on them from the other side. The sergeant stood next to Rose and planted his feet, waiting for the enemy to show itself. Nero was frozen in indecision. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, and he couldn't see what Rose was shooting at. Without any better options, he tried to draw his sword. As he hadn't practiced with a scabbard, it didn't go well. The harder he yanked, the more the sword seemed trapped. Bursting from the tree line was a 10-foot-tall monster. Nero couldn't decide if it was some kind of bear variant or a mutated beaver. Its black eyes and dark mottled fur made it blend into the forest's background. However, Nero had no trouble seeing its large maw open to display dual rows of sharp teeth. It reminded Nero of Shark Week on the Discovery Channel. The monster had arrows poking out of its shoulders, and a few were concentrated along its front legs, but they didn't seem to bother it much. It pounded forward, hurtling toward Rose like a linebacker heading for a quarterback, huffing and growling. Nero could only stare as the giant freak of nature kept getting bigger as it got closer. The sergeant stepped in front of Rose and braced his large shield to receive the beast's charge. Nero thought the man was crazy. It was like he was trying to stop a truck with a shopping cart. Nick released the spells he had prepped, and twin beams of purple energy slammed into the beast's side, making it stumble. Rather than blowing out chunks of meat, it just seemed to blacken the fur where it hit. Nero realized they may be in some real trouble. When the beast finally reached them, it slammed a shoulder into the sergeant, and Nero expected to see the man flying as the beast rushed through him. But instead, a sound like a gong rang out, echoing through the forest. The monster reeled back in pain, and Nero wondered if the sergeant had dislocated the beast's shoulder. Stumbling back, it narrowed its eyes and roared at the sergeant, who was still standing with his shield held at the ready. Rose had stepped behind him and was lining up a shot. Instead of purple, Nick fired several yellow beams at the monster, which had about the same effect as the first ones he had used. Nero heard Nick mutter some curse words at his failure to hurt the beast. Nero took a deep breath and finally managed to draw his sword. He stood at the ready, both hands on the hilt, trying to figure out how he could help, when he saw Kathleen rush past him on his left. The woman held her spear down and to the right as she hopped gracefully into air. She called out, "Over right!" And Nero saw the sergeant lean his head a little to his left. With her left foot, she pushed down on Sergeant Wesker's right shoulder and launched herself into the air. Nero's jaw dropped as the woman flew through a shaft of light which had broken through the canopy. Mid-air, she positioned her spear, while her combat braid floated in the wind behind her. Nero could swear he saw her eyes sparkling as she planted her spear into the monster's forehead, right between its eyes. Pausing in a crouch on its nose, she released her spear and pushed off like she was launching from a catapult. In response to the spear in its head, the monster started flailing around, slamming its paws and shaking its head in pain. Its roars were filled with misery and pain, and Nero felt like he was watching an animal suffering rather than a multi-ton engine of destruction. Looking up, he saw Kathleen soaring back behind Sergeant Wesker, while pulling another spear out of her personal space before she had even hit the ground. Watching her land in a crouch, Nero couldn't help but utter, "Holy shit, woman. That was fucking badass." Looking over her right shoulder, she gave Nero a stern look and asked, "Are you just going to stand there? Or are you going to do something, little lord?" Nero felt like he had taken a hit in the worst place imaginable. His pride. Furrowing his brow, he realized that he was being an idiot. Why hadn't he been using his psychic field to scan the forest? Why had he been wrapped up like a burrito, hiding his presence so completely that he had blinded himself? And why in the hell did he pull his sword out? He was a mage! As he straightened his shoulders, he could practically hear Jennings laughing his ass off. The thought of someone seeing his display of cowardice was too much, and Nero grit his teeth in anger. Nick had moved a little farther to the side and was collecting a large amount of essence into a flaming ball of death. Nero wasn't sure why Nick's spells weren't doing anything, but he wasn't going to stand there and do nothing. Like a bomb going off, Nero exploded his psychic field over the area. He felt Nick's grasp over the essence, and he felt the void of control around the monster. Nero immediately identified the problem. The monster's essence field was huge, and it was disrupting anything that came near it. Nick hadn't imbued enough of his center into his constructs, and by the time they had hit the monster, they didn't have enough power to do anything. It hadn't been 10 seconds since Kathleen had implanted her spear, and the monster had already snapped the haft against the ground. It seemed injured, but was still able to fight. Nick fired his plasma beam, and it managed to drill into the towering beast's side. This time, it looked like the beast had been burned by a giant blowtorch, and it wasn't happy about it. Turning away from the sergeant, it started toward Nick. But Sergeant Wesker knew his business and slid along the ground in order to stay between his team and the gaping maw of teeth. Nero returned his sword to his scabbard and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Focusing, he carved a spell form to summon a mud patch under the monster. He ignored the thwips from Rose's bow, the shouts from Nick recommending spells, and Kathleen's laughter as she danced into combat from behind the sergeant. Nero hadn't moved, and the team had rotated a little to the right, leaving Nero exposed. He was too busy focusing on his spell to notice, as he hadn't tried to carve a spell form this large before. Looking up, he saw that he was facing the monster's right side, and he had a clear sight line. With a smile, he released his spell, flooding the forest floor with center-imbued essence channeling earth and water. The ground below the monster's paws suddenly lost traction, and its belly slammed into the now muddied forest floor. Nero had created around a foot of loose, waterlogged mud in a giant circle under the beast. His aim was perfect, as the ground returned to normal right in front of Sergeant Wesker. Nero's entire team paused at the development. Even Kathleen stepped back to watch the monster flail around. Nero didn't waste any time and immediately started carving his next spell. Those years of gaming had prepared him well. Nero carved a lightning spell form, the largest he had ever tried. It took a full 5 seconds, but he made sure to imbue his will and desire for the spell to penetrate deep and cause the maximum damage possible. A clap of thunder shook the forest, and leaves fell from the trees. Dust and loose dirt flew from the forest floor around Nero as a pillar of lightning lit up the surroundings. As quick as it came, it vanished just as fast. The forest was silent in the aftermath, and Nero stood there with a giddy smile on his face. He stared at the giant monster which was smoking maybe 15 feet away from him. There were patches of red-hot mud that had formed little crystals under the beast, and a giant hole was burned into its side. Nero started laughing like a maniac. He turned to the rest of the team that was staring at him like he was insane. He threw his fists in the air and shouted, "You see that shit? How you like me now, bitches?" Chapter 92. We're not in Dorchester anymore. Mike let go of the swords he had been using to hold on to the back of the monster and stood up. Taking a deep breath, he looked around to see if there were any other threats he needed to deal with. Seeing nothing, he said, "All right, let's get our perimeter set up. We'll base from here." Heather stepped out from behind the tree she had been using as a firing position. "Aren't we a little too close to the ambush site?" she asked. Jerry appeared as he dropped his essence cloak, replying, "No, this is perfect. This monster has cleared the area. Not that it really matters. If that was the strongest thing around here, we don't have much to worry about. We will probably have a day or two before anything else tries to take over. A simple misdirection ward should be enough to keep us from having to deal with constant attacks." Mike pulled out his swords, then hopped off the beast's back. It was around 10 feet tall at the shoulder, and looked like a deer crossed with a bear. The thing was already dispersing, and he hurried to get the essence before the corpse lost too much into the ether. Heather said, "So tomorrow then?" Activating the essence collection rod, Mike said, "Yeah, tomorrow." Jerry got to work securing the campsite, while Heather kept watch. Mike finished collecting the essence and tossed the crystal into his backpack. He stood up to watch his teammates work. They were both professionals, and he was glad to have them with him. Sighing, he told himself that everything was going to work out, and in a few days, they would all be rich. "Did you just waste your entire center on the first monster we've seen? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. What the hell is wrong with you?" shouted Nick. Nero lowered his hands from his victory pose and cocked his head in confusion. He was pretty sure that he had plenty of center left. Rather than answer prematurely and look like an idiot, he checked his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 11. Race: Human. Growth: 81%. Tier: 1. Condition: 98%. Age: 14. Center: 72%. Body: 3. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Scoffing, Nero said, "I've got over 70% left, I'm fine. A little walking meditation and I'll be back to full." Everyone was still grouped up in front of the smoking bear/beaver monster thing. No one had moved. They just kept staring at Nero like he was a broken lamp they didn't know what to do with. Nero waited a few seconds and said, "Stop staring at me like that. It's freaking me out." Nick took a few steps forward and said, "Sorry, Nero. It's just that it is very unusual for someone who just broke level 10 to be able to do what you just did. Putting that aside, the standard practice when facing a monster is to slowly increase how much center you use during combat until you find how much center is required to break a monster's essence field. You'd know that if you had bothered to read the deployment packet." While Nick was calmly talking to Nero, Kathleen had taken a few steps away and was looking around to see if there were any other threats. Rose was still staring at Nero, but she now looked more confused than scared. Sergeant Wesker had taken off his backpack and was reaching for something inside. Nick kept blathering about how odd Nero was, and what kind of conclusions could be drawn from what Nero had just done. It got very technical, very fast, and Nero had stopped listening. The sergeant was doing something interesting, and it had drawn Nero's attention. Walking toward the deceased monster, Nero interrupted Nick by asking, "What's he doing?" Nick looked over at the sergeant and said, "He's going to use a harvester, usually referred to as a collection rod. Hunters who aren't very talented in essence control tend to use them to gather essence crystals." Apparently, Sergeant Wesker heard Nick's answer and angrily interjected, "It's just easier to do it this way. My essence control is fine." Nick gave Nero a look, like he didn't believe the sergeant at all, but was willing to humor the poor man. Nero spread out his psychic field to watch what was happening while walking over to take a closer look. The sergeant had pulled out a hefty 2-foot-long rod with a large hoop on the end of it. The thing looked like a giant bubble maker, but it was made entirely out of inscribed steel. It was shiny, and Nero had a strong urge to play with it. Holding it over the monster's head, the sergeant firmed his stance like he was wielding a sword or a fishing rod. The hoop started glowing light blue and seemed to gain weight as the man started looking like he was trying to reel in a big one. In the ethereal plane, Nero could see something being pulled out of the monster. Originally, there were small wisps floating up from the corpse, but now it was all being pulled into the center of the hoop. It looked like a psychic vacuum cleaner. Nero felt some shock as he watched a small crystal start to form inside the hoop. It was suspended in the center, seemingly held up by an invisible force. Nero didn't feel anything connecting it, and the crystal itself felt weird in his senses. Nero was now close enough to get a good look with his eyes. He saw the small crystal grow like one of the cool crystal growing kits you could get online. It started to take the shape of a hexagon, or, more accurately, a squished 20-sided die. By the time all of the essence was pulled out of the monster, the crystal was about 2 inches wide and maybe half an inch thick. Nero was in awe. He was looking right at it, but his psychic senses were telling him that the thing was barely there. It was like it wasn't fully real. When the hoop stopped glowing, the crystal fell to the ground. Sergeant Wesker stood up straight and blew out a deep breath like he had just pulled in a marlin. The man said, "All right, I'm not going to be carrying around your loot, so pick that up and try not to lose it." Nero could hear the condescension in the man's tone, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He tried to mentally pick up the crystal, but he couldn't get a good grip on it. It kept slipping through his mental hands. Rather than give up, he just stood there, staring at the crystal with an intense look on his face. Nick broke his concentration by saying, "Just pick it up, Nero. You won't be able to interact with it. You'd have to resonate your psychic presence to the frequency of the plane from which the monster's pattern came." Nero turned to look at Nick. He said, "Anyone ever tell you that 90% of what you say is just gibberish that vaguely resembles a sentence? All the words are clear in their meaning, but when you put them together, it's completely absent of any useful information." Rose had been standing next to them the entire time, and at Nero's statement, she burst into laughter. Both Nero and Nick looked over at her, and she tried to stop laughing. She was nearly biting her fist to shut herself up. She said, "Sorry, it wasn't funny. I'll go over there now." She turned and walked over to Kathleen, who was diligently scanning the forest for threats. Nero bent down and picked up the essence crystal. It felt like a typical crystal. It wasn't even that heavy. He felt like he could break it pretty easily by throwing it at a wall or hitting it with a hammer. He turned to Nick and asked, "How durable are these things?" Nick raised an eyebrow and said, "They are pretty solid. You can break them, but it would just be a waste of money. They're not dangerous if that's what you're worried about. If you were to break the containment form, the essence inside would just disperse into the ether, and you wouldn't even have a residual material echo. You need to remember, that's just a construct with an internal potential for identity." Nero shook his head in defeat. Sometimes he really hated talking to Nick. Everything felt like a lecture. The man was incapable of speaking like a normal person. Putting the crystal into his bag, he asked, "Are we just going to leave the monster here? Shouldn't we harvest it or something?" Sergeant Wesker was the one who answered him. It's a monster, not a beast. If you look closely, you'll see it's already starting to disperse. Confused, Nero turned back the giant smoking monster. Looking closely, he saw that it wasn't smoking from his lightning bolt. It was slowly losing mass. Some of it was staying put, but most of it was dispersing into the atmosphere. It's like it was construct that was losing cohesion. He felt like saying, "Fascinating," in a cold tone while raising one eyebrow. Luckily, he held himself back, as no one here would have gotten that reference. While Nero may have never seen a full episode of the original show, he had seen plenty of clips. Deciding that he was just wasting time, he turned back to the rest of the team. Sergeant Wesker was tapping his foot, giving Nero a not-so-subtle hint that he was ready to go. Nero nodded to the man and said, "All right, I'm done. Do we have to do an after-action report or something?" Sergeant Wesker gave him a hard look and said, "We've been here like half an hour. I'd barely consider us in the wilds. This was nothing. It was barely an encounter. The monster didn't even have any abilities. What's there to talk about? Get back in formation. We have a long way to go." Turning on his heel, the sergeant walked off. Everyone fell into position around him, and they continued on their way. Nero tried to wrap his head around the idea that a gigantic, mutated monster was nothing to make a fuss over. As they walked through the forest, everyone kept their eyes peeled. This time, Nero had his psychic field spread wide, gently touching everything in order to have an idea of what was around him. His field had grown a lot, and he was rather proud of it. It may not be very impressive to most people, but having a 40-foot bubble of perception was enough for Nero to feel like he was making solid progress. While trying to pay attention to his field, he also tried to keep his eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary. Nero knew that there were animals and beasts who could hide their essence signature, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. He paid special attention to anything that disrupted his field. Even though they were just walking, Nero still had a great deal to pay attention to, and he was having trouble trying to free up mental energy in order to reflect on what just happened. As time passed, things kept grabbing his attention. He felt birds in the trees, along with small bugs flying around. Small animals were scurrying under the bushes. It was uncomfortable to see how his team's mere presence was upsetting everything. Although they were just walking, everything they did seemed to startle something. Even the ambient essence flows were being disturbed by their passing. Whispering, Nero asked without turning, "Why is everything running away from us?" Nick answered, "Do you want things to run toward us?" Nero said, "No, that's not what I meant. I was just—" His mouth slammed shut. As midway through his sentence, he felt a presence flicker among the tree branches. His eyes snapped up, and he saw something shimmer in and out of existence. Sergeant Wesker paused and whispered, "Did you see something?" Nero. The sergeant asked, "Anyone have eyes on it?" Everyone grouped up in a circle, their eyes on the branches floating above them. No one said anything, but they stood ready to receive an ambush. Nero used his field to actively sweep the area, mentally poking anything that caught his attention. Even though he was ready, he was surprised when one of his probes caused a 6-foot-long, large black cat to briefly materialize above them. The beast's eyes were yellow, but everything else was black. It was too bulky to be a panther, and looked more like a giant fluffy house cat. Its edges seemed to be a little blurry, and its coat was so dark that it made the shadows seem bright. There was a slight shimmer, and the beast disappeared again. Sergeant Wesker shouted, "Contact left! Camouflaged feline variant!" Nero was trying to figure out where it went, when he felt Nick's psychic field spread out and seemingly shook the ambient essence. Apparently, the beast hadn't moved, and it shimmered back into view in the same place it had disappeared. Whatever Nick had done seemed to have disrupted the cat's essence cloak. Nero had never seen anything like that, and he did his best to figure out how Nick had done it. While Nero was busy trying to figure out Nick's technique, Rose was releasing arrows at the now visible cat. However, the cat seemed to realize it had been spotted and started bouncing around the branches. Nero felt the essence around the cat shift, then watched as the cat vanished. Nero had been staring at it with all his senses, and it looked like this time it had actually teleported. Shocked, Nero felt around for where it had gone. Before he could offer a warning, he felt it appear behind Rose. Spinning around, he was just in time to see her get grabbed by its large jaws. The cat had clamped down on her throat from behind. Everyone turned to help, but it was too late. With a shimmer, the beast vanished, along with its prey. Nero was livid, but he also wasn't fooled. The beast hadn't teleported. He could feel its presence, dragging off his teammate. Stamping a spell form, Nero shot out a simple foot-long iron spike at where he felt the beast hiding. With a yelp, it reappeared and dropped Rose. Nero's large spike was stuck in its chest, but Nero saw the spike was already losing cohesion. Before he could cast another spell, Kathleen's spear flew across the short distance and buried itself several feet into the side of the cat. Even though the beast must have weighed several 100 pounds, the spear had carried enough force to send it flying into a tree. Nick was already running over to Rose's body. Seeing that the beast was dead, Nero dropped his hands that were about to cast another spell. He slowly walked up to Nick, watching the man cast a healing spell on Rose's dead body. Nero could see the tissue reform, and in no time at all, she was restored. Without missing a beat, Nick switched to a resuscitation spell. Nero hadn't actually ever seen the spell being cast, even though he had been on the receiving end more times than he could count. With a gasp, Rose sat up. She was shivering, and looked like she had just emerged from an ice bath. Nick leaned over and hugged the young woman. She clung to Nick's shoulders, her eyes wide in fright. Panting, she started sobbing. Not knowing how to help, Nero just stood there and watched. He felt powerless. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kathleen return to watching the forest. Then he saw the sergeant heading over to the beast to retrieve the essence crystal. "We've been here for like an hour and a half. This place is everything they said it was. Maybe I should have stayed behind the walls and spent some of that money I won. What the hell was I thinking?" he thought to himself. Walker. Shaking off his fear, Nero went to grab the crystal and keep watch. He tried to follow Kathleen's advice from before they had left the city, doing his best to focus on the here and now. Chapter 93. Being in Shock. Captain Angelton stood in the center of the clearing he and his team had just cleared. He figured a 200-foot radius should be enough. They had chopped down plenty of wood, then burned everything that was left. Now there was nothing but a dirt patch waiting to be filled with a temporary camp. Looking over, he saw the two former hunters, Sergeants Peyton and Jackson, stripping the branches from the trees. Specialist Howard was floating in a lotus position, mentally monitoring the area. Meanwhile, Sergeant Blackwood was setting up the ward stones. With his hands on his hips, he breathed in the scent of the forest. The after effects of the burn were already dispersing, and the smell of growth and danger was thick. He had missed this. It had been years since he was part of a monster hunting squad. The constant danger had always been something he felt comfortable with. It felt like home. Sergeant, nodding, he replied, "Yes, and an essence cloak. We'll keep them up for 2 days. We'll need to be able to work without distractions. Our camp needs to be ready and waiting for the teams to arrive." With a calm, "Yes, sir," Sergeant Blackwood left to help Sergeants Peyton and Jackson prepare their logs. The captain walked over to the floating mage and asked, "Specialist Howard, you see anything I need to know about?" Without opening his eyes, the mage replied, "Nothing special. All the teams are doing well enough. No one has run into anything they couldn't handle. However, Wesker's team is struggling a little. The two young ones don't have the levels for prolonged combat, and Nick, the older lord that is, he isn't suited for combat. But overall, they're handling it well enough. That Averett woman is picking up the slack. Nodding, Captain Angleton said, "When all of our teams are out of your range, don't force it. Just keep an eye out as long as you can. Then join us." Eyes still closed, Specialist Howard nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Captain Angleton walked off and started plotting the buildings they would be making. Using shield constructs, he cut deep grooves into the dirt, designating where the walls would be. They only had a few days to construct a barracks, an outhouse, a shed, and a basic dining hall. Before he had even finished the outline for the barracks, he felt Sergeant Peyton approaching. He looked up to see the man carrying two 12-foot-tall posts. He offered the man a nod and pointed to where the wall should start. Sergeant Peyton said, 10 feet tall ceilings enough? We usually don't bother making them any higher." Captain Angleton replied with a stare. "The recommended height is 12 feet. Sergeant Peyton returned the stare and didn't seem to care. He just stood there, waiting for the captain to continue talking. With a smile, the captain gave in. 10 feet is fine. You know what you're doing. Just let me know how I can help. It's been a few years since I've been in the wilds, and I'll be relying on your expertise." Peyton didn't smile or offer any sign that he appreciated the victory. He just nodded in agreement, dropped off one of the posts, and then went to plant the one he was still carrying. Over his shoulder, he said, "You're doing fine, sir. Me and Jackson don't have any complaints. We'll let you know if you're doing something stupid." Captain Angleton went back to work and replied, "That'll be fine, Sergeant. I appreciate the help." The command team worked well into the night, keeping the conversations to a minimum. Nero was exhausted. He was sitting on a stump, staring at a small fire, absently chewing on a ration bar. Nick and Rose were with him, and they looked just as tired as he was. Meanwhile, the sergeant and Kathleen seemed ready for more. Looking over, Nero saw Kathleen standing guard, facing the forest with a determined look on her face. She had her spear sticking up from the ground next to her, while she ripped into a ration bar and drank from her canteen. The entire time, her eyes never left the surrounding woods. On the other side of the fire, Sergeant Wesker was doing the same thing. Nero felt ashamed at how well they were handling everything. He had lost count of how many encounters they had survived throughout the day, and it had only gotten worse after night fell. With a 30-hour day, they had spent 6 hours walking after the sun had set, but eventually the sergeant told them to set up their camp and get some food. The plan was for each of them to have 4 hours of sleep, then 4 hours of watch. Kathleen would serve the watch with Nero first, then Nick, Rose, and Wesker would take over until dawn. Checking his identity, Nero didn't like what he saw. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 11. Race: human. Growth: 84%. Tier: 1. Condition: 92%. Age: 14. Center: 27%. Body: 3. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. He had barely grown, and his center was low enough to make him feel woozy. The familiar pains he had come to associate with a low center were making it hard to concentrate. All he could do was stare into the fire and try to keep hold of his sanity. He felt like screaming or passing out. Both sounded like great ideas. Nick spoke up. "Nero, try and meditate. You're feeling a disconnection from reality right now. Your body is your tether to the material plane, and your center is what holds your aspects of existence in balance. It's imperative that you keep your identity healthy." Nero turned his head to stare at the man and said, "Nick, buddy, I love you, man, but you gotta stop talking like that. I'm in no mood to hear about all that mystical crap right now. I just want a beer and an internet connection." Rose asked, "What's an internet connection? It sounds kind of like a link. You know there aren't any hubs out here, right?" Nero slumped further into the small impromptu wooden stump he was using as a stool. He said, "Don't worry about it. Just ignore me." Nick said harshly, "Nero, stop talking and meditate." Nodding weakly, Nero took a last sip from his canteen. Then he put his half-eaten ration bar, along with his canteen, off to the side. Closing his eyes, he fell into his soul space and returned to his path. Everything was a jumble of terrifying images. He felt indistinct, like his body wasn't really there. Hazy clouds were moving all around, depicting the encounters of the day. The fog was so dark it was almost black, and he couldn't see the path beneath his feet. Trying not to panic, Nero took a deep breath and focused. He confronted the memory of the bug swarm they had fought. The little bastards were almost a foot long and had stingers that stung like a bitch. He remembered the feeling of being surrounded and then lashing out with fire. The smell was awful, and the sound of popping exoskeletons put his teeth on edge. Immersing himself in the feeling of being there, he let the fear wash through him. Memory after memory, he confronted the horrors he had seen. There was the pack of small weasel-looking things that Nick called weed evils. Wincing, he remembered the wolf pack that required him to regrow his left hand. Then the different cats, which occasionally pounced and tried to steal one of their party. And how could he forget about the damn bear/beaver things? They must have fought 20 of them. Sergeant Wesker said that they were probably coming from the spawn point, which they should reach tomorrow. Nero faced each memory with a growing sense of stubbornness. He felt the anger in his belly growing. The damn wilds were a nightmare. It was insanity to live next to them. But that was just how the world was outside the walls. It may be a little worse than normal, given the fact that there was a density shift happening, but the danger was everywhere in some form. Nero would have to get used to this being his new normal. No more casual hiking trips. Not that he had ever actually taken casual hiking trips before. Nevertheless, he always liked the idea of hiking. He had been glad that the option was there. But that world was now his past. Now he was in a world of adventure. Outside of the city, battles were commonplace, and only the strong survived. He needed to get his shit together. Here, there was magic. It wouldn't be easy, but with a little effort, along with his patented refusal to admit defeat, nothing would stop him from achieving his goals. His heart was beating wildly, and he felt like shouting a challenge to the world. He was Nero fucking Walker, and nothing would stop him. The level up came as the fog in his soulscape cleared. The dark fog seemed to brighten, and then fade away, revealing a healthy forest with shafts of sunlight breaking through the canopy. The light brown cobblestone path was back under his feet, and he could see it leading off into the distance, promising future adventures filled with wonder and magic. Feeling renewed, he opened his eyes to see a smirking Nick and a stunned Rose. Nick said, "I'm guessing you're feeling better?" Nero smiled and said, "I feel awesome. I'm ready to slap this forest like it owes me money. Before you distract me with whatever it is you want to say, let me spend my star." Closing his eyes, Nero opened his identity and stat panels. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: Human. Growth: 12%. Tier: 1. Condition. 100%. Age. 14. Center. 100%. Body. 3. Mind. 4. Soul. 2. Confluence. 10. Stars. 1. Pillars. 1/1. Body. 3. Base. Operative. Level stress. Presence. 15. 24. 3.2. Durability. 18. 28.8. 6.2. Recovery. 34. 54.4. 5.3. Speed. 21. 33.6. 4.8. Adaptability. 41. 65.6. 3.5. Power. 20. 32. 4.6. Mind. 4. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 26. 46.8. 13.6. Control. 29. 52.2. 21.2. Field. 23. 41.4. 28.6. Precision. 39. 70.2. 34.1. Endurance. 46. 82.8. 39.5. Focus. 48. 86.4. 29.1. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 1.1. Density. 101. 141.4. 0.8. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0.7. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0.5. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 15.3. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0.3. Nero already had a plan, and he was going to stick to it. He was going to throw one more star into his mind, then keep at least 5 levels between his confluence and his highest stat. Nero had a theory that his ability to handle having low center levels was due to his high confluence in relation to his other stats. It was getting harder to handle having anything under 30% of his center since he started growing his stats. It may be a waste, but he didn't want to end up like most people. Nick had told him that people usually started feeling like crap with anything under 50% in their center. Nero had once been down to around 12% and hadn't felt too bad. He'd have to start putting some stars into his confluence if he wanted to get back to that. But for now, he needed to increase his mind stat. His level stress was high, but that was probably because of his pillar, and he planned on taking advantage of that. Without any more hesitation, he pushed his star into the mind stat. As usual, he felt his mind expanding. The feeling of understanding was just as amazing as he remembered it being. It felt like he was capable of doing any Sudoku puzzle, dominating any quiz show, pointing out all the discrepancies between the Star Wars movie's plot points. But the feeling faded all too quickly, and he returned to his usual level of faux intelligence. Mind. 5. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 32. 64. 0. Control. 39. 78. 0. Field. 36. 72. 0. Precision. 55. 110. 0. Endurance. 65. 130. 0. Focus. 61. 122. 0. Nero looked at his numbers with pride. His operative levels were really getting up there. This had to be some kind of record for a level 12. He spread out his psychic field and felt it reach further than ever. It even felt more full. Compared to before, it seemed effortless to conceptualize what he was seeing. Instead of having to concentrate, he could just know where everything was. Even the resolution was better. Everything was clearer. Nick said, "Nero, you should lighten your touch. You are broadcasting your position." Shaken out of his thoughts, Nero did as he was told. The world lost a little resolution, but he could still feel everything around him in a large bubble. He guessed it must be over 50 feet wide now. He couldn't affect everything at that distance, but he could still see it. Nick said, "Good, but you're going to have to work on your control. It's amazing how fast you've grown, but you need to train hard in order to take advantage of your stats. Your skills are probably lagging." Nero offered Nick a glare and said, "I'm not dealing with skills at the moment. I have enough problems just dealing with stats. I'll look into those later. Probably. I'll just get better with practice." Holding up his hands in surrender, Nick replied, "Do what you want. I'm just saying that you are fumbling around like a child right now. You need control. Instead of just closing off your field to hide, you need to learn how to use your psychic field while still keeping yourself hidden. It's not an all-or-nothing proposition." Nero nodded and was about to reply when their conversation was interrupted by Rose. "Did you really level again? That's like 2 levels in less than a week. What are you now?" she asked in wonder. Nero offered her a smirk and said, "I'm level 12. Don't worry about it. I just level fast." Rose seemed too shocked to be offended or jealous. Just then, Sergeant Wesker walked up and said, "All right, Walker, it's time for your first watch with Averett. Wake us in 4 hours, then you can get some rest. Congrats on your level. Try not to let anything eat us while we sleep." With that delightful pep talk, the man crawled into his sleeping bag, then laid his shield over his chest. Nero chuckled, but stood up to take over the watch. Nick and Rose gave him the nod, then went to their respective sleeping bags. For a moment, he wondered why they weren't using tents. Then he remembered the sergeant ordering them to just use their sleeping bags since the weather was clear. Nero's memory seemed a little fuzzy. He really hadn't been paying attention for the past few hours. He really needed to up his game. Turning away from the fire, Nero looked into the dark forest and spread out his field to monitor for any threats. He was ready to face the horrors once more, and this time he wouldn't flinch. There was nothing here he couldn't handle. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. Chapter 94. Being an Adventurer. Captain Angelton used a shield construct to hold up the large planks, while Peyton hammered large dowels connecting the planks to the ceiling runners. If they kept up this pace, they should have the barracks finished by morning. The captain couldn't help but be impressed with Peyton's agility as he saw the man lightly stepping across the posts that made up the wall. Once they ran out of planks, Peyton jumped down from his perch and flipped the hand axe he had been using as a hammer over and held it ready for combat once again. The man had said that if he was going to use a tool, then at least one side had to be sharp enough to kill something. The captain had thought the saying was catchy enough to include in the report he was compiling. As they both stared at the nearly finished building, Specialist Howard walked up to them. "Captain, the last team has left my range. If you want me to keep watch on anyone, I'll have to be actively scrying," he said, as though it was a question. His face blank of expression, the captain replied, "No, that's fine. The teams are on their own now. Even if you saw something, there isn't anything we can do from here. From now on, you're just on perimeter watch. I'm assuming you can do that while working on the camp?" Nodding, Specialist Howard said, "That shouldn't be a problem. My passive field is large enough to give us plenty of warning. And from what I can tell, the wards are working fine. Nothing is poking around. If anything changes, I'll let you know. In the meantime, I'll head over and help Jackson with the lumber." "Very good. We're almost finished here. Then we'll get the outhouse dug out," said the captain. As Specialist Howard walked off, he said, "Great. I can't wait." Adding some anger to his steps, the man started muttering about how much he hated being in the wilds, and how he should be out killing things, not building crap houses in the middle of nowhere. Both Peyton and Angelton heard him, and exchanged an amused glance with each other. Peyton said, "You ready for another round?" Captain Angelton nodded, and they walked over to collect a few more planks that were ready and waiting for installation. Nero was awoken by Rose. She gently shook his shoulder and said, "It's dawn, my lord. Sergeant Wesker wants to get moving soon." Awkwardly pulling an arm out of his sleeping bag, Nero rubbed his eyes. It took a second for Nero to realize where he was, but he quickly shook off any feelings of drowsiness. Without bothering to fold up his bag or his pillow, he sent them into his personal space and summoned his canteen along with a ration bar. No one seemed to care about fixing up their campsite or clearing any signs of their presence, so it only took 5 minutes for everyone to be ready to go. The sergeant didn't bother with a speech or any kind of morning greeting. He just said, "Ward's going down. Everyone get ready." They circled up, facing outward toward the forest. The sun was just bright enough that the visibility wasn't terrible. He watched as the sergeant walked around the campsite collecting the ward stones. Nero didn't know how they worked, but he had put it near the top of his research list for when he got back behind the safety of the walls. But now wasn't the time for questions, so Nero put the mystery of the ward stones out of his mind and focused on the forest. He spread out his psychic field and lightly layered his presence as wide as he could. Unsurprisingly, he sensed several large beasts waiting for them. They must have scented the team's trail, but couldn't figure out where they were. Whispering, Nero said, "We've got 3 contacts, 2 on my side and 1 on Nick's. I can't see what they are." Sergeant Wesker stepped up in front of Nero, and everyone repositioned. Nero summoned his large shield from his personal space. Yesterday, he had discovered the utility of having something to hide behind while casting. It only took a few seconds for the monsters to sense the team, and they converged like a coordinated pack. When they came into view, Nero recognized them. It was the same kind of wolves that had taken his hand the day before. They were the size of mastiffs, but much thicker, and with a lot more fur. Growling, the wolves charged toward the team. Stepping out in front, Sergeant Wesker activated an ability, extending the width of his physical shield. A golden sheen extended several feet from both sides, and he planted his feet to receive the charge. Nero saw that one of the wolves would be out of position, and he decided to do something about it. Even though yesterday sucked, he had learned a lot from the constant combat. In fact, he had gotten very good at estimating how much center he needed to get through an essence field, based on how large an area he felt it covered. As his senses couldn't penetrate an essence field without effort, by not applying any effort, he could map how big the beast's field actually was. He asked Nick how most people did it, and was surprised that Nick couldn't sense what Nero was talking about. Nero had chalked it up to his overly precise mind stats, along with his dense soul. Regardless, it worked well enough. Hiding behind his shield, Nero stepped forward to provide the wolf a target. Peeking over the top, he started casting a large pebble blast in front of his shield. Psychically, he held himself in place and increased the pressure on his mage armor. With his preparations ready, he waited for the wolf to complete its charge. Nero heard the combat start behind him, and the sound of Rose's bow rang out like a silenced machine gun. He felt an explosion from one of Nick's spells. Narrowing his focus, he watched the large wolf in front of him pounce. Leaning back, he hid fully behind the shield and braced for the impact. Slamming down into the shield, the wolf's front paws scraped against the steel, sounding like nails on a chalkboard. Nero felt the heavy beast trying to force him to the ground, but he held his footing with the help of his psychic field. Then he fired his spell point blank into the beast's chest. As he was already inside the beast's essence field, he felt it trying to disrupt his spell, but he had learned well, and his spell form was steady and charged. It fired a concentrated blast of marble-sized rocks directly into the beast's chest. Nero felt the wolf reel back in pain, scrambling to back away from the surprisingly dangerous shield. With a grin, he stood up and planted the base of the shield into the ground while peeking around the side. He saw the wolf whimpering in pain, trying to decide if it was worth continuing the fight. Nero didn't want to let it escape, only to have to deal with it later, so he carved another spell form. This time, he created an ice cone, or what he lovingly referred to as a cone of cold. With a blast, a swirling blast of hungry air shot out, flash freezing anything it touched. Technically, it wasn't cold air. It was heat essence that was stripping the thermal potential from anything it touched, but effectively, it was a blast of cold. The wolf was hit on its left flank, and its entire front leg was rendered inoperable. It howled in pain and collapsed. Nero wasn't a sadist, and immediately drew his sword while dismissing his large, unwieldy shield. He carefully walked forward, wary of any last-minute tricks. He needn't have worried, as the beast was in so much pain, it wasn't paying attention to him any longer. Without any hesitation, Nero stabbed his sword deeply into its neck, then levered it back and forth to ensure the maximum damage. He had learned that if he could kill without a spell, it was better to conserve his center. A sword covered in center was more economical by far. Seeing the beast stop moving, Nero psychically felt its essence field collapse, confirming its death. He pulled his sword free and turned around to help with the other two wolves, but only met the stares of his teammates. Nick looked proud, and even Sergeant Wesker looked happy with Nero for once. Kathleen wasn't paying attention, as usual. She was looking around for any other threats. Rose was blushing for some reason, and Nero refused to speculate as to what she had found so interesting. Quickly and quietly, they collected the essence crystals along with the pelts. In a matter of minutes, they were back into formation and moving forward toward the destination that only Sergeant Wesker seemed to know. Nero spread out his field to search for enemies, while keeping his eyes peeled on his assignment. For the first time since coming into the wilds, Nero was starting to feel like he was an actual adventurer. He did his best not to think about it, and concentrated on the here and now. They continued forward at a solid pace, not too fast, but definitely faster than a normal walking speed. As time went on, Nero did his best to copy Kathleen's walk. She seemed to step lightly, never breaking any sticks or causing any noise. It was like she was gliding through the forest rather than walking. She didn't bob up and down, just kept her body steady while sliding forward. Her feet barely crossed, and she moved sideways. It was hard to copy, but Nero did his best. He hadn't really paid attention yesterday, but now he could see how she really belonged out here. Everything about the woman was comfortable in the wilds. In the city, she always looked stressed, or at least bothered. But here, surrounded by danger, her shoulders weren't tense, and her demeanor was calm. Nero found it beautiful, like watching a panther stalking through the brush. As she was the only one he could see, he could only imagine how Nick and Rose were doing. He wasn't going to turn around to look, as he had a job to do, and today he would do it well. He wouldn't make mistakes, and he wouldn't have to watch anyone die again. The memory of Rose having her throat ripped out was still bothering him, and he didn't think he'd ever forget it. Luckily, that was the only fatality they had suffered, but one was more than enough. As they went through the forest, they fought more engagements. Nero had gotten better at identifying threats, and Nick kept complaining about how Nero shouldn't be wasting his center. Nero didn't have the heart to tell the man that he wasn't really using his center. His psychic field was easy to use as long as he didn't actively do anything with it. Nero had a theory that it had to do with his soul intensity. He knew that was normally one of the lower stats for most people. Typically, it only grew when a psychic field was stressed. It became important when a mage got up there in levels. It took a lifetime to increase, and a star would only usually raise it by a point or two. But Nero started with a huge lead, and he didn't plan on squandering it. His body was made to suffer level stress, and every star would grow his stats if he was careful. Rather than wasting stars at level stresses around 5 or 10 like most people, he could afford to wait. Nero could conceivably have level stresses in the 30s, consistently. He was only now realizing how ridiculous that was. By the time he was level 50, he would be a monster. Nero had plenty of time to think while they walked. The intermittent encounters seemed much easier today, but Nero did his best to not let down his guard. Soon enough, they would start getting close to the spawn point, and then there would be monsters aplenty. They moved in silence, no one speaking except to call out threats. In a way, the experience served as a great bonding exercise. They got to know how each person would react. Kathleen would always take a second to allow others to engage, then destroy whatever she targeted. Rose would pepper her targets with her never-ending supply of arrows. Nick would distract and damage. Sergeant Wesker would put himself between the monster and the team, and Nero would act as a sweeper. It was surprising how often Nero ended up tanking things behind his 4-feet-tall tower shield. He didn't have any trouble hiding behind it, as he was only around 5 feet 4 inches. Nero had named it the Portable Wall, and he planned on having that painted on the front of it when he got back to Dorchester. On they went, killing everything that came near them. As time passed, Nero's bag of essence crystals filled, and their coordination improved. Around 1400, Sergeant Wesker called a halt for lunch. Like a well-oiled machine, they broke into their assigned tasks. Nick went to clear a fire pit, while Kathleen stood in the center along with Rose, watching the forest for threats. The sergeant walked a 10-foot perimeter and placed the ward stones. Nero followed behind him, charging the stones. It was incredibly easy, and it barely took any center. All he really had to do was activate them. Then they pulled in essence on their own after being asked to start with his center. Before long, they were sitting around a small campfire, watching Nick warm up some stew. Nero had pulled out his water barrel so it could refill itself. No one spoke, and they just reveled in the temporary peace. Even Kathleen seemed to drop her guard a little bit. Nero broke the quiet atmosphere by asking, "Hey, Sarge, how do you know where we're going? I know how to generally sense a direction, but you seem to know exactly where we're going." Nick was about to say something, but Nero pointed at him and said, "Don't tell me to read the damn packet. I'll get to it tonight." Turning back to the sergeant, he said, "Well?" Showing a rare smile, The sergeant sipped his soup from his cup, then said, "It's not terribly difficult. There are coordinate markers on the map in your packet. Our route was scouted, more or less. There are essence markers that we can follow, along with a general sense of where you are, given to you by the world. You just need to feel for them. But it's easier if you use one of these. They're called direction finders." He then pulled out a small black orb, which looked to Nero like a magic 8-ball. Sergeant Wesker saw Nero staring at it with some curiosity, so the sergeant tossed it over the fire. Nero deftly caught it with his psychic field and brought it over to his hands, while setting aside his canteen and cup of soup. Holding it, Nero could feel the enchantment trying to connect with him. Opening himself up, he felt the little ball tell him which direction several things were. It was like a feeling being implanted, rather felt. He knew which direction the spawn point they were heading toward was, and approximately how far away they were from it. Then, back toward where they came from, he could sense the command camp, which was quite the distance from their current position. Then he felt Dorchester, which gave him a feeling of home. The feeling was really odd. It was like following a hidden trail with a defined endpoint. Like if someone told you directions and you mentally took the route, imagining what you'd see along the way. Nero disconnected from the orb and tossed it back to the sergeant, who immediately placed it in a pouch hidden behind his tabard. Nero looked off into the distance, and he could almost hear the echo of the beacons. While he was really just staring at the trees not 5 feet from him, his mind was searching for that feeling. It was hard, but he could almost sense it. He reached out and tried to feel it. "Nero, stop that!" Nick hissed. Nero's concentration broke, and he turned to Nick. "What?" he asked with some annoyance. Nick gave Nero a stern look and said, "You just tried to mentally scry. That takes a lot of control, and a lot of center. It's not easy to reach out like that. You should start small if you're going to practice scrying." Nick then muttered about stupid prodigies and the general insanity of Nero. Sergeant Wesker asked quietly, "You're telling me that Walker can scry? Can you?" Nick looked affronted. He said, "Of course I know how to scry." And he had no idea what he was doing. He was spilling his center like an idiot. If I let him continue, he'd be dead in a few minutes, lost into the ether like a moron. Kathleen asked, "Then why haven't you been scrying for us? We could use the intelligence on what's in front of us." Nick was obviously getting angry and said, "Because it's a waste of center. If we were in a tower with a scrying aid, there wouldn't be a problem. Why do you think we built the damn things? But you can't just go around scrying everything. It's sending your mind into the ether to ride the essence flows. Do you think that's easy? The fact that he can do it is completely ridiculous. Forget about it." Nervously, Nero opened his identity to see how bad he had messed up. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 12%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 82%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. With a sigh, Nero realized that his brief excursion into the ethereal plane had taken around 10% of his center. Either he was doing it wrong, or he needed a lot of careful practice before he tried again. Instead of rejoining the conversation, Nero ate his food and closed his eyes to center himself like Specialist Howard had taught him. It didn't work as well outside of his soulscape, but this way he didn't have to completely disconnect himself from reality, and it was a fast way to recover some center while he had a chance. His senses were spread out, and he absently lifted his cup of stew as he mentally brought himself back into focus. His companions' voices faded away, and Nero immersed himself in his meditation. A shout of alarm from Rose caused his eyes to snap open. Right in front of him, he saw Kathleen tipping back with an arrow embedded in her eye. To his left, he saw Nick shimmer. Then a large spike of dark ice appeared, skewering his chest. Nero froze in confusion as Sergeant Wesker jumped to his feet and shouted, "Ambush! Get to—" Then Nero watched as a dark figure appeared behind the sergeant. Nero couldn't really understand what he was seeing, but when two sword points erupted from the sergeant's chest, Nero knew the figure wasn't an illusion. Blood spurted from the sergeant's mouth, and his entire body was lifted up into the air, then thrown off to the side. The dark figure seemed to vanish, like he became so out of focus that he actually disappeared. Rose was screaming, and Nero felt the world lurch. The illusion was everywhere. It was like an overlay was put over reality. Yet he saw what was really happening, but he also saw his companions vanish, and nothing made sense. It had only been seconds, and almost everyone was dead. At that realization, Nero's hesitation vanished like a candle being blown out, and in its place was only anger. He stood up and furrowed his brow while watching Rose run off into the forest. The arrows from the hidden archer, which had been intended for Rose, were flying past her former seat. Okay. Rose either knew this was coming, or her reflexes are crazy. Either way, someone's about to get a plasma lance shoved up their ass, Nero thought to himself, then prepared for some serious ultra-violence. Chapter 95. Fight for your right to res. Jennings sat in his comfy chair, sipping an iced tea. He was currently maintaining two holographic screens on the wall. One showed Nero's party setting up their campsite, while the other followed the hunters who had been contracted for the assassination. He had to admit he was impressed with their coordination. Without taking his eyes from the screen, he said, "You know, this was actually a really good plan. They accurately predicted the area their target would make camp, while leaving plenty of adaptability in their plan. Then, their mage did a masterful job handling the misdirection ward. And, most importantly, they chose their initial targets well. If they can get close enough without being detected, their plan might actually work." Mage Adept Newbanks was standing behind Jennings, watching the screens from over his shoulder, with a serene expression on her face. She calmly asked, "Aren't you going to do something? I thought you came to Dorchester to watch over the young man." Jennings just shrugged, then took another sip of his iced tea. He threw his legs up onto his desk and leaned back into his chair. The show would be starting soon. He said, "It's important not to interfere in the little lord's development. This experience has been good for him. He's been a little too casual with his life. Maybe losing some people close to him will be just what he needs. Not to mention, I also really want to see how he handles it." Newbanks gently scoffed, then said, "His enemies had his route, time to plan, a detailed dossier on the entire team, and a mage relaying his team's position in real time. I'm not sure he's going to survive this without your intervention. You may have let this go too far." Jennings shook his head, as though the very thought of Nero dying was impossible. "I'm not too worried. He spent the last week learning how to rebuild his body. If his center holds out, he should be fine. It's not easy to kill a healer." As Jennings finished his thought, the archer on one of the screens fired an arrow. Moments later, they watched it pierce Ms. Averett's head on the other screen. Both Newbanks and Jennings showed surprise, as abilities which could allow arrows to dematerialize, then rematerialize, were rare. The arrow had passed through trees like they weren't there, then solidified right before it struck its target. Jennings hadn't expected that, and muttered, "Huh. Well, that might be a problem." As they watched the little lord's party being taken out, one by one, Newbanks responded, "Has anyone told you that thinking you know everything is a character flaw?" Jennings' face took on a frown, but he didn't bother to respond. He just sat in silence and watched the fight play out. Nero's senses clamped down on the ambient essence, almost ripping the control away from whomever was projecting the illusion. Even though the visual overlay stayed, Nero managed to pierce the illusion with his psychic field, and he felt the empty spaces, which most likely contained the soon-to-be dead men. He felt an arrow enter his field when it ripped through his control. Somehow the arrow was disrupting his psychic field, and he threw himself to the side to avoid getting hit. Unfortunately, the arrow seemed to slightly curve, and it struck him near his shoulder. Nero didn't even flinch. He had felt worse pain in the training fields of Dorchester. Coming up from a roll, he summoned the wall and hid behind the shield. His senses couldn't find the archer, but he could track the other two. Not wasting a second, he ripped the arrow out and stamped a healing spell. As the seconds passed, he figured the archer was repositioning, while the man who had killed Sergeant Wesker started creeping forward. Nero peeked around the shield and saw that the man was still being hidden by the mage who was hiding among the trees. They must not realize that Nero could see through the illusion. Returning behind the shield, Nero tried to make a plan. He didn't have much time before his companions were really dead. If he could end this quickly, there was a chance he could save them. The spell form for resuscitation was complicated, but he was relatively sure he could do it. Pushing aside his worries, he forced himself to focus on the fight. As the seconds passed, he watched the man approach slowly, probably trying not to make any noise. Nero felt the pressure building and debated how he wanted to handle this. Deciding that the man with the swords was the bigger threat, he started carving a spell form he was particularly fond of. Nero had a lot of practice casting in front of his shield, and now he put that practice into use. But he'd have to be careful to release the spell while seizing the center. He couldn't allow the other mage to interfere. The swordsman seemed to sense the spell forming and rushed forward, abandoning his attempts at stealth. Nero fired his spell, and a large burst of marble-sized iron balls shot out at knee height. As the spell went off, he clamped down as hard as he could, fighting for control over the ambient essence. Nero felt the mage respond by firming his mental grip, and it only took him a moment to reach equilibrium again. Yet that moment spelled doom for the swordsman. Nero psychically watched the man's legs get ripped to shreds, and he heard the man scream in pain. 50 marbles shot out in a cone-like shotgun blast must have hurt. Nero snorted and muttered, "What a little bitch." Figuring that the archer would soon be a problem, Nero pulled the wall back into his personal space and ran directly toward the mage. He reinforced his mage armor while reaching forward mentally. The mage was carving a spell form Nero had never seen before, and Nero wasn't about to let him finish it. Covering the distance quickly, Nero felt more arrows ripping through his field. Instead of trying to dodge them, he decided to be clever. He summoned one of his little bucklers from his personal space and tried to throw it toward where he sensed the arrows coming. Instead of trusting his aim, his plan was to mentally hold the shield and place it in front of the arrows. It was barely out of his hands when the first arrow hit the shield. Immediately, his control was disrupted, and the shield was knocked out of the air. Grimacing at his failed gambit, he felt the second arrow slam into his left lung through his chest. He felt his mage armor ripple and try to reform. His mage armor had done nothing to stop the arrow. Well, that didn't work, he thought. But he still did his best to stumble forward, intending to close the distance with the mage. Unfortunately, the arrow had slowed him enough for the mage to finish the spell form. Nero's eyes widened as he felt an ice spike launch toward him like a javelin shot from a cannon. He was too close to do anything, and the spike connected with his gut. Nero's forward momentum was completely reversed, and he flew back toward where he started from. This is not going well, he thought. He was no stranger to pain, and he could still function, albeit poorly. When he finally stopped rolling, he summoned the wall again. He needed to regroup. Sitting up, he tried to get his legs in behind the shield, but he didn't make it in time. His calf sprouted an arrow, and Nero grimaced in pain. He had a 3-foot-long ice spike in his gut, an arrow in his chest, and now he had been hobbled. He felt the mage trying to circle around, while the swordsman was crawling off toward the trees. He still couldn't locate the archer, but he knew they were still out there. Coughing up blood, he ripped out the arrow in his chest and tried to cast a heal to close the wound. His spell form worked fine, but the ice spike in his belly seemed to disrupt the healing energies. It looked like he'd have to deal with the ice spike before anything else. His hands were trembling, and he was starting to feel weak, but he managed to take hold of the spike. Fighting through the pain and dizziness, he tried to pull it out, but it had pierced him through the stomach, and there was almost no leverage. It was like his body was clamping down on the construct. "It's a construct," he angrily thought to himself. Changing tactics, his mentally reached out to the spike and ripped the control away from the mage who cast it. As it was inside him at the time, he had no trouble taking it over, and then promptly dismissed it. When the spike vanished into the ether, his body nearly emptied through the hole it left in his stomach. Nero felt a lurch, and he nearly passed out. Forcing himself to hold on, he cast the healing spell that had become second nature by this point. Feeling his body re-knitting itself back into place, Nero focused everything on pulling in as much essence into the spell form as possible. It normally took some time to fix basic injuries, but rebuilding organs wasn't what it was meant for. Nero felt the chest wound close along with his abdomen muscles and the skin. He knew it wouldn't be enough. So he redoubled his efforts and tried to carve a second spell form which was meant to heal internal injuries. He lost focus on the mage, but he managed to finish the spell. He felt the wounds heal, and he reveled in the bliss associated with the absence of pain. Keeping hold of the spells, he reached down and ripped out the arrow from his calf. In real time, he watched the wound seal itself. Releasing the standard heal spell, he kept the internal healing spell running while spreading out his senses to find where the mage had gone. Uh-oh, he thought, as his head whipped toward where the mage was standing. The man was carving another spell, standing not 10 feet from Nero, with a clear sightline to his position. The bastard wasn't even hiding behind a tree. The man obviously thought Nero was already done for. While it was true that Nero was injured, and that his mage armor was down, and up until now he hadn't really done much, Nero was still furious at the man's disrespect. Reclaiming what he could from the internal healing spell, he focused all his mental energy on the mage. As the man was only 10 feet away, he was within Nero's control range. Every bit of his control slammed into the ambient essence. Like a pissed-off mother at a department store, he gripped the essence by the neck and forced it under his control. Then Nero watched the man stumble like he got hit in the head with a baseball. Nero's control over the area was absolute, and he stamped a simple iron spike spell form and fired. The spike flew true and buried itself in the mage's head. The man's essence shield hadn't been enough to overcome Nero's construct. He knew that he only had one shot, and Nero hadn't taken any chances. He had made sure that his construct was chock full of his center. Before he could celebrate his victory, he felt another arrow ripping through his field. Rather than try anything fancy, he just let himself fall over. He saw the arrow fly above him and slam into the back of the wall, knocking it over. Nero knew that he was in trouble, and there didn't seem to be any quick solutions. Without any better options, he rolled toward the wall and grabbed hold of the handle. Then he kept rolling. As he flopped over, he took the shield with him. As he landed on his side, he felt 2 arrows slam into the shield, one after another. He could see the tips penetrate his shield, and the arrowheads were inches from his face. Eyes wide with panic, Nero pulled in his legs and tried to reposition. This archer was really pissing him off. Temporarily safe behind his favorite shield, he expanded his field as far as possible, trying to find the son of a bitch that had been treating him like a pincushion. Not finding anything, Nero tried to think of what he could do. He knew the archer had some way to imbue arrows with the ability to overcome essence shields and disrupt his control over the ambient essence. At least he didn't have the mage to worry about anymore, so he wasn't fighting anyone for control. He felt another arrow coming in from his right, and he spun the shield to receive it. It slammed into the shield, penetrating several inches, right below the handle. He had felt the trail it had made through his field. Could he use that somehow? Staring at the arrows jutting out through his shield, Nero cocked his head. The archer must be imbuing their center into the arrows. It's either an ability or some spell, but they must be making a connection. Nero mentally probed the arrows and felt a presence lingering on them. Smiling widely, he thought, "I got you now, you son of a bitch." Reaching out like he did with the sergeant's magic 8-ball, he tried to follow the connection through the arrow. He did his best to narrow his focus and just gently ride the essence trail. He felt part of his mind fly through the trees, chasing the archer. In seconds, he saw them. They were flitting through the trees, running in a wide circle, trying to get into a new firing position. Suddenly, they stopped, then fired another arrow. Nero felt it coming a second after it had left the bow. He spun the shield to receive it, then he felt it pierce his shield. This time, it penetrated almost a full foot before it stopped. Either the archer was getting stronger, or the wall was failing. But Nero wasn't worried, because he now knew where they were. He kept the sense of direction, but let the image fade away. It was like he was holding the connection with 2 mental fingers, rather than his whole hand. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared. Reaching out, he pulled in all the essence he could, and created an essence shield that was stronger than any he had ever made. He felt it vibrating above his skin, and it nearly took all his concentration to keep hold of it. He waited for another arrow, and when he felt it enter his field, he released the wall and rolled to the side. As the arrow ripped through the wall, knocking it down, Nero was already rolling to his feet. He headed straight toward the archer, running as fast as he could. All he could see were trees, but he knew they were out there. He could still feel the connection he had made. Narrowing his psychic field, he extended it in front of him like a sonar wave. Nearly a 60-foot cone of tightly controlled essence paved his way through the forest. He nudged branches out of his way, or just mentally ripped apart anything which would slow him down. The forest's essence seemed to try and fight back, but Nero's control was strong enough to act like a wedge. He felt an arrow breach his field, and he altered course accordingly. The arrow tried to bend, but Nero was moving too fast. Through his field, he saw it slam into a tree right next to him. Nero was closing the distance, and he was ready for this to end in blood. Seconds later, he saw them through his field. They were close enough for Nero to pinpoint their exact location, and he smiled with anticipation. Another arrow fired, and Nero altered course again, this time to his right. The archer could apparently see Nero well enough to respond by running in the opposite direction. Grimacing in annoyance, Nero realized he was running out of time. He felt like an invisible clock was running down, and he needed to end this encounter before time ran out. The archer was faster, but Nero didn't have to dodge around bushes or low-hanging branches, as he just used his psychic field to clear the way. Yet, he couldn't close the distance. Every time he started to gain on them, they would just fire an arrow and then run the direction opposite from his dodge. Nero needed a plan. With a mental chuckle, he decided to try his initial plan, but with a twist. As he ran, he pulled out another small buckler, but this time he imbued it with his center. He made a literal essence shield. "Let's see them shoot through this," he thought. If he understood how their ability worked, then turning his shield into a solidified construct should counter it. He doubted an archer had better control over their center than he did. Soon enough, another arrow was launched. This time Nero didn't dodge. He just pushed his shield out and met it head-on. He held his breath as the arrow slammed into his small buckler. The sound of wood shattering nearly made him stumble, but he kept moving forward. Looking at the shield, he saw that it was perfectly fine. Smiling wickedly, Nero realized that it must have been the archer's arrow that had exploded. Nero lowered his shoulders, pumped his legs, and closed the distance. The archer fired more shots, but Nero could feel them coming and either hopped over them or met them with his shield. Second later, he saw the archer with his actual eyes. Their black outfit didn't hide them as well as they hoped. Like a freight train, Nero barreled forward, intent on ending this quickly. Seeing that they had been discovered, and realizing that this was going to end in close combat, the archer put their bow in their personal space and summoned 2 thin swords. While Nero was only 20 feet away, they dropped into a combat stance and prepared to meet his charge. Nero had no intention of fighting with someone who could probably kick his ass, so he did what he always did. Without breaking stride, Nero stamped an iron spike spell form, while also carving a small lightning bolt form. Then, he slowed to a walk before he got too close. The archer saw him approach, panting after the chase. They took a few steps forward and brandished their weapons. When they were only a few paces from Nero, they stopped. Nero heard the archer, which turned out to be a woman, say, "Well, it seems that you were Nero fired the iron spike he had prepped. He wasn't surprised to see them dodge to the side, gracefully avoiding the spike. But while they were in the air, committed to moving to their right, Nero fired his lightning bolt. Before she could even finish her dodge, his spell ripped through her essence field and slammed into her chest. Nero didn't waste any time and started stamping more iron spikes. The archer had taken the spell in her chest, but survived. She rolled to her feet and started to say, "That," but she was interrupted by an iron spike to the face. Before she even hit the ground, Nero had hit her twice more. Looking calmly at the body only 10 feet away, Nero slowly walked up. He mentally checked to make sure the archer was really dead. Happy with what he found, he took a moment to enjoy his victory. Then the thought of his companions lying dead back at the camp doused his enthusiasm. Turning on his heel, Nero left the archer's body and sprinted back toward the camp. He wasn't an idiot, and he had made sure he hadn't gotten lost. In fact, the trail he had ripped open during the chase was easy to follow. Only a minute or two later, he broke through the trees and saw what was left of the camp. The entire fight had taken maybe 5 minutes, and he was confident that he had made it back in time. But before he could start bringing back the dead, he had to deal with the swordsman who had propped himself up against a tree. Nero could see the man was currently applying a tourniquet to his legs. The man looked up from behind his black mask, and Nero stared at him with an evil smile. "Well, what am I going to do with you?" he wondered. Chapter 96. Bring out your dead! Vera Salvatore Verena was not happy. She didn't appreciate having to deal with problems in person. It had taken years, but she had cultivated agents that should have been capable of handling things like this. She walked quickly through the hall, her 2 armed bodyguards walking a step behind her. Vera didn't bother to glance at the bureaucrats clinging to the walls, looking on in fear. As a group, she and her bodyguards were sufficiently intimidating, and everyone had cleared the way without issue. Seeing her destination, she waved her hand while using her authority to override the door lock. The 2 tall doors swung open, and she stalked into the conference room. She locked eyes with the man at the head of the table, and was pleased to see his anger openly displayed. An angry enemy made mistakes. Stopping at the foot of the table, she said, "Why haven't the warehouses been transferred? Is it a matter of incompetence? Or is it sabotage?" The man at the head of the table was the director of Bevan Industries, Lord Clifton. Through his late father, his family was a branch house of House Bevan, and he had served House Bevan for over 40 years. That was until 2 days ago, when House Walker had purchased Bevan Industries. But Vera's spies believed his loyalties were still with his former masters. Lord Clifton's eyes were hard as he stared at House Walker's proxy. He said, "It will take time to accurately assess the inventory. Until the audit is completed, the warehouses still belong to House Bevan." Vera smiled cruelly and said, "House Walker has purchased them. The contents were included in the price. You, as the director of operations, were given copies of the sale. For you to sit in that chair and defend the interests of another house is more than enough evidence to demand a hearing in front of the Economics Disciplinary Board. Are you stalling so your agents can continue emptying the warehouses of valuables?" Lord Clifton shot to his feet and slammed his hands on the table. He shouted, "How dare you! Do you have any idea how long I've been in this chair? I am the director of Bevan Industries, and I will run it for House Walker with the same professionalism that I gave to House Bevan for the past 50 years. Everything is proceeding within the confines of the law, and you would do well to watch your words. I may take insult at your allegations." His voice carried a warning and threat as he finished. Vera's cold eyes met his, and she replied, "Considering you have only been in that chair for 47 years, I'll make my own determination as to your competence. Clearly, your attention to detail is lacking. You are obviously stalling the transfer of ownership, and I don't think you have the intelligence to plan this on your own. Who are you working for? Lord Bevan is already running, so who holds your leash now?" Furious, Lord Clifton shouted, "That's it! I demand satisfaction. I formally declare a challenge on the grounds of your slander. After I beat you, I want a formal apology from you, along with one from House Walker." He was pointing his finger across the table, nearly foaming at the mouth in anger. The very thought that some commoner would be spouting lies in his presence was too much for him to stomach. He would show her that he wasn't the kind of man who would be pushed around. Vera smiled evilly and said, "1 hour at Arena 3. I already have the location booked. As the recipient of the challenge, I set the conditions. I demand a duel to soul death. If you win, House Walker will offer a formal apology, and you'll receive my death tithe. But when I kill you, your house belongs to me. As the wife of a trial initiate, I declare this a house challenge." Lord Clifton froze in place. What kind of madwoman would demand a duel to soul death? And hadn't her husband left House Salvatore? When had he started the trials? What the hell was going on? Vera watched Lord Clifton's face slip from anger into confusion, and then into panic. She smiled widely, then said, 1 hour at Arena 3. I'll be waiting. She turned on her heel and walked off into the hallway, closing the doors after herself with a wave of her hand. Her silent bodyguards followed along, staring down anyone who looked at them. When they finally got back into their carriage, one of the bodyguards asked, "I don't understand. You know that he was planning to hide assets through the paperwork transfer. He was siphoning employment contracts and loan payments. I was there when your agents reported their findings. They didn't say anything about the warehouses. How did you know about them? Vera just glanced at her bodyguard and said, Lord Clifton didn't do anything illegal with the warehouses. They were all transferred without issue. His anger was completely justified. The other bodyguard said, So then why accuse him of something you know he didn't do? Why not accuse him of what he is actually guilty of doing? Vera responded happily. Because I'm sure he had a plan for that. He could tie us up in legal proceedings for weeks. Who knows how much damage he could do while we fought for control of the company? Or he might have some other counter that I'm not aware of. It is never a good idea to attack an opponent directly. This way, I could accuse him of something he could feel righteous defending against. It caused him to force a confrontation. Now I can remove him quickly, then get back to work. So, instead of having to waste weeks at the Tower of Law, sitting through tribunals, all the while suffering losses as Lord Clifton dismantles the company from within, this way, I'll just kill him and take over his house. The contracts he stole will return to my control, and I'll even get paid for the privilege of ending the threat to my business. In short, he crossed me, so I'll take everything from him. The bodyguards shared a look. Then one quietly said, Damn, boss, that's brutal. Vera smiled, then looked out the window of the cab and said, No, that's politics. Nero didn't want to kill the swordsman in cold blood. Besides, he needed the man to rat out who hired him. But he had to make sure the man was really out of the fight. As Nero walked up, the man shakily said, I surrender. You don't have to kill me. Nero could hear the fear in the man's voice. But, in a world with healing magic, Nero was wary of a trap. He asked, Why haven't you healed yourself? The swordsman was adjusting one of the tourniquets on his legs and replied icily, Your constructs are still in my legs. Was it really necessary to make them so hard to dismiss? And aren't you supposed to be a fresh level 10? How did you do that? Nero didn't answer. He just kept walking forward. When he was within 5 feet of the man, he felt the resonance between the little balls of metal he had summoned and his psychic field. The little balls really were still around. I might have gone a little overboard there, he thought. But Nero knew he didn't have time for this right now. He had people that were waiting for resuscitation. Staring down at the man, Nero had an idea. If the swordsman couldn't even figure out how to dismiss the constructs in his legs, he probably wasn't very talented with magic. So, Nero pulled his sword and coated it with his center, turning it into an essence blade. The man's face was hidden behind his mask, but Nero could tell he was just waiting for Nero to get closer. It wasn't difficult to coat the blade in air and heat essence, making small blue flames dance along the steel. Smiling as cruelly as he could, Nero said, I've just spelled this blade with an explosive charge. If you follow my instructions, you'll live. But if you pull this blade from the tree, you'll die. The man cocked his head to the side and replied, What are you talking about? Nero stalked forward and raised the fire-coated sword. Although the man seemed ready to fight, Nero said, Don't move. This will hurt, and you don't want me to miss. The man still seemed confused, and Nero took advantage of his hesitation. Lunging forward, he slammed his sword forward into the man's shoulder, pinning him to the tree. The man screamed in pain, and Nero hopped back out of reach. Nero said, Like I said, if you remove that sword, you die. Just sit there and try not to move. I'll get back to you in a minute. Giving the man one last look, Nero decided that the man bought his bluff. Turning around, he jogged over to Nick's body. Looking down, he could see the construct that killed Nick had dissipated, and the massive hole it left was leaking blood and internal organs. Nero held back a retch and raised his hand to his mouth in horror. The damage was worse than he had feared. Dropping to his knees, Nero went to work. First, he had to fix the body, so that Nick's soul had somewhere to return to. Then he could cast the resuscitation spell and hope that Nick's soul tether was still intact. Firming his resolve, Nero cast the internal healing spell form. He was careful to not waste any more center than was necessary, as he didn't know how much it would take to bring Nick back. It took almost 2 minutes before he was able to switch over to the standard healing spell in order to rebuild Nick's muscles and skin. The spells were familiar, and it was actually easier to fix a body that wasn't alive. Nero tried not to think about Nick's absent essence field. Mentally looking over the body with his spells, he decided that it was time to see if his friend was still hanging around. Nero pulled out the book on healing he had in his personal space. He quickly flipped to the chapter covering the resuscitation spell form. Kneeling next to Nick's body, Nero stared at the spell which could bring back the dead. Banishing any doubt, he carefully carved the spell form. When the spell completed, he felt part of his mind launch into Nick's body. It was similar to the healing spells, but it wasn't targeting flesh. Instead of seeing the internal injuries, he saw an empty space. Nero had read about this. He needed to find the tether which led to Nick's soul. Looking around, Nero started to panic. The tether was supposed to be obvious, but he couldn't see it. Fearing he was too late, he closed his eyes and focused. Delving deeper, Nero reached into Nick's empty soul space, grasping blindly. There, he thought. Nero saw a small, foggy tendril leading off into the dark void. He knew he had to be careful. If he grabbed too hard, he could rip it apart and ensure Nick's soul death. Delicately, he took hold of the tether, then funneled his center into the spell form. The spell pulled essence from the surroundings, and everything rushed into the tether. Nero watched the foggy tendril solidify, then start growing. Smiling, Nero increased the flow. When the tendril reached critical mass, it collapsed. As it shrank, Nero could feel the soul space filling with Nick's soul. The feeling of his friend was omnipresent. Then Nero was ejected like a bullet casing. Nero fell back, his head ringing. Did it work? He wondered. Coming back to his senses, Nero blinked away the confusion. He sat back up and looked over at Nick's body. Like a zombie movie, Nick shot into a sitting position and started hacking. Nero scrambled closer and started patting his friend on the back. Nick tried talking through his coughs. What the hell just happened? Did I just fucking die? He was patting his chest, feeling the giant hole in his robes. Nick was covered in blood and was still as pale as a corpse. Nero didn't have time to coddle the old man and simply said, "Yep, but you're better now. I have other people to bring back, so take a minute. Then tell me if I did it right." Nick looked up at Nero and said, "Huh? What do you mean? Do what right? What are you talking about?" Nero shook his head, then patted Nick on the back one more time. He stood up and said, "Just take a minute. I'll be back soon. And don't go near my prisoner." Stomping off, Nero went to repeat his performance with Kathleen. The sergeant could wait. Hopefully, he'd get to the man in time. Completely confused, Nick watched Nero walk off. He glanced over and saw some dead bodies. Then he saw the swordsman with ruined legs propped up against a tree. Performing a double take, he noticed the sword pinning the man to the tree. What in the hells is going on? He wondered. The last thing Nick remembered was sitting down for lunch. Then there was some pain, then blackness. At the memory of the void, Nick started shivering. That was death. He had died. No matter how many books he had read about the subject, the actual void was something he wasn't prepared to face. He never wanted to experience that again. Nick reached into his personal space and felt around for his custom flask of iced tea. When he found it, he summoned it and immediately started drinking. The cool tea washed the blood from his mouth. Looking down, he examined his ruined robes and tried to figure out what had killed him. From the looks of it, he must have been skewered by an incredibly large spike of some kind. He idly wondered how it managed to penetrate his defenses without any warning. While he ruminated, he heard some coughing. Then he heard Nero shout, "Wait! It's me! God damn it, woman! Maybe next time I'll just leave you dead." Nick looked over to see Nero sitting on his ass while pulling out a knife from his chest. Kathleen was hacking up some blood while trying to stand. Nick started chuckling. She must have reacted to being brought back by stabbing Nero. That woman is one of a kind, he thought. Nick watched as Nero tossed aside the unnecessarily large knife, then nonchalantly stamped a healing spell form into existence. Shocked, Nick watched Nero heal himself as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Is he really that good at healing? He wondered. Looking over at Kathleen, he watched her stretch. She quickly went through some basic moves, checking her mobility. Nick realized that she had provided Nero plenty of practice, and he shouldn't be surprised at Nero's odd familiarity with healing magic. Kathleen looked around, then picked up her spear, which had been laying next to her body. She looked around, offered Nick a nod, then narrowed her eyes at the swordsman stuck to the tree. "Why is that one still alive?" she asked. Nero had finished healing himself and stood up. Planting his hands on his hips, he said, "That's the first thing you say? I bring your ungrateful ass back from the dead, and the first thing you do is stab me. Then you have the audacity to question my actions with the first words out of your mouth? How about you go sit next to Nick and shut up for a minute? I still have to bring back the moron who walked us into a trap." Stomping over, Nero started working on Sergeant Wesker. Kathleen kept her eyes on the swordsman, but walked over to Nick. He was still sitting on his ass, drinking his tea. While keeping her eyes on the subdued assassin, she whispered, "What's the situation?" Nick looked up at the crazy woman and said, "The situation? I'm thinking it's pretty obvious that we were ambushed somehow. I have no idea what happened, but Nero seems to have won somehow. Now he's resuscitating us. I'm guessing that once he's done with Wesker, he'll probably start questioning the prisoner that he's somehow stuck to a tree. That's the situation." Kathleen finally looked down at him. She gave him a stare that would stop water from melting. She said, "Are there any remaining threats? Is our misdirection ward still up? Where is Rose's body? Was she involved in the ambush? How about you put that big brain of yours to work and start filling in the blanks? Or you could just sit there and let a kid who awakened a few weeks ago do everything for you." Nick grimaced, but forced himself to stand up. Both he and Kathleen turned to see Nero patting a coughing Sergeant Wesker on his back. Nero said something to Man, then gave him a final pat on the shoulder. Then he stood up, stretched his back like he had just finished a task which had been a pain in the ass. The young man's shoulders slumped, and he walked over to Nick and Kathleen. Nero looked at his two companions and said, "Look, I've got like 20% of my center left. I feel like shit. You two are in charge." Lowering his voice, he continued, "I told the sword guy that the sword I used to staple him to the tree was spelled with an explosive charge. If he tries to remove it, it would blow up. I need to rest, so you guys do whatever you think is best." Turning away, Nero went to lay down next to the small fire Nick had started. It was still burning merrily, as the entire encounter had only started around 15 minutes ago. Nero laid down and tried to put everything out of his mind. Everything hurt, and he just wanted to nap. But instead of getting the rest he believed he so richly deserved, he heard the sergeant shout, "Where in the hells is my direction finder?" Nero's eyes shot open, and he stared up into the canopy. "And now we're lost. I should have seen that coming. I really should have stayed in Dorchester and started my t-shirt company, he thought sourly. Chapter 97. Interrogations are formulaic. The sound of the incoming arrow caused Rose's eyes to snap up from her soup bowl. She looked up just in time to see Ms. Averett's forehead sprout an arrow. As the woman's body collapsed, Rose was already moving. She had been trained for situations just like this. Her former teacher, Ulrich, had put her through surprise drills many times. At first, she thought the man was a sadist, but over time she had grown to appreciate his diligence. His words, "Be ready for the situation to change at any time," had become a core tenet of her life philosophy. A moment ago she was enjoying lunch, but now she was running for her life. Instead of doing anything fancy, she just raced for the trees. Running away would just expose her back and make the archer's job easier. And anyone who could kill Ms. Averett with one shot wasn't someone she wanted to run toward. So she made sure to run perpendicular to the archer's position, while doing her best to keep low. She felt a few arrows fly near her, but didn't pause or look back. She knew how to reduce the likelihood of being hit. Move fast, be decisive, and head directly to safety. In less than a handful of seconds, she was into the trees and hiding among the bushes. Crawling, she moved around the campsite. She knew she needed information on what was happening. Peeking out from under some foliage, she saw Sergeant Wesker fall forward, seemingly killed by an invisible assassin. Frozen in fear, her eyes darted around, looking for anything out of place. She knew the best way to shatter an illusion was to find the flaws. She saw Lord Walker attempt to fight back. Rose had to admit the little lord could take some serious punishment. She winced as she watched him take an arrow to the chest. He then tried to hide behind that ridiculous shield he always used. The fight seemed to pause. Then, without warning, she saw the little lord fire that pebble spell he always used. Her eyes widened as she saw a man dressed in black suddenly appear. The spell had turned the man's legs into ground chuck. Choking back some vomit, she watched the man crawl away. Moments later, the little lord emerged from behind his shield, charging toward the tree line. Rose was shocked, as the moron nearly ran straight toward the archer. She wondered what he was trying to accomplish. As expected, the archer punished him for his stupidity, and then she saw the mage appear. As the fight progressed, she couldn't help but be impressed with how the little lord kept getting back up. She had known he was crazy, but watching him face certain death with a look of annoyance on his face was terrifying. Somehow the little lord killed the mage. He actually sent one of those spike spells into the man's face. Rose gasped in shock at the brutality. But the insane little lord wasn't done. He shot to his feet and raced off into the forest. She watched in awe as the forest seemed to rip itself apart to get out of his way. All of the sounds of combat died down as the conflict moved farther and farther away. Her heart was racing, but she remained hidden. She could still hear the man with the ruined legs crawling across the forest floor. It was at that moment a thought occurred to Rose. This must be another attempt on the little lord's life. Now that the danger had temporarily passed, her brain had started working again. Questions started popping into her head. How many assassins were out there? What were their orders? Would they care about a witness? How the hell was she going to get out of here? Looking over her shoulder, she saw the forest looming. Although she could probably follow the path they had made getting to where they are, it would be better if she avoided any obvious trails. Her eyes snapped back to the campsite and quickly found the sergeant's body. As a plan started to take shape, she unconsciously smiled. If there was one thing she was good at, it was surviving. She hadn't let that noble nonsense kill her in Dorchester, and she wasn't going to stick around here and end up as collateral damage. As long as that crazy little shit bought her enough time, she had a chance. Firming her resolve, she raced for the sergeant's dead body. She needed a few things: her weapons, supplies, and most of all, that direction finder. Miro ignored everything going on around him and just focused on restoring his center. Instead of dropping into his soulscape, he used the technique Specialist Howard had taught him. The idea was simple. You just breathe in and out, while mentally working backward through your memories. It wasn't nearly as good as deep meditation, but it was much faster. The most difficult part was trying not to replay moments. The goal was to observe time in reverse. Specialist Howard said that it helped you pay attention to the details and improved retention of something. Nero couldn't remember the specifics, but he had paid close attention to the process. Nero had once heard the quote, "Details aren't nearly as important as results." He didn't remember who said it, and he was 90% sure that he was remembering it incorrectly, but refused to acknowledge the irony. Step by step, he worked through everything he had gone through, but in reverse. And as time passed, he felt himself becoming more centered. The muscle aches, along with joint pains, slowly vanished, and his thoughts seemed to clear. It was like a hangover recovery at super speed. Miro opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. He still felt some pains in his chest and stomach, and realized that he should probably deal with the patchwork healing job he had done. Checking on his companions, he saw Kathleen standing a few paces behind Nick and the sergeant, who were over by the swordsman. Next to them were two bodies, the archer and the mage. He was surprised they had bothered collecting the archer's body. Nero could hear them talking, but the crackling sound of the fire right next to him made his comprehension spotty. Since Nero didn't really care what they were talking about, he ignored them. Instead, he crawled over and leaned against one of the small logs they had been using as benches. He pulled out a canteen and took a long drink. The pain in his chest was getting annoying, and he bit back a groan. Carving his internal healing spell, he mentally dove into his body. Normally, he just located the damaged area, and then flooded it with whatever the spell provided. And while he had never half-assed a spell form during training, when he had been in combat, he had just spammed the spell without caring about the details. Now he was paying for it. It took him a few minutes, but he located the problems. The muscles had healed poorly, and the organs were misshapen. Everything was almost correct, but Nero wasn't about to go through the rest of his life with a flawed small intestine. With his eyes closed, he painstakingly repaired everything that looked weird. Using his psychic field, he ripped apart the damaged portions, then let the spell do its work. He had read that the spell used his optimal configuration for the pattern. There was a lot of technical babble, but Nero knew what they meant. His soul knew what his body should look like. Nero called it his spiritual DNA. This world knew about DNA and how biology worked. People here had even isolated the genes for different traits, like hair color and skin tone. Studies were done where they had manually changed those sections of a person's DNA with complicated machines. But in order to make the change permanent, it would require soul surgery. And the only time that was legal was for fixing developmental issues or chronic conditions. Luckily, changes to the soul required a person's consent or acceptance. A person had to let the surgeon into their soul, or it was nearly impossible for the surgeon to accomplish anything. While Nero's mind wandered, he methodically healed himself. When he finally ran out of things to fix, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Standing up, he did some stretches to check his work. Everything seemed in order, but he opened his identity to double-check. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 26%. Tier: 1. Condition: 98%. Age: 14. Center: 62%. Body, 3. Mind, 5. Soul, 2. Confluence, 10. Stars, 0. Pillars, 1/1. Well, it wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. Time and rest would probably fix whatever he missed. Nero closed his identity, then decided to head over to see what his companions were up to. He was still carrying his canteen, and his smile was wide and confident as he sauntered over to the group. As you got closer, the conversation they were having became easier to hear. Nick was standing with his arms crossed, looking very unhappy. He said, "I can track her. I've been training with her for the past week, so I've got a pretty good read on her essence signature. But is it really worth it? I think we should just head straight for Captain Angelton. He needs to know what happened here as soon as possible. I am more than capable of finding him through a simple scry, and I think Specialist Howard should be able to feel me reaching out if we get close enough. If we leave soon, I should be able to feel them a little after dark, if we manage to maintain the pace we have been keeping." Sergeant Wesker nodded, then replied, "I suppose that is probably the smart play. But it just feels wrong to leave Vikander on her own. The likelihood of her surviving without our help is nearly 0. Kathleen was maintaining watch, her eyes scanning the forest. But she still voiced her opinion without even looking at the 2 men. "She abandoned us, and we don't know for sure that she wasn't involved. Someone gave away our position, and considering the fact that we all were targeted, she is the most likely suspect." Nero listened with a smile. This entire world really needed to have some better entertainment. No one was capable of thinking like a villain. Anyone who had watched a spy movie, any spy movie, should have realized they had been set up. But just to be safe, Nero figured he should double-check with their prisoner. Walking around the group, Nero approached the swordsman. Someone had healed the man's legs. It was probably Nick, but they had left him still pinned to the tree by Nero's sword. At first, Nero was surprised to see the man still had his knives, but then he remembered personal spaces and figured out why they hadn't bothered to search him. He only managed 2 steps before he heard Nick ask, "Well, what do you think, Nero?" Nero turned to face his companions. They were all staring at him. Everyone looked so serious, and Nero felt a little annoyed at their tone. Scoffing, he asked, "Not even a thank you? Or how about, 'I'm so glad you are so amazing. If it weren't for you being an unkillable badass, then I'd be dead. If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know immediately. I owe you my life.' But I'd settle for a thank you." His rant was met with shocked faces from Nick and the sergeant, but Kathleen just smirked. She said, "Unkillable badass, huh? I'm pretty sure I've put you down enough times for you to be an honorary dead man. I'd keep that pride in check, little lord. It will get you killed." Nero looked at the woman fondly, his smile full of warmth, and said, "If I hadn't pulled an arrow out of your skull a few hours ago, that might have been intimidating. But now, I just find your insults adorable. I'm so glad that you are the way you are." Nick angrily interrupted their bickering. "We don't have time for this. We need to decide what we're going to do. Don't you realize how screwed we are?" he asked in a voice tinged with panic. Nero replied, "Calm down. We're not screwed at all. I heard you can track Rose. She obviously took the direction finder because she thought everyone was dead. I doubt she was involved. She's probably running for her life. But even if we can't find her, we can still locate Dorchester. That's where we have to go anyway." Sergeant Wesker spoke up. "No, we need to head to the captain. He'll have a camp set up by now, along with the communication crystal. And if there are more assassins out here, he'll need to know about them as soon as possible." Nero shrugged as if Wester's opinion barely mattered, and then pointed at the swordsman. The man was still wearing his black mask and sitting in silence. "What did my prisoner have to say?" asked Nero. Nick replied, "Nothing. When I wasn't able to resuscitate his companions, he went silent." Nero turned to the man and smiled. Taking a few steps forward, he looked down at the man. Crouching down, Nero gave the man's masked face a hard stare and said, "You're going to start talking right now, or you are going to be helping me answer some questions about how the human body reacts to several of the obscure spells I've read about. You understand what I'm telling you?" The man squirmed and said, "You can't do that. That's illegal." Nero raised an eyebrow and replied, "You just tried to kill us. More importantly, you tried to kill me. You think I give a fuck about the laws inside Dorchester right now? We're in the wilds. As long as I leave your body for the monsters, who's to know?" The man started looking over Nero's shoulder, trying to see if anyone would speak up in his defense. Nero just kept the smile on his face and let the tension build. "This is just like a movie. It's too bad I don't have a table full of knives or something, or the fantasy equivalent of a car battery with jumper cables," he thought. After letting the swordsman stew for a few seconds, Nero hardened his tone and asked, "How did you know where we were?" The man seemed to be debating whether or not to answer. Nero stood up and walked closer. The man froze, and Nero leaned over to stare directly into the mask. He'd seen plenty of cop shows, and the first thing he had to do was strip the man of his dignity before he'd break. Reaching out quickly, Nero grabbed the man's face, slamming his head into the tree trunk. Then Nero ripped the mask off his head and stared into the man's eyes. Nero's cold stare burrowed into the man. "I'm going to ask you just one more time. How did you know where we were?" The man's face twisted between panic and terror. His eyes were darting around, looking for help, but Nero reached out and grabbed the man by his chin and forced him to look into his eyes. Stuttering, the man said through squished cheeks, "We were given your route, along with a communication crystal which connected to a mage who was scrying you. We knew where the probable campsites were, and we just had to wait for you to come to us. Jerry took care of your misdirection ward." Nero pushed the man's head back into the tree, then took a step back to stare down at him. Now that the man had cracked, he had to develop a rapport with him. Without a partner, he'd have to be both the bad cop and the good cop. Internally, he thanked the many hours of Brooklyn 99 he had watched. The key was to act like a bipolar best friend. It was imperative that the man stay off balance. He crossed his arms and asked gently, "Listen, man, you don't have to die. Let's start with something simple. What's your name?" The man's face fell, and he muttered, "Mike. My name's Mike. I'm so sorry. We never should have taken this job." Then the man started crying. Nero watched, surprised to see a grown man sobbing. Holy shit, that actually worked? The guy didn't even ask for a lawyer. "I'm really good at this," he thought with pride. "It's okay. You can tell me." Sergeant Wesker was not a happy man. This situation was totally unacceptable. His team had been systematically destroyed, and he had been completely outmatched. Never in all his years had he been so thoroughly humiliated. The enemy's plan had been perfect, and if it weren't for Walker of all people, his entire team would be dead. Yes, this entire situation was completely unacceptable. Arms crossed in repressed anger, he watched as the little lord emotionally broke the assassin. With a grimace on his face, he forced himself to keep silent. Torture was grim work, but sometimes it was necessary, and it seemed the little lord had no issues getting his hands dirty. Glancing at the sword nailing the assassin to the tree, he thought, "That crazy little bastard stabbed the man into a tree, destroyed his legs, and left him to bleed out. Am I really just going to stand here and watch what he does next? Surprisingly, the assassin answered the little lord's questions without him having to do anything. As the team's leader, he had been given the most detailed information the army had on everyone he would be leading. So he knew all about Nero's mind imprint from a previous life. The report didn't have much detail, but Wesker could read between the lines. The general had been scrying on the young man. Although it was technically illegal, the safety of Dorchester was paramount. Wesker assumed the general justified the spying as an investigation into a potential threat. It hadn't felt right at the time, but now the sergeant couldn't help but think the old man had been onto something. The sergeant couldn't help but wonder if the little lord had been trained in interrogation during his past life. What else could explain the young man's flawless performance? Wesker observed the little lord threaten and comfort the man in equal measure. The longer they talked, the more the man seemed to give up. Sergeant Wesker couldn't help but ponder the implications as the little lord bent the assassin to his will. Nero hadn't removed his sword from Mike, and the man was still pinned to the tree. But Nero had given the man a canteen filled with water, along with a ration bar. He had taken a seat on the ground right in front of him and sat cross-legged as if he were completely at ease. Mike was cooperating. Nero's actions made him feel like he didn't even have a choice. It was as if Nero knew Mike was out of options. Nero's face was calm and carried some sympathy as he said, "So it was really all Heather's idea. I understand what you're saying, Mike, and I can see that you didn't have much choice. But you know that I need to find out who her contact was. Without that, I'm not sure how much I can help you." Mike stared at the young lord, his face filled with hope. Quietly, he asked, "You'll really try to intercede on my behalf? Why would you do that?" Nero smiled gently and said, "Look, Mike, it's not like any of this was personal. You didn't want to kill me. You were just doing a job. The nail shouldn't be blamed for the actions of the hammer. But without knowing who hired you, there isn't anything I can do to protect you from them. They won't want loose ends. The moment we get to Dorchester, you'll be quietly eliminated. I can't protect you if I don't know who to protect you from." Mike nodded and absently took a sip from the canteen with his good arm. He matched stares with Nero and said, "If I tell you what I know, I want your word that you will protect me." Nero wasn't sure if there was some kind of law or something that dealt with a noble's word, so he wasn't about to promise anything. His eyes lost their kindness, and he replied, "Let me be clear, Mike. You'll tell me what I want to know, or I'll remove your feet and leave you to the tender mercies of the wilds. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness." Mike shivered at Nero's threat and said, "All right, there's no need for that. I'll tell you everything I know about Heather's contact. Just, please help me." Nero's sympathetic smile returned. "Of course, Mike. You help me, and I'll see what I can do. Now, tell me about the contact," he said. Kathleen was still watching the forest, but Nero knew she was close enough to hear everything they were saying. Meanwhile, Nero could feel Nick and Wesker standing next to each other to the side, intently watching him interrogate the assassin. Mike dropped his head in defeat and said, "Heather met the man years ago. Since then, we've done work for him occasionally. Normally, it was finding out information or spreading the rumors he needed people talking about. He always paid well, and he was a great connection to have. He has contacts in the army, the guard, the hunters, and even business connections. Through him, she got us discounts on gear, and we always found out what was happening before anyone else." Nero's voice was soft. He made sure not to push too hard as he said, "I need a name, Mike. You know this has gone too far. He won't stick his neck out for you. You're a liability now. All of those contacts that he has, they're now going to be coming for you. Tell me who he is." Slumped in defeat and stapled to a tree, Mike whispered, "I'm guessing his son won't let me slip away." "You're right. It would just be easier to kill me. I'm a dead man." Nero was getting frustrated, but he forced himself to keep calm. "I'm a new noble, Mike. That means I have royal backing. If you are under my protection, no one can touch you. But I need to know who it is I'm up against." Mike whispered, "Blackwood. It's Lord Blackwood. He's the one who hired us. I don't know the details, but Heather said he needed you killed in a way that couldn't be traced back to him. He provided the plan and the support. We were supposed to report to his son at your main camp if we ran into any issues. We're hunters, so us being out here shouldn't have been suspicious. But if there were no problems, we'd just quietly return to Dorchester. We were going to dump your bodies into a proto-dungeon a few units from here. There wouldn't be anything to find. Ideally, no one would even know we were out here at all." Sergeant Wesker broke the quiet atmosphere. "Gods damn it! This is not good. Lord Blackwood is a consort to the City Lord. Everyone knows that. This is going to be a shitstorm," he angrily hissed. Nero leaned back onto his hands, but kept his eyes on his prisoner. Questions were racing through his mind. Was the City Lord behind this? Why? Could this be someone else framing the City Lord? Maybe he did it on his own, like that idiot son of hers. Then Nero remembered the sergeant who had once given him a tour of the army compound in Gate 7. The man had been avoiding Nero during training, and now Nero knew why. He was surprised at how betrayed he felt. Even though he didn't know the man well, he had gotten along with him. Nero remembered the man's laugh, and he could picture the man's easygoing smile. This is some real medieval betrayal. Princes and consorts plotting the demise of their political enemies. Friends turned into enemies based on their familial ties. If this were happening to someone else, I'd totally watch this show, he thought grimly. Nick spoke up. The Blackwoods are a large family. They have several branch houses and are practically an institution in Dorchester. It doesn't make sense for Lord Blackwood to be personally involved. If he wanted you dead, he'd have someone from the lower families arrange it. This is probably the work of an imposter. Mike looked up and said, I don't know what else to tell you. As far as I knew, Heather was talking to him directly, but I only have her word on that. She could have been lying, or she was deceived. All I know for sure is that whoever her contact was, he was powerful. Once, Heather had been arrested by the guards for a bar fight where she killed someone. It had only taken a ping for her to have a representative from the Tower of Law petitioning for her immediate release. After that, none of us questioned what she told us. Sergeant Wesker said, There isn't a noble in Dorchester who could manipulate the law like that. Nero snorted, then looked over his shoulder at the sergeant and said, I doubt they did anything illegal. All it would take is an expedited trial and some careful presentation of the evidence. She probably was let off on the grounds of self-defense or something. Lawyers don't have to break the law to manipulate it. Nero returned his attention to Mike, who looked like he had given up all hope. Even though Nero felt bad for the guy, there probably wasn't much he could do to help him. Their only chance was to get the man into protective custody, or whatever the Dorchester equivalent was. After a few seconds of silence, Nero stood up and took a few steps away from the prisoner. He made sure to keep an eye on the assassin and said, The way I see it, our options are limited. We know for a fact that someone gave our position away. They could be watching us right now. It is entirely possible that Mike is right, and this conspiracy goes all the way up to this Lord Blackwood guy. Taking that into account, we can't go to the camp with Captain Angelton. Sergeant Wesker gritted his teeth, holding back his anger. Trying to keep calm, he asked, Why not? The captain wouldn't be involved in this. Nero just returned a blank stare and said, His sergeant and close friend is named Blackwood. I've met the man, and he was part of the command party. Don't pretend you haven't considered the possibility that Captain Angelton was bought off. Nero watched the sergeant struggling to contain his rage at the possible betrayal. Continuing on, he said, "We need to find Rose. She is probably heading toward the camp. If she gets there before us, we have no idea how the captain and Sergeant Blackwood will react. Worst case scenario, they interrogate her and find out that I might still be alive. If they are complicit, they'll start hunting us. Who knows how many people from the recruits are with them. So, first order of business is getting to Rose before she makes it to them." Nick said, "It's worse than that, Nero. If we're really being tracked by mages, then they could have already told their agents that you were alive. The camp could be coming for us as we speak. I think we should head directly for Dorchester. Rose will have to take care of herself." Nero gave his friend a complicated look, then replied, "You're right. But I don't want to let her walk into what could possibly be a trap. Not to mention that these woods are full of monsters and beasts that will have no problem ripping apart an archer who is not even level 10. Besides, we can't assume that everyone is involved. Paranoia isn't going to help us get through this. The best thing we can do is just deal with what we know. Our immediate issue is Rose, and we're going after her." Sergeant Wesker's voice was hard as he said, "I'm the team leader, and I'll be making the decisions. We need—" Nero interrupted harshly. "Like hell you will!" He was much shorter than the sergeant, but he stared up at the man with no hesitation in his eyes. Nero's voice was like steel as he said, "I may not be a full lord or whatever until I complete the trials, but I'll be in charge of my survival. Until I know better, the only people I trust are Kathleen and Nick. You could be involved, and only killed as a contingency. You might be feeling betrayed by your employer, or by the army, or just thinking about yourself." Taking a step forward, he stared the man down and continued, "I don't trust you. I will not be taking any orders from you. You will follow my lead, or the woman behind you will remove you from the equation." Sergeant Wesker froze as he remembered the terrifying woman who was currently watching his back. He suddenly realized that any semblance of control he had over the group was only there because the little lord in front of him had allowed it. Looking down at the insane young man, he said, "Very well. What are your orders?" Nero said decisively, "Everyone, pack up our gear. We're heading after Rose. Nick, you said you can track her, so find us a heading." Turning, Nero looked down at Mike, who was still attached to the tree. Striding forward, Nero grabbed hold of his sword, then yanked it out of the tree. Mike screamed in pain, then collapsed. Nero cast a simple healing spell and let it do its work. As Mike felt his shoulder heal, he heard the young man who had dismantled his entire team say, "Mike, you're coming with us. You now work for me. You will do as you're told, defend us with your life, and cause no trouble. I'll personally deliver you to the Tower of Law so you can make a statement. Right now, I'm your only chance of getting out of this alive. Do you have any objections?" Holding his shoulder, Mike looked up at the stern-faced young noble and said, "No, my lord. I'll do whatever you say." Nero ran his center along his blade, cleaning off the blood. Giving it a quick look, confirming it was now clean, he then returned it to his scabbard. Turning around, he saw his companions bundling up their supplies, but he couldn't help but notice Kathleen was still keeping an eye on the forest. Nero stood in contemplation, watching Mike go and collect his weapons, while doing his best to avoid looking at his dead friends. Deciding that he better get it over with, Nero looked up into the sky and said, "I don't know how many of you are watching. You might be from the Mage Tower with Jennings, or some asshole who is paid to track us. But you better pray to whatever gods you believe in, because if you think you're going to live through this, you're delusional. I'm coming for you, so you better start running." Nero huffed in anger, then went to collect his things. After taking 2 steps, he paused, then looked back at the sky. And Jennings, if you're watching, I know you must have known about this. You're the kind of asshole who would watch this happen like it was some kind of experiment. If you don't have the mage who's been tracking us in custody before I get back to Dorchester, I'm going to start a weekly broadcast on Dorchester's hub. It will cover topics including how to annoy your bosses, why mages aren't that special, and why essence shields are only described as a film by idiots. Don't test me, old man. Nero nodded to himself, as if his threat was enough to ensure Jennings' cooperation. He then went to get his gear together. Well, I wanted an adventure. Now I have to rescue a runaway girl, while making my way through a monster-infested forest, with a man who tried to kill me, a possible traitor, and my magic teacher. And all I have to rely on is a warrior woman who has spent the last week teaching me how to die well. What could go wrong? He thought wryly. Chapter 99. Reunited with my thorny Rose. Rose was in her element. Even though the situation was dire, she had missed this. She had always loved the wilds. It was where she felt at home. The sounds of the forest wrapped around her like a blanket. Like a ghost, she moved along the forest floor in a crouch, alert for any threat. She felt the ambience change, and her surroundings seemed to quiet. Pausing, she quickly found a bush to hide under. Like a rabbit, she scurried to safety. Her heart was steady, and she waited patiently to see what had disturbed the forest. Lumbering into view, a large, bear-like monster shuffled through the trees. Its snout was in the air, seemingly searching for something. Rose realized that it must have caught her scent. Delicately, she set down her pack. Her eyes never left the hulking monster. Skillfully, she drew an arrow and prepared herself for combat. If the monster had her scent, then any chance of avoiding a fight was already gone. Patiently, she watched the monster approach. Ensconced in a shrubbery, she waited. Her heart pumped steadily, and sweat pooled on her lower back. As a hunter, she knew how to pick her shots. She didn't move a muscle, and her breath was so quiet that she could be confused for part of the landscape. Rose loved this feeling. Her enemy looked right at her, but couldn't see her. She was the one in control of the situation. Slowly, she raised her bow. Every movement was smooth. The sound of her bowstring stretching forced her to pause. The monster's head whipped around, once again staring at her hiding spot. Its snout bared in a silent snarl. Hungry eyes searched for its prey. Calmly, she connected to the arrow like she had been taught. She felt the arrow and became one with it. The process was familiar and comforting. Now, she thought, and released her arrow. It flew true and planted itself in the towering beast's eye. The monster reeled back in pain, and its roar ripped through the forest. There was agony in its call, and Rose's heart leapt at the successful strike. Rather than reposition, she just drew another arrow and waited for the monster to offer its other eye. Seconds passed as the giant monster stumbled around. It used its front paws to break off the arrow, leaving a wrecked and bleeding eye socket. Rose's smirk grew into a smile. Her eyes were sparkling with joy. She was the predator, and her prey was panicking. Seeing an opening, she fired another arrow. Once again, a roar of pain shook the forest, and her prey was blinded. Springing to her feet, she clipped her bow to her baldric, then threw it over her shoulder. Feeling it rest comfortably next to her quiver, she drew her short sword with her right as her left pulled a knife from a scabbard on her chest. While becoming one with her blades, she moved quickly and circled the monster. She approached carefully, as the large beast was flailing around in pain. It was slamming into trees, destroying whatever it happened to run into. Blinded and enraged, it was a terrifying sight. Yet, for Rose, it was a wounded animal that she would soon put out of its misery. Like a viper, she struck out at its legs. The monster's shoulders were taller than her, and she had no issue finding its joints. Soon the beast was hobbled. Its roars of pain had transitioned into guttural whines. Its flanks were covered in wounds, and it was unable to stand. Rose didn't hesitate, and with a running leap, she ascended the mountain of muscle. Perched on its back, she ran up to its neck. Her steps were so light, the monster didn't even realize the danger it was in. Sheathing her knife, she took up a two-handed grip on her short sword. She raised the sword high, then slammed it into the monster's neck, just below its head. She held tight as the beast thrashed around in pain. Her blade sawed back and forth, and the blood poured over her hands. Seconds passed, and the hulking monster came to a stop. Rose was crouched on the beast, patiently waiting to see if the fight was really over. The silence of her surroundings made a sharp contrast to the previous cacophony. Covered in blood, she stood up while wrenching her sword free. Standing on the beasts, she looked around carefully. Rose knew better than to let her guard down. Killing one monster didn't make the forest any safer. Her eyes snapped toward a sound in the distance. Something was coming, and it was moving fast. She looked around and saw that she was high enough to reach the lower branches. Quickly sheathing her sword, she didn't even have time to remove the blood. With a small jump, she took hold of the closest branch. Like a squirrel, she climbed higher, trying to find a comfortable perch. When she found a suitable place, she unclipped her bow and got ready. She could hear feet stamping, along with the familiar sounds of armor. Whoever was coming, they were armed. Taking a deep breath, she drew an arrow and prepared. They would not find her easy prey. She was a hunter. Nero was getting annoyed. Their group was moving quickly through the forest. Rose had a few hours' lead, and Kathleen was determined to close the distance quickly. Everyone seemed to share Nick's opinion of how terribly screwed they were. A great deal of Nero's irritation was due to the fact that the man wouldn't shut up about it. When they'd first left to find Rose, Nero had contacted Nick over a private connection. When Nero had told Nick his plan, the man had been skeptical. But after some convincing, he agreed to play along. Nero couldn't help but regret the fact that Nick was such a surprisingly good actor. He really played the victim well. As they moved through the forest, Nick hissed, "All I'm saying is that you're not thinking this through. If there are really mages tracking us, there isn't anything we can do. I'm not skilled enough in essence diffusion to hide us. There could be multiple teams hunting us as we speak. And if Captain Angelton is involved..." From the front of the group, Sergeant Wesker nearly shouted, "The captain is a good man. He wouldn't be involved in something like this. I'd recommend you watch your mouth, mage." Nero sighed, but didn't get involved. He needed the sergeant to be preoccupied. So Nick had made sure to continually needle the man. The two of them had been repeating this fight for the last hour. Nick would slowly complain, working himself into a lather. Then the sergeant would lose it. As expected, Nick's apology quickly followed. Nick held up his hands and said, "I'm not saying that the captain is involved. I'm just stating a hypothetical. I'm sure you're right. The captain is a professional. His service record is impeccable, and I didn't mean to imply anything." The group proceeded forward, following Rose's trail. Occasionally, Nick would direct them to alter course. He was the only one who could follow Rose's essence trail. Nero had tried, but he didn't have anything with her signature to use as a reference. Nick had tried to explain, but they hadn't gotten far, and Nero was in no mood for a lecture. Nero tried to ignore Nick's grumbling. While keeping watch on his side of the forest, Nero's mind tried to piece together what he knew. He hated this. There were too many possibilities. All he knew for sure was that someone with connections had hired a group of people to kill him. Everything else was just conjecture. He couldn't trust the assassin. And the worst part was that he could be under surveillance right now, so he couldn't even think out loud. As Nero's anger at the situation grew, he heard Kathleen say, "Halt! Nick, shut up for a second." The group came to a stop. Nero was breathing hard, but he tried to listen for what had spooked Kathleen. Like a meerkat looking around, she rose to her full height from a crouch. Nero watched her, trying to figure out what she was thinking. Her eyes were furrowed in concentration as her gaze panned around the forest. When she froze in place, Nero felt his breath catch. "What is she hearing?" he wondered. Crouching back down, she whispered, "There's a fight in the distance. I think someone is fighting one of those monsters we've been seeing." She pointed off into the forest with her spear and said, "It's coming from over there." Sergeant Wesker replied, "All right, let's see who's out there." Nero looked over at Mike and was happy to see the man looking nervously into the distance. It didn't seem like the man was expecting reinforcements. In fact, the man was perfectly happy being ignored. Nero had kept a psychic eye on Mike, and he had been getting better at recognizing the man's emotions. It was a lot like when he was using the link. Nero had found that if you let his psychic field mingle into someone's essence field, he could get a sense of what they were feeling. It was very muted, but still useful. He couldn't affect the essence within their bubble, but he could feel what they were doing with it, and how their psyche affected it. Nero likened it to reading someone's expressions, but psychically. Nero's center had almost recovered, and he was ready to see what he and his companions were capable of when they were prepared for combat. If there were enemies ahead, they were about to have a surprise. While the group moved quickly, Nero spread out his senses. He felt the animals running away from the conflict, and the sense of growing danger gave him goosebumps. 10 minutes later, they found the aftermath of the fight Kathleen had heard. Nero looked around and marveled at the destroyed landscape. Trees were destroyed, and the ground was torn up. He tightened his field, looking for anything out of the ordinary. The group spread out, Kathleen taking the middle as always. Wesker approached a large dead monster. It looked like it had died to 1,000 cuts. There were slashes all over its sides, and it was covered in blood. The sergeant looked over the corpse and said quietly, "It looks like someone shot out its eyes. Then they spent a good long time bleeding it to death. This wasn't a quick kill." Nero felt a disturbance in his field. There was a hazy spot up in the trees. Turning his head, he looked up. There didn't seem to be anything up there, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was there. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "How many people were involved?" Sergeant Wesker responded, "How in the hells am I supposed to know? All I can tell you is that there was an archer and a swordsman. I don't see any signs of casting, but that doesn't necessarily mean there were no mages here." Nero put the pieces together, then huffed in annoyance. He put his hands on his hips and stared at the hazy spot in the trees. He couldn't see anything, but he was pretty sure who was up there. He shouted, "Rose, get your ass down here. The sergeant needs his magic 8-ball, and we have to get back to Dorchester. Stop being so dramatic." The entire group was startled at Nero's outburst, but before they could say anything, they heard an angry shout from above. "I'm not being dramatic. How do I know that you are really you? The assassins had an illusion mage, and I'm staring at their swordsman as we speak," said Rose, while still hiding in the upper branches. Nero snorted in amusement. Looking over, he saw Kathleen standing comfortably with her spear planted in the ground. Sergeant Wesker was hiding behind his shield, nervously looking around. Nick was crouched, his eyes wide in panic. And Nero nearly started laughing when he saw Mike standing with his arms up. The man apparently realized that an archer was targeting him. Nero replied, "Look, I'm me. No one has the balls to try and impersonate me." He gestured to the assassin dismissively. "And that's just Mike. He and his friends were hired to kill me. His friends are dead, and he has agreed to testify against his employer. We need to get him back to Dorchester. So get your ass down here and let's go." Nick whispered, "Are you sure that we can trust her?" Rose's voice replied from a different tree. Somehow she had moved without anyone having seen her. "What do you mean by that? They tried to kill me too? And how in the hells are you all alive? I saw you die. I'm not going anywhere with you until you prove to me that you are who you say you are," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. Nero rubbed his head in annoyance and replied, "I took care of the assassins and then resuscitated everyone. We came after you to save you, and we need that direction finder you took. But mostly it was because of the saving thing. I don't know how to prove anything to you." Looking around at his companions, Nero asked, "Any of you got any ideas?" Kathleen's voice was cold as ice. "If you don't get down here in the next 2 minutes, I'm coming up there," she said. Rose immediately responded, "Oh, thank the gods. Hi, Kathleen, I'm so glad you're okay." She emerged from the branches, hopping and sliding among the canopy. In less than 30 seconds, she was on the ground again. She rushed up to Kathleen and was all smiles. She looked at the woman and said, "Thank you for coming for me. I really am glad that you're all right." Kathleen offered the young woman a small smile and replied, "It will take a lot more than that to kill me. Now let's get back to Dorchester and get this assassin to the Tower of Law." Nero angrily walked up and said, "It did not take more than that to kill you. Why is no one acknowledging the fact that I saved everybody? This is starting to feel like a conspiracy." He turned to look at Rose and said, "And why did you just believe her? Why didn't you believe me?" Rose and Kathleen exchanged a look, and Kathleen shrugged as if nothing Nero said mattered. Rose looked down at Nero and said, "I believed her because I know her. And anything that comes out of your mouth should be treated as a lie until corroborating evidence is presented." Nick burst out in laughter, while Nero's face turned red in anger. Nearly hissing, Nero said, "Let's just get moving. And for the record, I'm the only one who believed you weren't an assassin. Just because you're still a spy for the general doesn't mean you had anything to do with this." Nero stomped off, apparently done talking about this. While Nick and Kathleen frowned, Rose looked shocked. Mike seemed completely ambivalent, while Sergeant Wesker said dumbly, "Wait, she's a what now?" Nero shouted over his shoulder, "I've already got a bearing on Dorchester. Everyone shut up and let's get moving. We're losing the light." Dutifully, everyone took their places, with Mike trailing behind the group. Rose kept her head down, pretending to be embarrassed. They left the dead monster where it was and headed off toward the city. Nero kept his senses wide, now paying attention to both Mike and Rose in equal measure. "I shouldn't have said anything. Come on, Nero, lock it down. Don't get emotional, and focus on the angles. If you can't handle wordplay, then you're going to get eaten alive by the nobles," he admonished himself. Chapter 100. On the Road Again. Lord Blackwood was starting to get nervous. The mage he had contracted was not returning his pings. It had been more than an hour since he'd heard from him. The mage had reported that everything was in place, and the ambush would happen shortly. But, since then, the mage had gone silent. Tapping his finger anxiously on his armrest, he thought through the most likely scenarios. The problem was that regardless of what happened during the ambush, the mage going silent was a problem. It all came down to what caused the man to be unavailable. Hopefully, it was an unrelated issue, and he would soon be hearing the good news. His office was simple, and the only window had curtains blocking out the sun. He lived for his work, and any distraction was an unnecessary feature. Normally, he would just work on something else while he waited, but this mission was too important. He couldn't concentrate. Feeling fidgety, he stood up. He started pacing, anxiously waiting for his link to alert him to an incoming connection. Lord Blackwood's heart leapt into his chest when he felt a ping from his door. He furrowed his brow as he didn't recognize the signature of his unexpected guest. Curious, he sent a reply for them to enter and waited to see who was bothering him. The door opened, and he saw the new court mage, Mage Adept Newbanks, along with 2 guards. Surprisingly, the 2 guards were not anyone he knew. She walked in confidently, her face calm, while the 2 guards waited at the door. "What can I do for you, Adept Newbanks?" Lord Blackwood asked with a polite smile. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this visit did not bode well for his future. The mage replied in a soft voice, "Archmage Jennings has requested your presence. You are to come with me." Repressing a shudder, he asked, "What's this about?" For the first time, she smiled and said, "He is trying to make sure that he can return to Hennings with his head intact. It seems one of his games got a little out of hand, and there are many people currently unhappy with him. That's all I'm at liberty to say. Are you willing to come with me?" If there was one thing to be said about Lord Blackwood, it was that he wasn't a coward. With his head held high and his back straight, he looked Mage Adept Newbanks in the eye and said, "Of course. I'll do whatever I can to help. Lead on." Still smiling, Mage Adept Newbanks offered a gracious nod, then turned to leave. Lord Blackwood followed her into the hall, and he felt the guards take up position behind him. As they walked down the hallway, he stared at the mage's back. She seemed completely at ease, but the sound of the guards' heavy footsteps on the tiles behind him felt like the drums of a funeral march. He wasn't sure that they knew anything, but he couldn't help but feel like things were spiraling out of his control. The trip back to Dorchester was just as bad as the trip into the wilds. Even though they had developed a healthy teamwork, it was offset by the suspicious atmosphere which now hung over the group like a cloud. Mike did his best to keep silent. He knew that no one trusted him, and he was running low on options. While he tried to ignore his feelings at losing his 2 best friends, he couldn't help but be distracted. And every time someone from the group saved him or pulled a beast away from him, he felt his unease clawing at his mind. The cold looks from the people currently escorting him chilled him to the bone. His grief and shame caused him to continuously need help, and it kept getting worse. Rose wasn't faring much better. Her cover was blown, and even worse, it had been blown for some time. She had thought everyone had believed her, but it seemed everyone had always known she was still loyal to the general. What was worse, the only person who was surprised at Lord Walker's outburst was the sergeant. Rather than treating her like a comrade, he looked at her with suspicion. Her anxiety was causing her to underperform, and every time someone stepped in to save her, she felt a little worse. As they traveled in silence, the group only spoke during combat. The sun set, and the hours passed quickly. Eventually, they decided to make camp for the night. Coming to a stop, Sergeant Wesker said, "Here's good. Let's get a perimeter set up, then we can discuss shifts." He pushed the base of his shield into the ground so it would stand on its own. Rubbing a hand over his head in worry, he continued, "I have no idea how we're going to do shifts. This is a disaster." Nick chuckled, but went to set up the misdirection ward. Nero used some simple spells to create a small pit and start a fire. Kathleen, as always, kept an eye on the surroundings. Mike and Rose shared a look, then took seats on opposing sides of the fire. Neither wanted to talk, and both were uncomfortable trying to help. Soon enough, the entire group was sitting around the fire, watching Nick prepare some stew. Rose broke the silence first. "I'd just like to say that I didn't betray you all. The general only asked for updates on our training. There wasn't anything that was illegal or anything. It was a condition of my being accepted into the elite hunter program. You can trust me," she said. By the time she finished, she was almost begging. While Nick was falling for it, Nero and Kathleen just stared at her with equally blank looks. Mike kept his head down as he didn't want anything to do with their inter-party spat. Sergeant Wesker asked gruffly, "Why didn't I know you were still spying for him? I was told that your mission ended when Walker got the other spies kicked out. Was Captain Angelton told? Did he not trust me?" Rose pleaded, "Don't blame the captain. He had nothing to do with it. The general just believed that the fewer people who knew, the less likely I'd be targeted by other noble houses. He was worried that they would try to get me to spy for them." Nero couldn't help it, and laughed lightly. "Oh, I get it. That's a good play. You're going with the whole, 'He was just looking out for me, and I was only there to look out for you.' That's a really good spin. You're surprisingly good at this for someone who says they hate politics. I'm impressed," he said with real admiration. Kathleen nodded in agreement, while Nick looked confused. Sergeant Wesker said, "What are you talking about? What am I missing?" Nero looked across the fire and met the sergeant's eyes. He smiled and said, "She was placed as a spy to report on my training. The general wanted to know more about me. I'm guessing that my existence threw up some flags, and he wanted someone close to me. Who better than a hot girl who was good at reading a room? When her cover was blown, he told everyone that she stopped spying. You suck at lying, and he didn't trust you to keep the secret. She threw herself on my mercy, and I allowed her to stay. Instead of being loyal to me, she kept spying. I have no idea why, but it doesn't really matter. Everything I've done or said has been reported to the general. I'm an unknown, and he is a politician. He can't plan for me, unless he understands me." Sergeant Wesker frowned and said, "You're a weird kid. It's not just that you train like a madman, you think weird. You shouldn't be able to do the things you do. You recharge your center too quickly, and you are too cunning. By the gods, man, you took out an entire team of assassins on your own, and still had center to spare to revive us. That's not normal." By the end, he was nearly shouting. Nero just shrugged in response, but Nick spoke up angrily. "Nero may be a little odd, but that is no reason for the army to have him under surveillance. He has done nothing but help Dorchester since he got here. If it weren't for him, we'd be facing this level threshold with a weakened army after a bloody noble war. Lord Cosgrove would probably be dead, and we'd be led by a traitor. And all he's gotten in return is constant assassination attempts and distrust. This is an outrage." Nero tried to calm the situation down by saying, "It's all right, Nick. I've gotten plenty. I'm now rich, been raised to nobility, and I even have an estate somewhere. I also have you and Vera." He looked over to Kathleen, who was staring calmly into the fire, and continued, "Not to mention my warrior woman. She taught me how to take a spear in the gut and keep fighting. If it weren't for you three, I wouldn't be here. So don't worry about it. Let the nobles play their games. Whatever they do, it will just end up with us getting more money and power. If you haven't noticed, they suck at this." Rose looked abashed, while Sergeant Wesker couldn't help but smile. As much as the kid freaked him out, he was really starting to like him. The little lord just didn't know how to quit. The silence stretched for almost a minute, as everyone digested what had been said. As the fire crackled, Kathleen's solid voice interrupted their thoughts. She kept her eyes on the fire and said, "In the north, there are warriors known as war blades. They are fearless in the face of death. Their training is harsh, and they treat every aspect of their existence as if it were a battle to be fought to the death. Whether it is physical combat, an argument, or even a meal, everything is a battle to be won. Nero embodies that ideal. What you Southerners call weird, I call great. It is a concept foreign to you as you live your life in hiding. The world is out there, waiting. A warblade faces it with steel in their heart and walks their path with purpose. Her eyes lifted to stare at the sergeant and said, "Fear him. Try and destroy him. Stand in his way. You will be nothing but mortar on his path, for you are not an obstacle. You are fertilizer." The entire camp was shrouded in silence. Even the forest seemed to quiet at her grim words. Nero's voice rang out. "God damn it, lady! You are awesome! When we get back to Dorchester, remind me to talk to you about t-shirts." Everyone looked at Nero with confusion and fear, marveling at his wide smile. "What?" he said, surprised at their odd reaction. "You're telling me that didn't get you fired up? That was like something you hear while metal music plays over a montage of my battles. Stop looking at me like that." Nick shook it off first and said, "We need to set a watch. I think that—" Nero interrupted. "I'll take first watch with Rose and Mike. You all can rest easy, and I'll wake you up in 4 hours. You need sleep, after all. You died today." Nero met their stares with a happy smile. Kathleen just nodded, then went to set up her sleeping bag. Sergeant Wesker shook his head as if he were too tired to argue. Nick gave Nero a worried look and asked, "Are you sure you'll be all right?" Nero waved dismissively, ignoring the surprised looks he was getting from Rose and Mike. He said, "Yeah, don't worry about it. Rose is worried about what might happen, but she isn't a threat. And Mike needs us to get him to the Tower of Law. He knows we're his only chance at getting out of Dorchester alive." Nick nodded, still clearly uncomfortable with Nero's decision. Nero let them head to sleep, while he went and got another bowl of stew from the pot simmering over the fire. Retaking his seat, he looked over at Mike and Rose. They were both looking uncomfortable. Neither seemed happy with their situation. As he drank his soup, occasionally chewing on a big chunk of meat, he thought about what he should do about them. Rose was crafty as hell, and she was the very definition of a survivor. She probably could have made it out of the wilds on her own, and she wasn't even level 10. That's pretty badass, he thought to himself. Mike, on the other hand, was a follower. From what Nero had gathered, the man thought he ran his team, but it was obvious he was just the most neutral one of the group. He had never made a decision that wasn't reached by committee. He was no leader. But Nero had to admit, the man was really good with a blade. On several occasions, while they were being attacked by random beasts and monsters, the man had shown a lot of interesting abilities. Mike was able to infuse his blades with some kind of essence that made them act like laser swords. They could cut through anything, as if it were butter. That was a useful ability, one Nero would very much like to copy. Figuring it was a good way to pass the time, Nero looked over at Mike and asked, "Hey, how do you do that thing with your swords?" Seeing the man's confusion, he clarified, "You know, where you make them glow kinda red, then they cut through a monster's leg like it was paper. Is that an ability or a spell?" Mike's face looked bleak. Nero could see the man was struggling to not break down and curl into a ball. Poor guy is really white-knuckling it. I hope he can keep it together for a few days, Nero thought. Sighing, Mike said, "It's an ability. My pillar is cutting. I grew up in a butcher shop, and my dad always made me sharpen the knives every morning." Shrugging at the memory, he continued, "It just seemed right to me. I'm not really sure how it works, but I've put a few stars into the pillar's ability. I've focused on imbuing my blades with an edge. A perfect edge." Nero watched as the man got lost in his thoughts. Mike continued, "I think it's the simplicity that appealed to me the most. Every time I've tried something fancy, it failed. But cutting, separating something, that is simple enough that even I can't screw it up." His head fell forward, tears in his eyes. Nero felt uncomfortable. He had never been good with people showing their emotions. This guy needs to bury that shit deep. One should only confront their feelings in solitude. With alcohol, he said to himself. Rose's voice was quiet and tinged with fear as she asked, "Lord Walker, what are you going to do with me when we return to Dorchester?" Nero gave her a questioning look and asked, "Why do I have to do anything? You're the general's lackey. It's got nothing to do with me." Rose looked confused and said, "But you put me under your house's protection, and I violated your trust. Nero held up a hand and interrupted. "Look, I don't know how you guys do the whole honor thing here. As far as I'm concerned, I used you to get rid of the spies I didn't know about and replace them with one that I did know about. I don't care about politics, but compared to people who never watched CNN, I'm a freaking prodigy. I'm not going to do anything to you. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep spying on me. The last thing I need is for the general to get all butthurt and try to figure out some other stupid way to screw with me. You are at least nice to look at, can take care of yourself, and I really enjoy how you keep trying to emotionally manipulate everyone." He offered her a thumbs up and said, "You just keep being you. No complaints from me." Rose blushed and turned her head back toward the fire. Nero looked back over at the silently crying Mike and decided that he should just ignore these two overly emotional people. Spreading out his psychic field, he tried to keep watch on the surroundings. While taking another sip of his soup, he thought, "Why is everyone so worried about this crap when we are in a forest filled with monsters the size of elephants? This world is crazy. I love it." He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Chapter 101. Misdirection via Arguing. Archmage Mather's image was hovering in a scry portal facing Jennings' desk. His arms were crossed and his brow was furrowed in anger. Jennings was thankful that the man was alone, as he didn't feel up to facing the entire Council of Mages at the moment. "How bad is it?" asked Mathers, his voice full of reproach. Jennings nervously shrugged his shoulders and replied, "It's not that bad. Things just got a little out of hand. Everyone is fine. No one died. Well, not permanently, at least." Throwing his hands up in exasperation, Mathers shouted, "That doesn't sound good! The entire point of you being out there was to stop things like this. What the hell have you been doing?" Jennings grimaced and took a sip from his glass. He was in his office, and he could feel Mage Adept Newbank's eyes boring into him from the chair across from him. He could take some comfort in the fact that Mathers didn't know he had an audience. "I was just trying not to interfere too much. I didn't know they had such a good plan. I thought it'd just be a few hunters. I mean, come on, it shouldn't have been a big deal. They kill the assassins, then return to see me having already arrested the mastermind. It would have been a great bonding experience. Then I would have a solid argument for saying Nero should come stay in Hennings for a while. This whole level shift is going to get bad, and there is no reason for him to stay here," Jennings said while grumbling. Mathers shook a finger at Jennings and said, "He likes it there. And the king is already going to be sending support. Even the Fate Weavers are predicting that the city will probably make it through the shift intact. You could easily ensure his survival. Hells, man! You could probably single-handedly deal with the shift if you got off your lazy arse." There was no reason to let this happen. The entire Cosgrave line may have to be purged. Do you have any idea how big a mess you made? Jennings squirmed in his seat and groused. "They weren't supposed to have a mage. I sensed someone watching them, but I thought it was the mage the general had assigned. There are too many people scrying on the boy. It's not my fault." And Lord Blackwood somehow got involved. By the time I realized the city lord's daughter was sleeping with him, it was too late. I figured it would work itself out. And for the record, it did. Everyone is still alive. Mather's face was red with fury. His voice was like ice as he said, "The only reason everyone survived without you having to blindly try teleporting through an essence pool was that Nero figured out how to resuscitate his comrades. He shouldn't even be able to do that. There was no way you could have known he could do that. Stop trying to say you had things under control. You imbecile. I can't talk to you right now. Just fix it. The council is furious, and there is a petition to move your office into the basement. You better figure something out. And then Mather's image winked out. Archmage Jennings slumped in his chair. It had been a very long time since he had so grossly miscalculated. He couldn't figure out how the situation had gotten so out of control. Everything had started out so simple. It should have been a small hunting team that needed money and would try to assault a professional team of elite hunters. The Cosgraves would be humiliated, Nero would look like a victim, and he would be able to come in and save the day. Mage Adept Newbanks interrupted his thoughts. So, I have Lord Blackwood waiting outside. Are you ready to meet with him? Or would you like some more time ruminating on what went wrong with your brilliant plan? Scowling at the young woman, he replied, Just send the moron in. And schedule a meeting with Lord Cosgrove along with General Branson. This is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. Standing up, Mage Adept Newbanks calmly said, You might want to include someone from the Tower of Law. I recommend Lord Bennings, as she is still the director. The ramifications of a house attempting to assassinate a new noble, one who recently provided a Class 5 exploit, might require some legal oversight. Also, what would you like to do with the mage who is providing aid to Lord Blackwood? Shooting a glare at his calm and collected subordinate, he said, Thank you for that. Just confine her to a room for now. I'll deal with her later. If she had any idea of what she was involved in, she's going to have to die. After a sigh at the thought of possibly having to kill the mage, he continued, And yes, Lord Bennings is a good idea. As though his personal crisis was completely irrelevant, she offered a polite nod, then left to go get Lord Blackwood. Archmage Jennings just watched her leave, stewing in his defeat. He really needed to figure out a way out of this debacle. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to send the entire city's nobility into a frenzy. Nero and his companions were making good time. They moved through the forest easily, swiftly dealing with anything that stood in their way. If they didn't run into any problems, they would be out of the wild sometime tomorrow afternoon. Nero's skill in using his psychic field to search for enemies became second nature. He kept his field up at all times, only stopping when Nick got fed up with him. It was difficult for Nero to passively scan, as he had a tendency to grip the essence rather than just let his presence float in the ether. Nick had been a godsend for Nero. Since the wall had been ruined, Nero needed a new shield. As the only shields he had left in his personal space were small bucklers, Nick was kind enough to show Nero how to cast a spell form to mimic one. As a bonus, they were able to use his lessons to annoy and confuse the rest of the party. Currently, the group had paused. After surviving an ambush, they were watching Nero fight a large bird monster. Everyone had agreed to let Nero use the last enemy as a training partner. This was the 5th time they'd done it, and Nero was getting annoyed at how easily everyone had seemed to agree with the idea. Nick stood with the group, surrounded by dead bird monsters. With his arms crossed in annoyance, he shouted, "No, Nero! You're forcing your center too much. Just imbue the shield with your center, then keep a tight grip. If you keep refilling it, you'll just run out of center. The entire point of the shield is to pit your will against the attack. Don't absorb it, block it." Nero was using a buckler as the anchor for his spell form. A gold, hazy film, resembling a 3 feet tall kite shield, was floating an inch in front of it. He was currently fending off a 6 feet tall bird which resembled a velociraptor. In a crouch, Nero hid behind his spell shield. When the squawking beast struck out with its beak, he would firm his grip and face it head-on. It was completely contrary to what he had been taught before. He had been told to distribute the force from an impact, but now Nick was trying to get him to receive the blow firmly. Nero gritted his teeth and felt the impacts with his mind. The beast's momentum would completely halt, but the shock to Nero's mind was vicious. It was like getting a hot spike shoved into his brain every time he blocked. He really wished he was allowed to parry. Getting fed up, Nero sidestepped the snapping beast and slammed his essence-infused blade into its neck. He felt the impact shake his wrist and heard the beast's cry of agony. He took a quick step back and set up for another clash, but it proved unnecessary as he saw the beast collapse. Dismissing his spell, he took several deep breaths while watching the large gash on the beast's neck pour out its lifeblood. Frowning, Nero turned to look at his companions. The sergeant was apparently done collecting the other essence crystals and was wasting no time. He walked right up to the dying monster and finished it with a knife to its eye. Completely at ease with the violence, he pulled out his knife and absently wiped it clean on his pant leg before sheathing it. Kathleen was watching the forest as usual, while Rose was perched on top of a dead monster. Mike was casually leaning against a tree, patiently waiting for the rest of them to get moving. Nero turned to Nick and asked, "Why the hell is this so difficult? And why can't I just parry with the spell? This is stupid, and you're stupid for making me do it." Nick glared at Nero and replied, "Before you can learn to parry, you must learn how to keep hold of your center during combat. Close-quarter spell work isn't for everybody. I personally hate it, but this is how you're supposed to train. First, you learn to take a hit while keeping control of your construct. Then you learn how to hold on to your construct and use it as an object. Finally, you wield it like an actual shield. You can't just skip steps. Stop being so difficult." Nero grunted in annoyance. He was about to reply when he heard Kathleen speak up. "I'm all for training, but don't you two think we should keep moving? This isn't the time to learn a new skill," she said without looking at them. Nick replied, "I completely agree. It was Nero's fault. He kept bothering me about learning a shield spell." Nero propped his hands on his hips and said, "Hey, it's your fault for not being a better teacher. You can't even make a proper shield to demonstrate the principle you're trying to have me replicate. I blame you, and so does everyone else." He spread out his arms, demonstrating that everyone was on his side. Nick huffed as though he were affronted. "Now you listen here. My spell form is perfect. I just prefer to fight at a distance. The principle is sound." Sergeant Wesker stood up from the corpse and said, "Walker, come put these crystals in your bag. We should get moving." He had grown used to their bickering, and now pretended not to hear anything. Nero went over and collected the essence crystals. His bag was carrying over 50 of them at this point. He could see how lucrative a career in hunting could be. Kathleen said, "All right, let's get back into formation. We have a long way to go before we can rest for the night." The companions took their positions, and they were soon moving again. Everyone kept their eyes peeled and their senses sharp. But the silence lasted only a few minutes before Nick broke the serious atmosphere. "Nero, loosen your grip. Why do you insist on holding onto the ambient essence so tightly?" he hissed. Nero grimaced in annoyance and looked over his shoulder at Nick's back. He hissed right back, "I'm not gripping too hard. You're just being a perfectionist. I bet you could barely feel my presence." Kathleen interrupted their budding argument by saying, "I swear to the gods, if you two don't stop picking at each other, I'm going to make you walk around wearing gag." Nero and Nick said in perfect unison, "Sorry, Kathleen." They both returned to their duties, looking like disciplined children. Sergeant Wesker kept moving forward, while shaking his head in aggravation. How in the hells can they both be so talented and so childish at the same time? It's like being with my sister's kids all over again, he thought to himself. The two bickering mages were affecting Mike the worst. He followed along sheepishly, but he couldn't get over the fact that his friends were defeated by a child. Even worse, he couldn't rationalize how the young lord was capable of acting like a spoiled brat one minute, then immediately turning into a terrifying whirlwind of destruction. He had personally seen the little lord brutalize monsters, then turn to his companions and ask if they were edible. How in the hells did I end up here? He asked himself sadly. Rose wasn't fooled, though. She knew what the little lord was doing. The constant bickering was keeping everyone's mind off the danger they were in. It was a masterful manipulation, but she wouldn't fall for it. She had seen what the little lord was really like, and no amount of childish bickering could make her forget it. As everyone had their own take on Nero's actions, Kathleen believed Nero was just completely at ease in the wilds. The little lord was treating the imminent threat as a non-issue. She was proud that he could only think about training, and agreed that Nick was being a whiny little bitch. While keeping his outward appearance focused on the forest, Nero kept his connection firm as he asked, "Was that too much?" Nick didn't show any sign of receiving the message, but replied, "No, you're doing great. Remember to keep a firm but light grip. Creating a link like this isn't easy. Don't be discouraged if we lose the connection. Just reach out, and I'll feel it. Think of it like that handshake thing you showed me in my office. We're just reaching out our minds and bridging the gap. Are you sure you don't want to hear how the thought hub was developed from this technique?" Nero sent a mental sigh and replied, "Nick, now isn't the time for a lecture. Don't get me wrong, I'm interested, but save it for later. I think everyone is buying it. Well, maybe not Rose, but that chick is sharp." "Yeah, she is something, all right. Are you sure we should sick Vera on her? That seems like overkill. Are you sure this isn't about how attractive you think she is?" asked Nick. Nero replied easily, "I'm not going to say that's not part of it. She's smoking, but that's not the point. I think she is just really smart. I think she and Vera would either get along great or try to kill each other. Either way, I trust Vera to handle her, and we can't let the general's plan go unanswered. Remember, he flat out lied to us. I was an idiot and let on that I knew, so that's on me. But now we have to deal with the aftermath. I don't know what the general will do with that information, so we have to choose a battlefield. By making this about Rose's allegiance, we shape the conflict around something we don't mind losing." Nick's concern was clear over their private link. "I don't really understand all this political maneuvering, but I trust you. Now, how is your shield really doing?" he asked. Nero replied, "No issues. It's not that much different than holding a spell form. But we really need to sit down and go over how to properly form an essence shield. I think I'm missing something." Nick said, "Just be patient. We'll be back in Dorchester soon enough. For now, we have to deal with what's in front of us. This is going to be a complicated few days, and I think we've exhausted our arguments about the shield spell. We'll need something else to focus on, or people are going to start getting suspicious." Nero asked, "How about you try grounding me?" Nick replied, "Huh? I don't understand." "You know, like how you ground a kid. Tell me that I'm going to be confined to my estate when we get back, as it's too dangerous out here for me," said Nero. Nick's amusement came through loud and clear. "Have me really play into the father angle? That's good. Oh, I could say that completing your trials is an unnecessary risk, and that we can revisit the issue when you're older. And then I can say that you should transfer all your assets to Vera so that we can take care of you. Then you can act like a child and throw a tantrum," he said. Nero sent over a mental chuckle and replied, "Well, it looks like tonight might be fun. I really doubt they'll spend any time plotting their moves when they're too busy worrying about us bringing down the wilds on them." Nick said, "Well, you're doing fine with your pulling. I can't reach out as far as you can. That last group you found was out of my range. Is it just me, or are the monsters and beasts getting harder to find?" "No, it's not just you. I think this area has already been cleared. There is still plenty of horrors out there, but it's not as dense as it used to be. Don't worry, though. I'm getting better at telegraphing our position," said Nero. "Well, be sure to keep it up. We're making a killing with the essence crystals, and all this combat is keeping them from realizing where we're going. The essence is starting to thin, and it's getting easier to diffuse our presence," he said. Nero replied, "That's awesome, keep it up. I've been watching closely, and I think I can take over for you tonight, so you can finally get some sleep. Don't worry, Nick, I've got your back." "Me too, Nero. Once we get in range of the city, we're in the clear. They'll learn what it means to mess with two mages who did their homework," said Nick with pride. Nero replied frostily, "Okay, never say that again. The next time Kathleen makes a speech about northern badasses, be sure to take notes. You suck at being inspirational." "Noted. Is that why you keep dismissing my t-shirt ideas?" asked Nick. Yes, it is," replied Nero. The entire group moved through the forest, completely oblivious to the two mages' conversation. As far as they knew, they were heading for Gate 15, where they were planning on handing Mike to the local guards. Nick and Nero's plans were proceeding well. Chapter 102. Fireside Mind Games. Lord Blackwood cautiously entered the once familiar office. He had been here many times, but that was when Mage Adept Cranston had been the court mage. Fondly, Blackwood recalled his interactions with the former court mage. That man may have been an idiot, but he had known how to play the game. He had always been available for a favor, and his requests were always simple. Lord Blackwood looked around the room, noticing the changes. Everything was different now. Even the rugs had been replaced. While he surveyed the room, he locked eyes with the man currently behind the desk. Lord Blackwood felt a chill as he remembered that it was this man who had killed Cranston in a mage duel. Offering a shallow bow, he said, "Archmage Jennings, I've been told that I may be able to offer some service to you." Lord Blackwood stood up straight and plastered a polite and endearing smile on his face. He had spent countless hours crafting the persona of a helpful gentleman, and he was very good at it. The Archmage's cold eyes held Lord Blackwood in place, and the man snorted in response to the greeting. Jennings raised his hand and offered him a chair while saying, "Take a seat, Lord Blackwood. We have a great deal to talk about." With a polite nod, Blackwood took the offered chair and replied, "I'm eager to be of service, Archmage." Jennings' face was stoic as he said, "I'm sure you are. Now I'd first like to caution you from doing anything drastic. Sometimes people don't think things through, and I'd hate to have to do something drastic in response." At this point, Lord Blackwood was almost positive that the Archmage knew of his plot to kill Lord Walker. Yet he knew better than admit to anything. So he cocked his head to the side and looked at the Archmage as if he had no idea what the man was getting at. "I'm sure I'll be able to handle whatever issue you are dealing with. How about you start by telling me about your problem? I promise to do everything in my power to help you," he said with the utmost sincerity. Archmage Jennings huffed in annoyance and replied, "Look here, Blackwood. I don't have time for these stupid games, but you're right about one thing. I should start at the beginning. I want to know when you started sleeping with Deirdre Cosgrave." The Archmage's voice was full of repressed rage, while his face betrayed nothing. Out of all the questions that Lord Blackwood was mentally preparing to answer, when did he first sleep with Deirdre Cosgrave wasn't even on the list. Lord Blackwood stuttered in shock. What? How did you... We haven't... Archmage Jennings waved his hand in dismissal of the man's evasions and said, "I know for a fact that you have been sleeping with her. What I want to know is when the affair started and the circumstances which led to the affair. I'm trying to understand how I missed it." Lord Blackwood closed his mouth and stared at the ancient mage. Even though Jennings was probably over 700, the man still looked youthful. As he stared into those cold eyes, he realized that the man already knew enough to have him executed. It was now just a matter of the details. With a sigh, Blackwood slumped in his chair. Offering the Archmage a slight smirk, he said, "I thought I had been so careful. It was a mistake. Almost a week ago, after her brother was banished, I saw her crying. All of her plans were failing, and her caretaker had just withdrawn her support. The poor girl was worried about her brother, and she didn't know what to do. She looked just like her mother did all those years ago, surrounded by enemies while trying to keep it together. I wanted to help, so I took her somewhere private where we wouldn't be seen by the staff. His eyes glossed over at the memory, and he continued, "We talked for hours. It had been a while since we had some time to catch up. She has grown into a remarkable young woman. We shared a few glasses of dwarven whiskey, and one thing led to another, and we—" Archmage Jennings's eyebrows shot up as he interrupted. "Where in the hells did you get dwarven whiskey in Dorchester?" Confused, Lord Blackwood came out of his memory and refocused on the Archmage. He replied, "Lord Bevan gave me a few bottles when he was trying to garner support for the early evacuation of the city. He has always been a good friend, and I offered what support I could for his plot. Why does it matter?" Jennings frowned in thought and said, "So you two got drunk and had sex. I'm assuming you both wanted to keep it secret, as I can't imagine either of you wanted her mother to find out. Consorts are usually executed for things like this." Nodding, Lord Blackwood replied, "Yes. We both knew that it was a mistake. It only happened the one time. We were behind a privacy ward, and I made sure there was no chance of conception. Both of us agreed to put it behind us and move on. How did you find out, anyway?" Archmage Jennings waved away the question, and instead asked, "So after that, you agreed to be part of her plan to kill Lord Walker?" Surprised at the change of subject, Lord Blackwood asked, "Why does that matter?" Some anger leaked into his voice, as Archmage Jennings said, "I want to know your thought process. When exactly did you decide to aid her in the plot to kill Lord Walker? Answer the question." Shrugging, Lord Blackwood replied, "Well, at first I was just going to put her in touch with a fixer I know who works out of Gate 15, while doing my best to discourage her. But considering our situation, I decided to help her out. Her plan wasn't terrible, and I happened to know a few hunter teams who would be capable of doing the job. It all just kinda happened. A very capable team was available, and I already had several contacts involved in the training program. I even had a mage approach me looking for some side work. It didn't take much effort at all. It was as if the plan came together on its own. One of my sons even reached out to me, asking me for a favor. It just so happened that he was on the command team for the training facility where Lord Walker was stationed. He was hesitant to help, but I persuaded him. It all just worked out." Archmage Jennings was nodding along with a thoughtful look on his face. Quietly, he muttered, "Almost as if it were fate, huh?" Suddenly, the door to Jennings' office burst open, and Mage Adept Newbanks walked in unannounced. For once, her face showed some emotion. She looked worried. "Why aren't you responding to your pings and connection requests?" she said quickly. Surprised to see her so flustered, Jennings responded, "I didn't want to be bothered for the moment. Why? What's happened?" "The Mage Council lost their connection to Lord Walker, and now no one can find him," she said, while frowning. Jennings opened up his senses, and immediately had to start swatting away connection requests. Reaching out, he quickly located Nero's essence trail and hurled his mind through the ether. But when he reached the end of the trail, he only saw an empty clearing that nature was in the process of reclaiming. There had been a fight, and he could see some monster remains that hadn't fully dispersed. Yet there were no signs of Nero. His trail ended there. Spreading out his field, he tried to locate the essence tag he had put on the young man. He could tell it still existed, but he could only get a directional heading. It would take some effort to find him, as he could no longer surf the young man's essence trail. Looking at the two curious people in the room, he said, "Well, that's an interesting development." Jennings now had a decision to make. He could reach out and probably find the young man, but the entire city would notice his psychic presence. The feeling of pressure would probably cause mass panic, and most likely clog the emergency response teams with pings questioning what was happening. On the other hand, he could keep his touch feather light, but it could take hours to isolate the young man's signature. Rubbing his chin, Jennings considered his options as Lord Blackwood and Mage Adept Newbanks stared at him with confusion. Nero was on watch for what would be, hopefully, his last night in the wilds. If Nick's calculations were correct, sometime tomorrow they should reach the road. Nero was skeptical when it came to Nick's navigational skills, but he didn't really have much choice but to trust him. The entire plan hinged on whether or not they could reach a gate his enemies weren't currently watching. If Nick were to be believed, they had been hidden since they had found Rose. At Nero's request, Nick had been diffusing their signature without letting the rest of the team know. It wasn't easy for him, and Nero had been forced to find reasons to slow their pace because of the stress it had been putting on the poor man. But Nero had finally gotten the hang of it, and had taken over for the old mage. Nero glanced over at his sleeping friend. He couldn't help but feel lucky to have met the man. It was a rare thing to find someone who was completely trustworthy. It was even harder to find a trustworthy person who was willing to lie for you. Chuckling quietly, he returned to scanning his side of the forest. Even though they had their misdirection ward up, Sergeant Wesker had made it clear that only idiots didn't take their watch seriously. So, Nero buckled down and did his duty. Though, with his psychic field stretched out over the camp, he could tell there were no enemies around. Part of his attention was being held by the technique for essence diffusion. Nero smiled at the memory of that populator who had told him it would be years before he would be able to hide his presence. He really enjoyed proving people wrong, especially people who were in positions of authority. It will be unfortunate when people stop underestimating him. Nero had learned how to diffuse his essence trail from watching Nick. The concept turned out to be more complicated than the technique. The idea was to shake the ethereal plane in a wide area so that their essence trails were broken up. Over their private connection, Nick had tried to explain to Nero how exactly that happened, but Nero didn't understand what the man was talking about. However, vibrating his psychic field turned out to be pretty simple. It was like humming, but with his mind instead of his mouth. The best part about it was how much room for error there was. Even if he took a second or two in order to readjust his grip on the ambient essence, it wouldn't be a problem. According to Nick, it took around 5 minutes before an essence trail started to solidify enough to be followed. There was a caveat, though. Nick had warned him that if the mage who had been tracking them had gotten close enough, they could have placed an essence tag on them. If that had happened, then there wasn't much they could do about it. Nick had said he was reasonably sure they were clean, but it wasn't his specialty. And even if they were tagged, depending on the distance, it was difficult to find more than a directional heading. Nero could only hope that their efforts proved sufficient. The last thing they needed was another assassin team being told their position. Just 12 hours. We just need to hold out for 12 hours, he thought, with some worry. Opening his identity, he checked to see how he was doing. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 31%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 72%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. His growth had really slowed down, but it was his center which had him worried. Typically, sitting around doing nothing caused his center levels to raise, not lower. but keeping the essence diffusion field active was stressful. Nick had warned him, but Nero had been sure he could handle it. Remembering the old man's advice, he tried to firm his resolve. Nick had said it was a matter of concentration and will. The more you kept yourself together, the more center you could hold on to. Clenching his hands into a fist, he scowled at the forest. I got this. Eventually, this will be just like breathing. I won't even notice I'm doing it, he told himself. Through his psychic field, he sensed Rose silently approaching him from around the fire. Turning to look at her over his shoulder, he saw her freeze in surprise. Smiling, he said quietly, "What can I do for you, Rose?" Shocked that she had been caught, she shook her head in amusement. "The little bastard is full of tricks. I need to keep in mind who it is I'm dealing with." "Don't trust what you see," she reminded herself. Joining Nero on his makeshift bench, she asked, "I wanted to touch base with you while everyone is sleeping." Nero nodded, then said, "You know Mike is just over there on watch with us." He gestured toward the other side of the camp. Rose smiled and replied, "Yeah, but he won't say anything. He's terrified of you. Whenever you pay attention to him, he starts shaking." Nero shrugged and said, "Okay, so what do you want to talk about?" Pursing her lips in order to look serious, she locked eyes with Nero and said, "I want to know why you and Nick are pretending to fight." Holding up her hands in surrender preemptively, she continued, "I won't say anything. I just want to know what the plan is. I'll help however you want. Tell me what I need to know so I don't screw up whatever plot you have going." Grinning, Nero said, "I figured you weren't buying it." He checked on the team through his psychic field, making sure that the only person awake was Mike. Keeping his voice down, he said, "We're not heading toward Gate 15. We're going to 14. Nick and I have been blinding the mage who has been tracking us. As far as everyone knows, we're in the wind. Hopefully, we can make it to Dorchester without anyone noticing." Rose's eyes were wide with surprise. She asked, "But why pretend at all? And who's in on it?" Nero turned to look out into the forest, scanning for threats. While keeping his voice low, he said, "Only Nick and I know the plan. We don't know who we can trust. Wesker is an unknown, Mike could have a failsafe, and Kathleen wouldn't care anyways. The argument was meant to be a distraction, along with some misinformation. If they are currently in contact with anyone, Wesker and Mike will report that we were at each other's throats the whole time. And even better, while they are paying attention to the fight, they aren't paying attention to where we're going. That's why Nick is carrying the direction finder and not Wesker. He's acting as the navigator, but only he and I know where we are going." Rose leaned in and asked, "But what about me? I could just report the ruse, and all of this would be for nothing." Shaking his head, Nero said, "You'll wait to say anything until after we're in Dorchester. By that point, it won't matter. The only one who'd believe you is the general, and I'd welcome him getting conflicting reports. Feel free to tell him about this conversation. I'm sure he'll believe you." Rose looked confused and a little worried. "Why wouldn't he believe me?" she asked. Grinning from ear to ear, Nero replied, "Everyone other than me wanted to leave you in the wilds. Think how that will look on the report. Did you get emotionally compromised by your target? Should the general remove you from the team? Or maybe he should keep you here, but put someone into position to watch you. Are you using me? Or am I using you? Or neither? Layers upon layers, my dear Rose. Like I said, misinformation." Rose paled as she looked at the shadowed face of the little lord. In a hushed whisper, she said, "I just wanted to be a hunter." Nero patted her knee consolingly and stood up. Even though he wasn't very tall, he still managed to look down on her as he said, "Keep telling yourself that. I'm sure you don't have a secret control fetish. Anyway, you watch this side. I'll take your old post. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. Nero sauntered off to take Rose's place for the rest of the night. She watched him leave with a pit in her stomach. He's got it all figured out. Did he know that I would come talk to him? What's his goal? Was that even the real plan? She wondered. Shaking her head, she did her best to put the little lord out of her mind. She stared off into the forest and resumed her watch. But she couldn't stop thinking about what Lord Walker had meant when he said she had a control fetish. She had never heard the term, but she didn't think she was sexually excited by the idea of being in control. Frowning, all she could do was mull over what might have given him that idea. Chapter 103. On the Road Again. Several teams had already reported in, and the camp was starting to fill up. More hands meant more work being done. Captain Angelton walked around, silently observing the various tasks that were being tended to. The sounds of construction felt like a march toward the civilization of this small stretch of the wilds. By tomorrow, everyone should be here, and then the real work could begin. "Captain, I need to speak with you privately," Sergeant Blackwood said, sounding worried. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the captain asked, "What's wrong?" Gesturing with his head, Sergeant Blackwood signaled for the captain to follow him. They made their way to a small area where no one was working, away from the center of the camp. Captain Angelton's height had him looking down at his longtime subordinate. "All right, Sergeant, what's the problem?" he asked. Sergeant Blackwood sighed and replied, "There was a plot to assassinate Lord Walker. I did The captain took a step forward and loomed over the smaller man. "Explain, now!" he ordered. Grimacing in annoyance, Sergeant Blackwood said, "I was trying to. Just listen for a second. My asshole of a father apparently planned some assassination attempt in the wilds. He blackmailed me with a reassignment out of the wilds and threatened to disinherit me if I didn't go along with it. He had me provide the planned routes for the teams. Also, he told me to look out for a group of 3 hunters and to make sure they didn't make it back to Dorchester if they were captured. Unfortunately, that's all I could find out." Captain Angelton struggled to contain his fury, and with a tight voice he asked, "Why am I just hearing about this now?" Scoffing, the sergeant replied, "Because you keep secrets like an amateur. I love you like a brother, but you're not very good with the political aspects of the game." Reluctantly nodding, the captain said, "Fair enough. I'm assuming you had a plan, and you're telling me now because something went wrong." The sergeant's shoulders slumped, and he said, "That's putting it mildly. When I was creating the information packets, I put something extra in Lord Walker's. I included everything I knew about the plot, and some recommendations on how he should handle it. When he didn't say anything the morning we left Dorchester, I figured he had a plan in place, and I wasn't needed." Running a hand through his hair, he sighed and continued, "But they should be here by now. I tried using the private communication crystal I was given to find out what's happening, but my father isn't answering. By now, the assassins should have already acted. Ideally, they'd be either dead or captured. Now you know as much as I do." Captain Angelton pondered what he had just heard and asked, "Why didn't you just report it?" The sergeant looked at his captain fondly and said, "Until the plot played out, I had no evidence. I needed to get my father caught in the act. Acting prematurely would just result in a slap on his wrist and my complete destruction. I wouldn't be surprised if he had me killed for the betrayal." The captain nodded and turned around to look over the camp. After quickly locating Specialist Howard, he said over his shoulder, "Come on, let's find out what's happening." They made their way through the camp to the grumpy specialist. The man was sitting down on a hastily made chair, reading a book while doing his best to ignore all the work going on around him. Walking up, Captain Angelton said in his command voice, "Specialist Howard, I want you to scry Sergeant Wesker's team. I need a situation report." Looking up from his book in surprise, He saw the nervous sergeant standing next to the captain. He didn't know what was going on, but he could tell it was probably important. Shrugging, as it didn't really matter to him, he waved his book into his personal space and closed his eyes. Sergeant Blackwood and Captain Angleton watched as the specialist closed his eyes and concentrated. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, and then they saw the specialist's face change from concentration to confusion. He opened his eyes, looked up at them, and said, Captain, I can't find them. I think they're using essence diffusion to hide their trail. I can track them to a clearing, but I can't tell you where they went from there." Both Captain Angleton and Sergeant Blackwood looked down at the seated specialist with surprised looks on their faces. The captain asked, "Did you show Walker how to hide his essence trail?" Scoffing, Specialist Howard said, "Of course not. He couldn't do it anyway. It must be Nick. But I doubt even he knows how to do it. He's a researcher. I doubt he'd bother learning a technique that is both a pain in the ass and completely useless outside of the wilds." Sergeant Blackwood asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, it's just stopping people from following your trail. If they know where you are, they can still scry you. I can only tell it's essence diffusion that they're using, because I can sense their trail breaking down at the clearing I found. The technique is pointless inside a city. If someone knows where you hang out, they can find you easily enough. It's like I said, the only time it's useful is when you don't want to be tracked while you're covering a lot of ground," said the specialist. The three exchanged confused glances as they thought about what that implied. Sergeant Blackwood was the first to speak. "I don't get it. Maybe some of them are dead and the others are running scared?" The specialist said, "No, I told you. I felt their essence signatures breaking up. They were all alive in that clearing, and then actively hid themselves. I just don't know why." Captain Angleton straightened up and said, "All right. I'm going to report what we know to command. We'll just have to deal with whatever happens as it happens." Turning to look at Sergeant Blackwood, his face took on a look of pity and said, "I'll do what I can to mitigate your responsibility. But if anything happened to Lord Walker, I'm not sure my help will matter much." Sergeant Blackwood looked at his longtime friend and said, "I understand, sir. I did my best with what I had available. If it results in my loss, then I have no regrets." Specialist Howard watched the two men have a bro moment. Sighing in annoyance, he pulled his book back out of his personal space and said, "You two go deal with your personal matters somewhere else. Just let me know what happened to that little troublemaker. In the meantime, I'd appreciate some peace and quiet." Sergeant Blackwood and Captain Angleton shared a look of embarrassment, then walked off. The captain headed toward the newly built command room to report what he'd learned, while the sergeant followed dutifully along. Their night had passed peacefully, and he had to admit Nick looked much better after some rest. Nero had debated whether or not to use his psychic field to pull in some monsters, but in the end he decided to let everyone get some sleep. They were almost out of the wilds, and the time for mind games would soon be over. As they got closer to the destination, the availability of enemies for Nero to call dwindled. His field was currently about 120 feet in diameter, larger if he pushed it. If anything came anywhere near them, he could feel it. Even so, it had been almost an hour since they had an encounter. Wesker was in the front of their formation as usual, so he was the first to notice the change in the forest. Nero heard him shout, "What in the hells? There shouldn't be a road here." Nero and Nick were near the back of the formation, and they shared a look of resignation. It was time to come clean with the plan. As Sergeant Wesker led them through the last of the woods, they emerged onto a wide dirt road. The sergeant checked the road for travelers, but there was no one. Even though the road stretched far into the distance, in either direction, it was completely clear. Nero stepped onto the road and said in a firm voice, "Okay, everyone, listen up. We needed to disappear for a while, so I made a plan. For the past day or two, Nick and I have been hiding our essence trail. Without knowing specifically where we are, they can't scry us. I also diverted us, so we didn't head directly toward Gate 15. In fact, this road will lead us straight to Gate 14. I'm sorry if you feel deceived, but you're just going to have to deal with it. It was a matter of, operational security. Yeah, that sounds right.
Nick added. We needed to make sure we could get to Dorchester without anyone noticing. Unsurprisingly, Kathleen didn't seem to care. She just kept her eyes on the tree line while tapping her feet impatiently. Nero smiled at her predictable response. He figured if she cared at all, it was about how they would be facing fewer enemies while traveling the road. Nero had read that the main roads were created with an intent enchantment, but it hadn't seemed relevant at the time. And as far as Nero was concerned, he still didn't care how it worked. Mike and Rose both looked interested in what Nero was saying, but were unbothered. The only one who seemed to have a problem with their surprise destination was the sergeant.
Operational security, huh? Said Sergeant Wesker through gritted teeth. Nero was pretty sure he'd never seen the man so angry. Even from 10 feet away, he could see the vein pulsing on the man's forehead.
Holding up his hands like he was calming a horse, Nero said,
Look, Sarge, it's nothing personal. The fewer people who knew, the less likely it was that we'd be discovered. How about you just chalk it up to one of my crazy ideas and move on with your life? We'll be back in Dorchester in no time, and you can write a scathing report detailing my many failings. That'll make you feel better, won't it?
The sergeant stared at the young man, who constantly caused him psychological torment, and said, Fine, let's get moving. Right as he turned around and started marching, Nick spoke up.
Oh, Sergeant, 2 things. 1, Dorchester is that way. Nick pointed the opposite direction from where the sergeant was stomping off.
The man stopped and seemed to deflate. His head drooped, along with his shoulders.
And 2? He asked without raising his head.
Nero grinned at the sergeant's plight and gestured for Nick to continue. With a hesitant tone, Nick said, We kind of need to collect everyone's links. The sergeant's anger returned full force as he spun around and shouted, What? Nero answered with a smile.
Well, we can't have you all reporting in the moment we get in range of Dorchester's hub, now can we? That would defeat the entire purpose of us heading toward Gate 14. Come on, Sarge, think it through.
Without any fuss, Kathleen tossed her link over to Nero, who caught it easily. He turned to Mike and Rose. Rose's face looked sour, but she slowly reached into her pockets to pull out her link. Mike's blank expression aptly conveyed how defeated he was both mentally and emotionally. He didn't need to toss over his link, as it had already been collected from him during his capture, along with the communication crystal he had used to contact the mage who had been tracking them. Rose said, I'll want this back as soon as possible, then tossed her link over. Nero grinned at her and replied, Sure thing, Rosie.
Rosie?
She asked with a reluctant grin. Nero shrugged and said, Just trying out a nickname. Don't worry about it. I'll workshop it. Turning to the sergeant, Nero's easy smile disappeared. Locking eyes with the man, Nero stared him down. Sergeant Wesker looked at Nero like he was contemplating murder. Then his eyes darted around to see everyone staring at him. Reluctantly, he pulled his link out of his pocket and tossed it over to Nick. Nero smiled at the man, then offered an easy nod. His voice was light and unconcerned as he asked, You wouldn't have another way to contact anyone, would you? The sergeant bristled and said, No, I do not. Nero scoffed and said, See, this is why you had to turn over your link. You're about as trustworthy as a used horse salesman? Nero took a moment to think over his analogy, and then said, No, let's go with a noble. You're about as trustworthy as a noble with an agenda. Nodding happily, he added, Yeah, that works. The sergeant could see Kathleen staring hard at him, while Nick took several steps back. He said,
I didn't contact anyone.
Nero said.
I didn't say you did. I just asked if you had something that could contact anyone.
The sergeant pulled out a small communication crystal and held it up.
How did you know? He asked.
Nero put his hands on his hips and said,
I didn't know. I just assumed. It seemed unlikely that the army would actually send us out into the wilds without any way of contacting anyone. I'm guessing that is a direct line to either the captain or Gate 15 command?
The sergeant took a moment to look at the communication crystal in his hand, then tossed it over to Nick.
He said, It's an emergency line to Captain Angelton. He has the command crystal. I didn't contact him, even though I probably should have. I don't care what word games you play. That man is trustworthy.
Nero shrugged and said,
Maybe so. But why take the chance? Someone close to him might intercept the message, or any number of other scenarios. There is no upside to keeping him informed. It's better for us to just get back to Dorchester on our own.
Clapping his hands as if he was concluding the conversation, Nero continued.
Now that that's out of the way, let's get going. We should only be a few hours from our destination. Right, Nick?
Nick nodded and said,
Yeah, I'm almost positive this should lead us to Gate 14. I do know that Dorchester is that way. He pointed, then added, and with some simple calculations, I estimated our route toward Gate 14's first side gate.
Nero wasn't sure what Nick meant by side gate, but didn't feel like getting into it.
Instead, he said, All right, let's stay in formation in case something jumps us. After all, no reason to let our guard down now that we're so close to the finish line.
He saw Kathleen nod seriously at his caution, and he and his companions were soon on their way. Nero opened a private connection to Nick and said,
That went about as well as we could have hoped.
Mentally scoffing, Nick replied, That's an understatement. Do you think the sergeant has been in contact with the captain?
Nero said, It doesn't really matter. He had no idea where we were. But I think we've kept him off balance enough for him to have kept putting off the decision. He probably didn't report in.
Do you want me to take over the essence diffusion? Asked Nick.
No, I got it. It's not that hard once you get used to it. Remind me to ask you about how to actually block scrying. But I have a more pressing question, replied Nero.
Interested, Nick asked.
Oh? What's the question?
Why can't I store these links in my personal space? Asked Nero.
Nero could feel Nick's disappointment over the connection as the man said, Damn it, Nero. It's obviously because they aren't yours. I know you were smart enough to figure that out on your own.
After taking a few seconds to think about what Nick said,
he realized what he was missing. His link was saturated with his center, which was how the hub knew who he was. And that's why he could store his own link. But other people's links were filled with their center, or their soul signature. Nick was right. It was pretty obvious when he thought about it.
True to form, Nero refused to admit his shortcomings and said,
I was just confirming a theory. No reason to be a dick about it. Anyway, we should figure out what we're going to tell Vera.
Mentally chuckling, Nick was kind enough to not focus on Nero's asinine question.
They spent the remaining travel time planning their next moves. They would soon be in Dorchester, and things would transition from fighting monsters to playing politics. The battlefield changes, but the game stays the same. Chapter 104. Inside the walls, the battles are with words. General Branson stormed into the conference room. His day had gone from good to bad faster than he had thought possible. 1 minute, he was proudly approving the wall upgrades, and the next, he was hearing that one of his pet projects was currently the subject of an assassination attempt aided by members of his army. The audacity of the nobles was unacceptable, and he was out for blood.
All right, what do we know? Asked General Branson without even offering a greeting. City Lord Cosgrove was sitting at the head of the table, looking like she had just been told her favorite food was unavailable.
On her right was the implacable Lord Bennings, who, as usual, seemed perfectly content to watch the drama around her unfold. And on her left was the only person in Dorchester who was capable of making the general feel small, Archmage Jennings. Next to him was the new court mage, Mage Adept Newbanks. Everyone in the room looked to the city lord, waiting for her response. Meanwhile, the general kept walking into the room. He took a seat next to Lord Bennings and glared at the city lord. Sighing, City Lord Cosgrove said, "It seems my daughter, along with my former consort, Lord Blackwood, have conspired to assassinate the newly risen Lord Walker. Honestly, you probably know more than I do at the moment." The general said, "I received word from Lord Walker's captain. Apparently, Lord Blackwood's son, while serving as a sergeant, tried to be clever, but it seems to have backfired. Currently, no one at the camp knows anything, and they are currently unable to locate Lord Walker's team." Jennings spoke up. "I can tell you that Lord Walker is alive, and he is currently heading toward Dorchester. However, it will take some time if you want me to be more specific." Lord Bennings interjected, "What of the conspirators? If they've been apprehended, then charges must be decided. You cannot just hold them without filing a reason, along with the corresponding paperwork." Mage Adept Newbanks firmly nodded in agreement, while Jennings just rolled his eyes. City Lord Cosgrove said, "I've had the guards confine Deirdre to her rooms, but Lord Blackwood's whereabouts are unknown." Jennings said, "I have Blackwood, along with the mage he hired to track our little troublemaker." General Branson said, "And I haven't decided what I'm going to do about Lord Blackwood's son. The investigation into the incident is ongoing." Lord Bennings addressed each of them in turn. "City Lord Cosgrove, you are within your rights to confine your progeny, as she is still of direct lineage to you and hasn't declared her own house," she said to the City Lord. Turning to the general, she said, "General Branson, as Lord Blackwood's son is sworn in service to the army, the military code of conduct will come into play if you desire to punish him further than reassignment. Be aware that any military investigation must be overseen by the Tower of Law, since the incident in question occurred within Dorchester's borders." Her eyes hardened as she looked across the table at the mages. "Finally, Archmage Jennings, you cannot imprison a mage without filing charges, let alone a lord who sits on the leadership council. You need to immediately release them into the custody of the Tower of Law and file a statement on behalf of the Tower of Magic. Your records will, of course, be checked for their veracity." After groaning with annoyance, Jennings replied, "Fine. After all, they're the real victims here. Just send some of your goons to the Mage Tower and Newbanks here will hand them over." He waved his hand, and Mage Adept Newbanks' eyes widened in shock as she disappeared with a golden pop. Lord Bennings frowned and said, "I really wish you hadn't done that. It's illegal to forcibly transport someone without their consent. I may not be able to stop you, but I will be filing an incident report and sending it to the Tower of Law in Hennings. You can expect to hear from them in the future." Archmage Jennings gave her an unconcerned, blank look and said, "Uh-huh. Noted. Now can we get back to how we're going to handle this bureaucratic nightmare?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Lord Bennings said, "What do you mean? The law is quite clear." Face-palming, Jennings muttered, "Heavens above, save me from the idiocy of those around me." General Branson ignored the enigmatic Archmage and asked Lord Bennings, "What does that mean, exactly?" Lord Bennings said matter-of-factly, "Houses Cosgrave and Blackwood have conspired to assassinate a new noble currently under the protection of the royal family. Both houses will be disbanded, their assets seized, the heads of houses executed along with the conspirators, and a formal war for succession of the city seat will be announced for the following week. The Council of Leadership will have 3 days to decide the game they will play, while the army will temporarily take command of the city." General Branson sat in shock, while the City Lord paled in horror. Jennings couldn't take it and shouted, "Absolutely not! With what's currently happening outside the walls, that would be death sentence for the entire damned city. Are you insane?" Lord Bennings looked affronted and said, "That's the law, Archmage.
To ignore it is to invite destruction upon Dorchester, regardless of whether or not the wilds are acting up. If we refuse to do our duty, then the populators will wipe Dorchester from the map and rebuild a new city from our ruins.
Archmage Jennings's shoulders slumped in defeat. He seemed to sink into his chair, and his entire body went limp. He had really let things get out of hand this time. Just then, he received a ping over the link in his pocket. Recognizing the soul signature, he bolted upright in his chair and accepted the connection request immediately. "Nero, you're back in Dorchester?" he said, both out loud and over the link. The entire room perked up with interest. "Ha! Couldn't find me, huh? Suck on that, old man. I'm guessing some people want to make some deals and offer me some goodies to keep my mouth shut. Consider this a friendly warning. Vera's pissed. Have fun with that. I'll talk to you later. I'm going to find a shower," said Nero happily, as his psyche radiated smug satisfaction over the link, before it disconnected abruptly. The room waited with bated breath, watching the Archmage's face rapidly contort through several expressions. Annoyance, confusion, shock, and amusement all flashed across his face. Shaking his head in exasperation, he said, "Well, I've got good news and bad news." General Branson said harshly, "Speak, man. What's the situation?" Looking at the shot callers of the city, Jennings smirked and said, "Nero's back, and there may be a way out for us to avoid a total disaster. That's the good news." City Lord Cosgrove's hushed voice asked, "And what's the bad news?" Smiling ear to ear, he locked eyes with her and said, "He told Vera on you." Whatever blood was left in the City Lord's face vanished like underage kids abandoning a rave. She collapsed in her chair, imagining what that woman would demand as compensation. Meanwhile, General Branson and Lord Bennings shared a nervous look. They both knew what was at stake, and both of them worried that Ms. Vera Salvatore Verena knew as well. The road to Dorchester remained empty, and they all shared a sigh of relief at the sight of the exterior town outside the walls. Increasing their pace, they reached the outskirts in just 20 minutes. Nero looked up the giant wall, wondering where exactly they were. He couldn't see a large gate like the one at Gate 15, but he didn't see a smaller one like Gate 7's either. From his vantage point, it looked like the entire wall was solid. Nero reminded himself that they were still probably an hour's walk away from the base of the ridiculously oversized monstrosity. As they weren't hiding their approach, they were quickly met by guards. Luckily, they were within range of the city hub. While Nick contacted Vera, Nero attempted to take control of the situation. Sergeant Wesker smiled in relief at the approaching guards, planning to use his rank to his advantage. But before he could say anything, he heard Walker shout, "I'm Lord Nero Walker, head of House Walker, and I demand to be escorted to the wall. I have just returned." Sergeant Wesker interrupted angrily. "Hey, we're back in Dorchester, and I'm not going to put up with your insubordination any longer. Guards, take everyone into custody. We'll sort this all out at the army compound." As the tensions rose, Kathleen gripped her spear tight, and Rose backed up to gain some distance. Mike looked like he didn't care one way or another. However, Nick just smiled and shook his head. He felt sorry for the poor sergeant. Nero was going to ruin him. Doing his best to sound like a pompous asshole, Nero stood up straight and shouted right back. "How dare you? I'm not one of your men. You were charged with my protection in the wilds during my noble trial, and you led us into an ambush. I was nearly assassinated. As a new noble, I'm under the protection of the House of Oglivok. For you to stand there, after I personally resuscitated you, saving your very life, and have the gall, the sheer audacity, to demand my arrest? You, sir, are a disgrace to your uniform." "Nero," he said, "Guardians of Dorchester, I ask you to aid me in my time of need. As a lord of Dorchester, sworn to its defense, I must immediately report to the Tower of Law. Make sure this poor excuse for a soldier doesn't hinder me. I have a duty to see done, and I won't stand by and let politics get in the way." The guards all straightened up at Nero's words, and in unison they turned to glare at the sergeant. Flummoxed, the man could only sputter, as his entire face was red with fury. Satisfied, Nero turned to his companions and locked eyes with Mike. He said, "Stay close to me, and don't you dare try and run. I assure you, you wouldn't get very far." Nero watched the man nod quickly, trying to stop himself from shaking in fear. Turning back to the guards, Nero raised his chin and put on his serious face. "Come along, guardians. We have to get to the Tower of Law before the enemies of Dorchester can make their move." The guards all brandished their weapons and started looking around for hidden enemies. One of them, apparently the leader, started shouting orders. "All right, let's get the Lord where he needs to go. No pings out. Collins, you and Oslo make sure that the sergeant doesn't get any ideas. Let's move, people." As two of the guards took up position around Sergeant Wesker, the group made their way toward the wall. Nero took the lead, walking like he owned the very ground he walked on. He did, however, take a moment to look over his shoulder and appreciate the look of complete confusion mixed with repressed rage on the sergeant's face. Sergeant Wesker couldn't understand what was happening. One minute he was happy to see his fellow men in service to Dorchester. The next, he was being guarded by those same men. As he numbly allowed himself to be led forward, he turned to one of the guards and said, "Look, we need to get to the army compound. I have to report in. That little bastard took my link." The guard gave the sergeant a cold look and replied, "I'm guessing you want us to just kill the Lord right here in the middle of the street and call it an accident, huh? Well, don't you worry. We'll take you where you need to go." On the other side of the sergeant, the other guard spoke up. "A Lord of Dorchester has requested our help in reporting an assassination attempt to the Tower of Law. And you think we'll fall for your tricks? You just keep walking, and don't try anything funny." Nick was walking behind them, relaying to Vera what Nero was up to. He couldn't hide his smile, even though he made a solid effort. Nick hated to admit it, but Nero's antics were fun to watch. At least they were when they weren't happening to him. Rose paid close attention as the events unfolded, marveling at the little lord's masterful display. He had immediately taken control of the situation, while making the sergeant look like a traitor. Rose didn't know what she should do. As she thought through her options, she followed along with the group, wondering if she should sneak off and report in. Kathleen was following along behind Mike. Now that they were back within the city limits, he was the only threat in the area. She sighed at that realization. Looking at the hunter, she didn't see a hunter or an assassin. She only saw a man who'd given up. He was no threat. Looking up at the wall, she grimaced and muttered, "Well, back to civilization. Spending all our time talking and wasting our days debating what to eat." One of the guards was close enough to hear her and said, "Not everyone is cut out for the wilds, like us." She turned. The guard's expression soured, and he rolled his shoulders in offense. But he wasn't stupid enough to say anything. He was well aware how Northerners felt about Southerners. Not that he'd ever admit that they were partially right. Meanwhile, Nero was at the head of their little group, marching toward Dorchester with a smile on his face. He dropped his essence diffusion and felt the tension in his psychic field release. With a sigh of contentment, he mentally stretched. After a few seconds of peace, he opened a connection to the link in his pocket. Ignoring the pings waiting to be addressed, he sent a connection request to his good friend Jennings. After all, it was only polite to let the old man know that Nero was back in town. Nero chuckled as he thought to himself, "I wonder if I can get them to make me a motorcycle. All of this walking is for chumps." Chapter 105. Weaponizing Word of Mouth.
Vera was enjoying an early lunch while going over the status reports from her field teams. Taking a sip of her tea, her eyes darted across the hovering screens, assimilating the information with a glance. Her skills in the arena of paperwork were unmatched, and she used them like a master swordsman scything through a sea of never-ending enemies. Yet she never lost sight of the bigger picture. Each and every order she sent out was part of a larger game. She maneuvered her pieces, blocking her enemies while advancing her agenda. She turned their plots and plans against them while inching ever closer to her goal. What that goal actually was, she wasn't entirely sure. She had too many plans and contingencies to focus on just one. Perhaps she would take over all of Dorchester's shipping, or maybe she would take control of the city seat. Maybe she would apply for a charter and found her own city. The details were immaterial, because as long as she came out ahead, she was happy. Tearing her attention away from her screens, she took a delicate bite of her finger sandwich. With a smile, she recalled a conversation she once had with her beloved Nicholas. He had asked what she was trying to accomplish, and she had replied that she simply wanted to win. Vera chuckled at the memory. Nicholas had spent an hour lecturing her on the ambiguity of her goal. For a scientist like him, the concept of an arbitrary victory condition was unacceptable. He had gotten so worked up about it, she couldn't help but take him to the bedroom. Afterwards, she had sent him into a frenzy when she smiled at him and declared, "I win." As she was recalling the good times with her absent husband, she was surprised to feel a connection request from him through her link. Opening the connection, she asked, "Nicholas, are you all right? Shouldn't you still be in the wilds?" She could tell his psyche was stressed, but also more confident than she remembered. Apparently, his recent adventure had done him some good. Nick's calm voice stated, "Vera, my love, unfortunately we had to abandon the army due to another assassination attempt. Nero handled it. Details later. We rerouted to Gate 14. No casualties. Wesker and Vikander are still unknowns. Nero captured an assassin, and we are on our way to drop him off at the Tower of Law. Possible scry tracking. We've taken steps to throw them off. Assassin says that he was hired by Lord Blackwood, so be careful." Vera sat in stunned silence, focusing on every word coming through her link. When Nick finished, she asked coldly, "Needs?" Nick replied, "Loyal guards to ensure our freedom. Give the lead to Nero. He says he's got a plan, although I doubt he's thought that far ahead. Currently, he's dealing with the Gate 14 guards. You'd be proud of him. He's tricking them into providing us an escort while keeping Sergeant Wesker from interfering. He told me to tell you, look up all the relevant laws, figure out worst-case scenarios if we make a big stink, then come up with some compromises that get us paid. Make sure to put the bomb in place so they know we mean business. I'll contact you as soon as I can." That's all he said, and he was reluctant to go into detail. I don't know if he was being mysterious or if he's just making it up as the game progresses. Do you know what he meant by the bomb? Vera's smile turned cruel, and she said, "I know exactly what he means. How long until you reach the gate?" Nick took a few seconds to think and said, "I'm pretty sure we're heading toward a side gate. I don't see Gate 14, but I'm sure we're in the area. Give me a minute." She felt his connection dim, and she assumed he was conferring with one of the Gate 14 guards. Seconds later, she felt his amusement over the link. He said, "Yup, Gate 14, side Gate 1. I barely steered us past Gate 15. Anyway, we should be through the gate in 45 minutes. Do you have any contacts nearby?" Vera's mind worked through the problem as the screens in front of her cycled through her records. She said, "You'll see 10 mercenaries waiting for you just past the gate. The lead is named Natalie Keening. They'll be wearing precision shipping cloaks. As requested, Nero will have command. I'll make sure the local Tower of Law has someone on site to escort you. Code phrase will be, 'I simply want to win.' Let Nero know that the bomb will be ready.
Anything else?
Nick chuckled at the memory the code phrase brought to mind. He said,
Really, Vera? I simply want to win? You're terrible. Putting that aside, we don't need anything else. Hopefully our little Lord Walker knows what he's doing, and I'll pass on the message. Be safe, my love. He then closed the connection. Vera smiled at the development. Quickly sending out some pings, she arranged for Ms. Keening to meet her boys. Then she went on to contact the Gate 14 Tower of Law. As she waited for her contact to accept the connection, she thought to herself, maybe I should take the city seat earlier than I planned. Nero sure won't want to do it. Tone. As they headed toward the wall, Nero's mind was racing. Although he did his best to project the image of a confident noble, he worried that he had missed something. In the movies, there was always something that the main character overlooked that came back and bit him in the ass. Mentally, he went over his plan, trying to think what his opponents could do to screw it up. He was walking at the front of their column, and next to him was the Gate 14 guard who had seemed to be in charge. Nero looked up at the woman, seeing her stern face along with her wide shoulders. She looked like the kind of person who took their duty seriously. Nero could work with that. Looking back over his shoulder, he assessed the rest of the group. Wesker was still bracketed by the two guards assigned to watch him. Kathleen was walking behind Mike, keeping an eye on him. Nick and Rose were walking calmly, while keeping their eyes peeled for trouble. The remaining guards were on the sides, making sure the crowds stayed back. That's when he realized that the streets were parting easily for them. At first he had thought it was because of the guards, but now he wasn't so sure. The people all stopped to stare at him. Nero could see them whispering to each other and smiling as his group walked down the street. Frowning in confusion, Nero looked around. Turning his head to the guard who was walking next to him, he asked, "Why is everyone so interested in us?" The guard's face showed a hint of pride as she replied, "They recognize you. You're the little lord that kills with a smile. They just want to thank you for facing the wilds for them. We all appreciate what you do for us." Nero nearly stumbled at her answer. He felt numb and couldn't seem to piece together what she was saying. Slowly looking around, he took another look at the citizens of Dorchester who were stepping aside to let his group pass. The shock didn't let up as he finally recognized the looks on their faces. It was gratitude and pride. Oh my God. They're fans. How in the hell did I get fans? This can't still be about that arena thing, can it? He wondered. The guard was still looking at Nero and seemed to be enjoying his stunned expression. She smiled and added salt to the wound. "We have your poster up at our guard station. They're not going to believe that I got to help you on one of your missions." At the thought of the mission, her smile vanished, and she returned to scanning the crowd for trouble. "Do you have any intelligence on what we might be facing?" Nero's mind stuttered like a car failing to start. Out of all the possible scenarios he had played out in his head, he had never considered using his celebrity. Is that why they just believed him? Was he not a good actor? Did they just recognize him? "My lord, is everything all right?" the guard asked with some concern. Nero turned to look up at the guard, who had a worried look on her face. I'm fine. No problem. I was just thinking through my next steps." Nodding seriously, she returned to scanning the crowd. Nero tried to put a serious expression on his face, while doing his best to ignore the staring citizens watching them pass. "Okay, so I'm a celebrity. Didn't Nick mention something about the army using my image for recruitment posters or something? And then there was that arena thing with the assassin. Well, the first assassin. I guess that makes sense," thought Nero. His mind started to speed up as he came to grips with the new information. If he was a celebrity, then the city lord had even more reason to stop him from getting to the Tower of Law. Or, if not her, then whoever planned the attempt on his life. He needed to take precautions. It was time to abuse his celebrity and start using word of mouth to control the narrative. He turned to the guard and said, "Guardian, what's your name?" She looked down at him, surprised at the question. "Guard Gibson, my lord," she said quickly. Nero tried to look as serious as possible while saying, "It's an honor to meet you, Gibson. As I said before, my team and I were out in the wilds serving with the elites when an assassination team ambushed us." Gesturing over his shoulder, he said, "I don't know who was involved, but the team's sergeant led us right to the ambush spot. That might mean nothing, or it might mean that he was involved. I managed to subdue one of the assassins. It's that man in black behind us. He's agreed to provide information on who masterminded the plot. I won't tell you exactly what he said, because there are some powerful people involved." He watched her surprise turn to anger, and then to fear. "I don't want you or your men to be put in any more danger than necessary. Yet, for the sake of Dorchester, I have to get that man to the Tower of Law as soon as possible. Whatever happens, I must succeed." As expected, the city guard, who probably rarely sees action, reassured him, "My men and I don't fear the nobles." She leaned a little closer and whispered, "Who did he say is behind it?" Nero made a point to look around and ensure that there wasn't anyone listening. He replied quietly, with some venom in his voice, "According to him, the city lord's consort, Lord Blackwood. Apparently, he wanted to kill me and my team, then leave our bodies to be picked apart by the horrors of the wilds. All because I refused to stand by and let the men and women of Dorchester fight in my place. If anything happens to me, make sure that assassin gets to the Tower of Law. And do what you can to protect my team. They don't deserve to die for some noble's vanity." Nero could see the righteous fury in her eyes. He made sure not to smile. By tonight, everyone she knows will have heard the story, and then passed it on, he thought with pride. "You can count on us, my lord. We won't let you down," she promised. Nero gave her a firm nod, showing he believed her. "We should increase our pace. Who knows what they'll try," he said. She nodded, then shouted over her shoulder, "Let's pick up the pace! We have somewhere to be!" Nero tried and failed to hide his smile as they started jogging. They must have made quite the sight barreling down the street, as the people got out of their way without issue. In fact, Nero could sometimes see groups of them starting to clap for them as the group passed by. "This must be how John Cena feels when he goes out for a run," he thought. Chapter 106. Smile for the Cameras. Located below the Hennings Tower of Fate, hidden behind wards and illusions, was the Chamber of Destiny. It was a dark room, built to discuss dark deeds. Rarely did the Masters of Destiny meet, for theirs was a secret order within a secret order. Since its inception, the rules had stayed the same. Only 5 members, and each could only serve for 50 years at a time before they had to retreat from public life for at least 100 years. The sacrifice was to ensure that the Masters didn't use their powers for personal gain. The rules were so stringent because they were the only official secret order within the Council of Fate. The only member to know the identities of the Masters was the High Prophet, for he was the one who oversaw the Masters of Destiny. Unfortunately, the current High Prophet, Director Weatherby, usually let the Masters of Destiny run themselves since he was too busy managing the Council and dealing with running the Hennings Tower of Fate. Yet, he now found himself in the Chamber of Destiny, responding to an emergency summons. Sitting in the dark room, with his ceremonial hood hiding his face, he asked, "What was so important that you had to interrupt my meeting with the Shimmer Shield trade envoy?" Around the small table, shrouded in shadows, were 5 nervous individuals. Each of them were hidden behind their hoods, but Weatherby could tell they were all anxious. He watched them looking at each other, and he could only assume they were having a private conversation about who would be the one to tell him why he was here.
As they gestured at each other in silence, the seconds passed without anyone saying anything.
Fed up, he growled, "If someone doesn't tell me what's happened, I'm going to do something drastic to each and every one of you."
They all slumped in their seats, but one robed individual spoke up.
"There's been a problem with Dorchester again."
Director Weatherby, the High Prophet, dropped his head into his hands and muttered,
"What now?"
Another master said,
"Someone tried to assassinate the anomaly again."
Raising his head, Weatherby asked, "So? It hasn't affected the reworked fate projections, has it?"
The first master to have spoken said, "It's a little more complicated than that. It turns out that someone was playing with fate, and they were rather obvious about it."
Furious, Director Weatherby nearly shouted, "Did you idiots defy the will of the council again?"
They all held up their hands in denial, and one of them said, "No, it wasn't us. We think it was the children of fate."
Another robed master interjected,
"I still think it was the coalition of destiny."
The director could only sit there and watch as the 5 Masters of Destiny began arguing about which of the secret orders within the Tower of Fate was responsible for defying the Council's edict. Running out of patience, he slammed his hand on the table to get their attention and said,
"So why haven't you brought this to the Council's attention? Why bring me down here to talk about this?"
Abruptly, the 5 Masters fell silent.
After a few seconds, one of them said, "Well, as we said, it is a complicated situation. We each found out through our contacts among the other orders that they all were currently weaving fate within Dorchester's walls. It's possible that there might be a small problem with competing agendas causing unforeseen problems. We needed to give you a heads up before tomorrow's council meeting. Several orders are threatening to release proof of their competitors' actions. We need you to rally the Council of Fate to ensure the veil of secrecy is maintained."
The director rubbed his temples through his hood and asked,
"How many plots are currently running?"
"We've confirmed 14 so far," said one of the masters, trying to sound helpful. Staring hard at the masters, the director asked,
"And they are all at cross purposes. How is that possible?"
The robed masters exchanged hooded looks. Then one of them said,
"It turns out that they were all trying to bring down House Walker. Technically, they weren't going against the Council's edict. By not targeting the anomaly, but his house, they didn't think they were doing anything wrong. However, they were inadvertently hindering each other. As you know, weaving fate isn't an exact science."
"And have you identified who aided the assassination attempt?" asked the director.
"Not yet," said one of the masters.
Another one spoke up hesitantly.
"According to the Matrix, the combined efforts of the plots have resulted in 3 houses loyal to the Tower of Fate being forced out of Dorchester. Not to mention that there is now a chance that House Walker will take over the city seat."
Shooting to his feet, the director screamed, "What?"
One of the masters who had been silent up until now spoke up. "I queried the Matrix of Fate, and it is predicting the fall of the tower if we don't find a way to alter our fate."
Collapsing into his chair, the director sighed in defeat. Looking at the masters, he said,
"So, to sum up what you're telling me, after everyone on the council agreed to leave the anomaly alone, they all used their secret orders to try and interfere with his path. As a result, the anomaly has gained money and influence, while each of the orders are blaming each other for their failures. Furthermore, there is a possibility that there is evidence of our interference while aiding in an illegal assassination attempt on a new noble under the protection of the crown. And somehow, all of this madness concerning a minor noble in the middle of nowhere has altered our fate, which could possibly lead to the destruction of the Tower of Fate, which has existed for thousands of years. Am I missing anything?"
After a moment, one of the masters helpfully added, "The Matrix assured us that even if the Tower of Fate falls and we are all executed,
The Matrix itself will be fine. So, there's that.
The director and the other masters all stared at the robed idiot, silently hoping that something bad would happen to him. When they arrived at the gate, Nero was surprised at how small it was. Instead of the towering opening, which was Gate 15, or the smaller, but still huge, Gate 7, this gate was only wide enough for a 2-lane road. Compared to what Nero had grown used to seeing, it was positively tiny. Not wanting to sound like an idiot, he used his link to open up a private connection to Nick. Why is Gate 14 so small? Or are all the gates like this, but Gate 7 and 15 are the exceptions? Nero could feel Nick several paces behind him. Although he didn't turn around to see, he could imagine Nick's smug face as the man responded. No, Nero, this isn't Gate 14's main gate. It's just one of the sides gates in the area of Gate 14. Each area is named for the main gate. We've covered this. You need to start paying attention. Rolling his eyes, Nero didn't bother to respond, and just closed the connection. Turning to look at Guard Gibson, he said, I'll be relying on you to guide us to the Tower of Law. From behind him, he heard Nick say with some annoyance, Actually, Nero, you won't. Why don't you ever read your pings? Looking over his shoulder, Nero could see Nick brushing past Rose and Mike to join him at the front of their little group. Glancing at Guard Gibson, Nero realized that he couldn't respond with his typical snark. Instead, he said, I've put my link on silent so that I didn't have to avoid a connection with the Archmage, or anyone else within Dorchester's power structure. Until the assassin has been delivered and my duty completed, I don't want to engage in politics. Now isn't the time for checking my messages. Nero was pleased to see Guard Gibson smiling and nodding in agreement. However, he could almost feel Nick rolling his eyes when he heard the man scoff. Nero looked over his shoulder to glare at the man. Opening another connection to Nick through the link, he said, Remember to look like a noble. Image is everything, and we can't look like we don't know what we're doing. So stop being an asshole and making me look bad. Nick slightly grinned, but nodded his head in agreement. Changing the subject, he said, If you had bothered to read your pings, you'd be aware of what we're going to find on the other side of the gate. For the past hour, I've listened to you outline hypothetical enemy responses and how you want me and Vera to react to them. But you've been ignoring what is happening right now. Nero returned to facing forward, doing his best to appear like a typical noble, and not a scheming little bastard having a covert conversation with the man standing right next to him. Well, they made their way into the long tunnel which made up the gate, he asked. Okay, I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong. But I can't pay attention to multiple things like you can. You can relay messages and coordinate our actions better than anyone other than Vera. I needed to think things through, but we're almost through the gate, and the time for planning is over. So how about you give me the highlights? What are we walking into? Nick kept his face blank as he responded. Vera's sent some mercenary guards. They'll be wearing precision shipping badges and cloaks. As you probably don't know what they'll look like, I'll be sure to point them out. Also, there should be a representative from the Tower of Law waiting for us. In order to verify that they are, in fact, sent by Vera, they will use a code phrase. I simply want to win. Vera said that you will be given command, so make sure you don't act surprised when they all follow your lead. Nero glanced at Nick and gave him a subtle nod. Nick could feel Nero's nervousness over the link's connection and tried to project his feelings of support. As they walked the remaining distance through the tunnel, they didn't speak, but kept the connection active. Emerging back into the sun, Nero looked around the busy street, looking for the two groups who should be waiting for them. Nero's group had emerged from a tunnel which had opened up to a large open receiving area, and the guards should be somewhere off to the side. Feeling a tap on his arm, he looked over to see Nick pointing at a group of armed people in the distance. They were wearing brown cloaks with a jeweled PS for a clasp at their shoulder.
Even though they were too far away for Nero to recognize them, Nick apparently didn't have a problem doing so. Nero smiled and started leading his group over to meet them. The receiving area was massive and sloped, so the gate looked down over the crowd. Stalls and warehouses surrounded the area, and carts were moving about, delivering their goods. There must have been hundreds of people spread across the space, and it reminded Nero of a massive convention hall. The only thing missing was a ceiling. While making their way through the crowd, the regular people surrounding them were looking on with interest, but were nice enough not to approach them. In fact, they all made way when they saw Nero, and the universal recognition was starting to make his palms sweat. Before he could close the distance to Vera's guards, Nero's attention was grabbed by a disturbance in the other direction. In the distance, the crowd was being shoved aside by another group. 5 guards in blue tabards with the Tower of Law's symbol on them were pushing people out of the way, and they weren't being nice about it. Even from a distance, he heard them shouting, "Make way for the law!" and "Tower business, move aside!" Looking at their tabards, he remembered his experience being escorted to the arena. Too bad that Bill guy isn't here. These guys seem like dicks, he thought. Nero halted his party, preferring to wait for Tower's guards to approach. He saw Guard Gibson nervously gripping her sword hilt, and he said, "Wait for my signal, Gibson. They may be on our side." As the Tower guards approached, he saw Vera's guards snap to attention. Nero offered them a wave and tried to imply that they should come closer. He could see the moment they decided that Nero needed help. He tried to hold up his hands to clarify that he wasn't in any trouble and that there was no reason to make a scene. But it was too late. Like an axe head, they forced their way through the crowd, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Nero saw the grim-faced mercenaries pushing people out of the way, with some people being shoved to the ground. The Tower guards noticed and redoubled their efforts to push through the crowd from the other side. Nero could only grimace as the two forces disrupted the otherwise pleasant atmosphere. Nero looked over at Guard Gibson and Nick and said, "Go like this." He clasped his fingers together at his waist and made a platform for someone to stand on. "I need you guys to lift me up." Shrugging, Nick did as he was told. Guard Gibson and Nick had no issue lifting Nero's head and shoulders above the crowd. Surprised at how high they lifted him, he looked out over the crowd to see people starting to panic. They were hearing shouting from both sides, and they didn't know where they should be going to get out of the way. Waving his hands back and forth, Nero shouted as loud as he could, "Everyone calm the hell down!" He saw people quieting down and turning to look at him. Making eye contact with the two groups, he shouted over the crowd, "Stop charging through the crowd like assholes! I'm not going anywhere!" Pleased to see the two groups slowing down, he addressed the crowd. "Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Please go about your day. It's nothing you need to worry about. Thank you for your understanding." Dropping back down to ground level, he looked over at Nick with a proud smile. Nick just stared at Nero and said, "You do know you just showed exactly where you were to everyone here. If someone was waiting to kill you, that would have been a perfect opportunity." Frowning at Nick's analysis, Nero replied, "No one is going to try anything here. But, point taken, I just didn't want to be blamed for a riot." Guard Gibson said, "You're right to put the needs of the people before thoughts of your safety. You are a credit to the nobility." Nero offered a generous smile and said, "See, Nick, stop trying to disparage my good name. I'm heroic." As their connection was still open, Nick used it to say, "Nero, I'm not sure if I can pull off pretending that you are anything other than a pain in my ass." Nero gave Nick a firm stare, full of respect, and replied over the link, "You can do anything you set your mind to. I believe in you." Turning the way, he watched the Tower guards finally make their way through the last of the crowd and open up to reveal a stern-faced woman whom they'd been escorting. She bowed slightly and said, Lord Walker, I'm lawbringer Mavis. Vera Salvatore Verena asked me to tell you, I simply want to win. You have a prisoner for me?
Nero looked at the large tower guards, their stern faces bereft of any personality. Right as he was about to respond, he heard a woman shout from his left.
Lord Walker, I'm Natalie Keening, in the employ of House Walker. We're here to ensure that you reach your destination unmolested, she said, while stomping forward to stand opposite the tower's group.
Behind her, 9 well-armed, brown-cloaked mercenaries emerged from the crowd. By this point, their meeting had caused a large enough disruption that the entire crowd had formed a circle to watch what was happening. Nero could practically picture the phones that would have been pulled out to record the event had this happened back home. Looking around, between his group, the towers, and Vera's guards, they numbered over 20 people. And everyone was looking at him, waiting to hear what he had to say. He saw the crowd's curious faces and realized that he had to handle this delicately. Coughing lightly into his hand, he cleared his throat. He stood at attention, raised his chin, and loudly projected, I am Lord Nero Walker. I have just returned from aiding the army in clearing the eastern wilds. While my companions and I were deep in the forest, we were ambushed by hunters who were part of a plot to assassinate me and hide the evidence where no one would ever find it. But we prevailed. One of the assassins has agreed to provide testimony against the masterminds, and I have agreed to do what I can to support him in his rehabilitation. After all, when nobles demand a simple hunter to follow their plots, how can they say no? Lawbringer Mavis, this man has a story to tell you. My companions and I deliver him into the capable hands of the Tower of Law, so that the truth can come out. Thank you for ensuring his safety. Nero waved a hand behind him, gesturing for Mike to step forward. The lawbringer grimaced while looking around at the crowd. This story would likely make the daily update. She said, It's Mavis, Lord Walker. Nodding easily, he said, Yeah, that's what I said. Mavis. From the crowd, someone shouted, Who is behind it, my lord? Murmurs started up, and shouts of, Was it the city lord? Along with demands for justice, grew in strength. Nero held up his hands, and the crowd quieted down. Doing his best impression of a politician, he said, We're doing everything in our power to bring the conspirators to justice. Rest assured that House Walker will not be intimidated, and we will ensure that the laws of Dorchester will be enforced, whether the criminal is noble or not. Thank you all for your support, and I want you all to know that I will forever be grateful for my opportunity to defend this great city from its enemies, both foreign and domestic. Now, please go about your day. Let's all let the Tower of Law do its job. The crowd actually had several people start clapping. But soon enough, they broke up to return to whatever it was that had gotten them out of bed in the morning. While they returned to their regularly scheduled day, Nero greeted the guards Vera had sent. Thank you for coming. You're Natalie, right? Nick couldn't contain himself anymore and interrupted. Nero, what the hell was that? Surprised at the outburst, he looked up at Nick's frowning face and replied, Insurance, Nick. I just accused the powers that be of trying to kill me, while actually saying nothing of the sort. Smiling cruelly over the link, he added, And if they want me to clarify the statement, they're going to have to make it worth my while. Also, we narrowed down some of those hypothetical situations. No one tried to kill me, and the Tower of Law is now on the hook for providing an investigation. Nick looked shocked and a little uncomfortable. They both turned in surprise when they heard Mike speak up. Can I go to jail now? It's exhausting to be around you guys, said Mike, while looking like he had aged 20 years over the past few days. Chapter 107. Home from the worst vacation imaginable. Archmage Jennings waved his hand over the impromptu hologram, adding, Marriage to Halima under the column labeled Offers. He looked over the board, frowning at the hodgepodge of ideas. The problem was, he wasn't sure what the little shit actually wanted. Would they be dealing with Nero or his proxy? Why won't Nero answer his pings?
Let's do our best to save that as a last resort, complained the city lord.
Jennings turned to look at the full conference room tables. Their little emergency session of the Leadership Council was full of nobles and aides who all had their own agendas. Sighing, he wondered who in the room actually cared if Dorchester still existed in 6 months. General Branson, along with aides, was invested in Dorchester's future. He and his men had been working hard to prepare for the density shift. Next to them was the city lord and her group. Her aide, Ms. Chandler, looked haggard and resigned to whatever fate had in store for them. Meanwhile, her remaining consorts, Dustin Mosgrave and Francis Howard, were more interested in keeping House Cosgrave's losses to the minimum. They actually seemed to believe there was a way to save Deirdre Cosgrave, and adamantly believed killing Derek would be enough to placate House Walker. Luckily, City Lord Halima Cosgrave was smart enough to know that she couldn't avoid a reckoning. As far as Jennings could tell, 3 of the remaining council lords didn't seem worried in the least. For them, this was nothing more than an opportunity to bleed House Cosgrove and move up the ladder of power. After all, Lords Newling, York, and Volton could all evacuate their houses in the event of an evacuation. They wouldn't be the ones paying with their lives. That honor would be reserved for the commoners. Next was Lord Bennings, who, as the director of the Tower of Law, was more interested in performing her duties than saving lives. The last council lord was Lord Peyton. The man looked disgruntled, but hadn't said much. Jennings couldn't figure out what had the man so concerned. Was it the situation Dorchester was facing? Or was it something else? With a firm voice, Jennings said, "I think we've done all we can to prepare. Until we hear from House Walker, this is all just theory crafting. Our strategy will have to adapt to whoever is actually leading the negotiations. Regardless of whether it's his proxy or Lord Walker himself, hopefully we can convince them to be reasonable. But, if possible, we should try to isolate Lord Walker. He'll most likely be easier to convince." Scoffing, Lord Newling muttered, "Would any of us be reasonable in his position?" Lord York responded, "My vote remains with Lord Benning's proposal. We should follow the law, even if it results in the abandonment of the city. We can always return and rebuild. Worst case scenario, we lose half of our assets. With the support of the Crown, we can rebuild under new management. After all, House Cosgrave should suffer the consequences of their actions." Bristling in her seat, City Lord Cosgrove replied, "I shall remind you once again that it is not that simple. My idiotic children do not represent my house, and we have no intention of ignoring the law. The goal of this council should be to find a way to ensure Dorchester's survival while ensuring that justice is served." Archmage Jennings cut off any rebuttals by saying, "Well said, City Lord. Now, I've been watching Nero, and he has just dropped off the assassin with a representative from Gate 14's Tower of Law. When he manages to extricate himself from his companions, I'll go and collect him. Our goal must be to inform him of the larger picture. I'm sure when he understands what's at stake, he'll be amenable to a compromise." General Branson's strong voice rang out, "And I say again, that is a mistake. He's going to eat you all alive if you bring him here against his will. That young man is petty, selfish, and couldn't care less about your larger picture. He thinks like a warrior, not a politician. Until proven otherwise, everyone is his enemy. For heaven's sake, man, he's been ignoring your pings ever since he entered the city. That should tell you everything you need to know. You should be doing everything you can to include Mrs. Salvatore Verina in the negotiations. She is the only one who could restrain him. If you don't, you'll end up having to give him the city. He'll demand it just to spite you. And even worse, he'll make it sound like he's only accepting the city because he's worried about the common man." Lord York's mocking voice answered the general. "Your input is appreciated,
However, considering that it was your army which allowed this to happen, perhaps we shouldn't rely on your tactical analysis." General Branson glared at Lord York, but didn't otherwise react to the provocation. Over the next hour, they argued. No one's opinions changed, and there were no decisions were made. Jennings' efforts were in vain, and the conversation went around and around in circles, accomplishing nothing. But eventually, the situation outside the council chambers evolved, and Jennings anticipated a possible opportunity presenting itself. While he hadn't had a chance to catch Nero alone, as the young man had been surrounded by mercenaries, Jennings was pleased to see Nero finally arriving at the newly renamed Verena estate. Now, all he had to do was wait, and soon he should be able to grab Nero without anyone knowing. While the room was filled with the sounds of competing agendas, he smiled in anticipation. "The boy likes me. I'm sure the general is just being overly pessimistic," he thought. After dropping Mike off at the Tower of Law, Nero and his companions were brought into a testimonial room. Apparently, in order to make an official statement, citizens had to provide the relevant memory engram. Nero watched as Nick walked up to a large stone pillar with a 2-foot-wide crystal embedded in the middle. He could see runes etched along thin strips of metal crisscrossing over the slightly glowing crystal. It was officially the most fantasy thing he had seen since arriving in this world. Glancing at his group, they all seemed perfectly fine with the idea of someone recording their memories. Not wanting to make a fuss, he kept his reservations to himself. Nick stood in front of the pillar, and Nero watched as the large crystal lit up a light blue. After a few seconds, Nick turned around and rejoined the group. Kathleen stepped up next, and the scene repeated itself. Leaning over, Nero quietly asked Nick, "Okay, so how does this work? How do I do this?" Nick looked down at Nero with a look of confusion. "It's just like the link. Just connect with the inducer, then provide the memory. Don't overthink it." Shooting Nick a look of annoyance, he walked up to the pillar, which was apparently called an inducer, and tried to reach out to it. Nero felt the connection establish, and he could feel his focus improve drastically. It was an odd feeling, like he was looking into a mental mirror. He could play whatever memory he wanted on the mirror, while keeping his perception of current events totally separate. While it should have been extremely disorienting, it just wasn't. He had no trouble recalling the assassination attempt. He easily isolated the memory and watched the events play out from his perspective. It was like his sensory inputs were being isolated and displayed, while his perspective and thoughts were stripped from the memory. But as interesting as he found the experience, he decided it was better not to dawdle. Once he had the memory chosen, he tried to figure out where the record button was. However, the moment the thought appeared, he felt the memory being copied. It was like a duplicate was appearing right next to his mental projection. It only took a few seconds. He couldn't believe how easy it was. After completing his task, Nero dropped the connection and then took a step back. He stared at the inducer with a complicated look on his face, as if he weren't entirely sure how to feel about what just happened. Nick's voice broke his concentration. "You figure it out?" he asked. Suppressing the urge to say something rude, Nero returned to the group and replied, "Yeah, no problem." Rose went next. As she walked up to the inducer, she looked over at the technician standing off to the side. "Just so you know, I'm going to include everything that happened. But be aware, I didn't see much," she said. The technician didn't seem to care. After briefly looking up from their workstation, they offered Rose a polite nod of acknowledgement, then returned to the holograms they were staring at. She dropped off her memory, then returned to the group. Everyone turned to Sergeant Wesker, who was standing there with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. Seconds passed as he blatantly ignored everyone around him. Lawbringer Mavis, who had escorted them here, took a step closer to him. With a frown on her face, she said, "Sergeant, please provide your testimony."
Turning to look at the much smaller Lawbringer, he glared down at her and replied, "Until my link is returned, and I'm able to make contact with Army Command, I refuse to participate." After saying his piece, he returned to staring blankly at the walls, while avoiding eye contact with anyone. Nero shared a glance with the Lawbringer, and she asked with some accusation in her tone,
You took his link?
Shrugging, he replied, "I didn't want anyone knowing we were here. The last thing we needed was an information leak. Now that we're safe in the Tower of Law, I have no problem returning everyone's links. Here is Mike's link, and what he had on him." Between Nero and Nick, they returned everyone's links, and then turned Mike's effects over to Lawbringer Mavis. The only one who seemed to think the moment was in any way important was Sergeant Wesker, who immediately used his link to report in. Nero smiled at the sergeant's actions, but frowned at the look of hesitation on Rose's face. She must not know what to do in this situation, he thought. Taking a few steps closer, he whispered to her, "Hey, don't worry about it. You should go with the sergeant. The next steps aren't going to have anything to do with you. Feel free to report in, and tell them whatever you want. I'm sure I'll be seeing the general soon anyway." Seeing her thinking through what to say, he didn't give her a chance to respond. Turning away quickly, he walked back over to the Lawbringer and asked, "Did you need anything else from us, or are we free to go?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she asked, "Don't you want to watch the interrogation? As a noble, you are entitled to be present during the questioning." Nero snorted and replied, "I already know what he's going to say. I included our interrogation of him with my memory. And keep in mind that any threats I made at the time were purely an intimidation tactic, as I had no intention of ever following through with them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to meet with my proxy, and then find a shower." Lawbringer Mavis nodded and said, "Very well, Lord Walker. I'll be sure to keep your proxy apprised of any developments. Rest assured, the Tower of Law will handle this." Smiling up at the serious woman, he reached out to pat her arm in appreciation. "Thank you for your help. I know that this case is in good hands. Let me know if you need anything else." He then turned to share a look with Nick and gestured with his head toward the door. In no time at all, they exited the Gate 14 Tower of Law and reunited with Natalie and her guards, who were waiting for them outside. After having left Rose, Wesker, and Mike inside the tower, Nero, Kathleen, and Nick were the only remaining companions. They grouped up, while Natalie's guards took up positions surrounding them. Nero crossed his arms and said, "All right, so we've achieved our primary objective. Mike's going to point the finger, and all hell is going to break loose. We're going to be hearing from the people in charge soon enough. Let's meet up with Vera and plan our next steps. Remember, if something unexpected happens, don't do anything until checking in with Vera. We did our part. Now we let Vera do hers." Receiving nods of agreement from Nick and Kathleen, he turned to Natalie and said, "Can you take us to Vera? And hopefully get us some real food and a shower?" Natalie gave him a firm nod, then turned to her team and shouted, "Protection detail! Let's move out!" Their group marched through the streets, and Nero didn't even bother to ask where they were going. After a carriage ride and some more walking, Nero and his companions were finally led into a private teleportation platform located in the transport hub. Annoyed at how large the city was, Nero just wanted to find a couch to collapse on. But when Nero was about to step up onto the platform, he felt Nick tug on his sleeve. Turning around, Nero asked, "What?" Nick gave Nero a blank look and asked, "Aren't you forgetting something?" Confused, Nero asked, "What the hell are you talking about? I just stand on the platform, right?" Rolling his eyes, Nick pointed at Nero's satchel and said, "You can't teleport with essence crystals. They'll just dissipate into the ether during transport. Hand them over to Natalie. She'll deliver them to one of Vera's storage facilities for processing. Do you have any idea how much money you're carrying around?" Nero lifted up his satchel, staring at it. The bag had been his constant companion for the past few days.
It felt weird to let it go.
Taking it off his shoulder, he handed it to Natalie. Staring her down, he said, "I'll expect this back." Natalie took the bag, while nodding seriously and saying,
"I'll guard it with my life, my lord."
Stunned at her overly serious response, he mumbled, Good, thanks." Nick patted Nero on the back, consoling him for his loss while guiding him up onto the platform. Soon enough, they were transported to Nick and Vera's estate. Nero looked around at the familiar decor and sighed in relief. They were finally somewhere safe. Not letting them enjoy the moment, Nick immediately walked off, gesturing for Kathleen and Nero to follow him through the halls. Over his shoulder, Nick said, "Vera says she's ready when we are, but I told her we're going to shower first, and then we can talk while we eat. The kitchen is preparing a feast as we speak." Nick seemed excited to be having a real meal again. Nero smiled at the idea of eating a good meal, but couldn't suppress a feeling of nervousness. He kept looking around, expecting something to jump out at them. Kathleen's quiet voice spoke up. "Calm down, little lord. We're back behind the walls. There is no danger here. It's only nobles, weaklings, and politics that we have to look forward to for the immediate future." Nero looked over at her and saw how unhappy she was about being back. "She really hates it here, huh?" he thought. Trying to lighten the mood, he said, "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to taking a dump in a place where it's not necessary for someone to watch me. After what we just went through, I feel as though I know way too much about both of you. And if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer us to spend some time recalling how to properly distance ourselves." Nick chuckled and said, "I'm looking forward to seeing my wife. It's only been a few weeks, but I'd forgotten what it was like to not have her around. I didn't realize how much I'd miss her." Kathleen said, "Sure, that all sounds great, but when are we returning to our training?" Nero and Nick glared at her, yet Nero was the first to speak. "I'm not sure if we're rejoining the elites. We'll have to see what happens." Kathleen's hard stare froze Nero's blood. She said, "You're going to return to training. Whether it's with the elites or on our own, you're not nearly ready to face the world on your own." Nick chimed in, "He did save us all. I wouldn't say he is defenseless." Heading off an argument, Nero said, "Kathleen's right. I have a lot more to learn. I'm just not sure how things are going to play out. Let's hold off on any long-term plans and just focus on what's happening right now. First we talk to Vera, then we make a plan. I'm sure she has it all figured out." Receiving nods, Nero let the matter drop. Nick led them to individual guest rooms, and then went off to go find his wife. As Nero closed the door to his room, his eyes scanned every corner. Realizing what he was doing, he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He wasn't in the wilds anymore. He needed to lighten up. The battles coming up would be with words, and he needed to let his combat instincts adapt to the current environment. After letting the tension in his shoulders release, he headed off toward the bathroom. He smiled at the prospect of finally having some privacy. Whether it made sense or not, the worst part about being in the wilds was the fact that he was never alone. As the danger was always there, so were his teammates. The fact that he knew what Nick's face looked like when he did his business was something he would have to deal with on an emotional level at some point. Walking into the bathroom, he saw the shower and toilet. For Nero, they were almost glowing, and he felt like he heard orchestral music heralding their appearance. With a wide smile, he saw the fluffy towels hanging off the hooks and the soap dispensers filled with scents that reminded him of all the beauty he had recently been denied. The smell of cleanliness made his heart rate rise with anticipation. Taking a step forward, the world flashed with gold, and he felt himself hurtle through space. Moments later, he blinked at the change of scenery. Looking around, he saw conference room tables arranged in around a central open area.
Well-dressed people stared at him with expressions ranging from glares to smiles.
From behind him on his right, he heard a voice. "Nero, my boy, I'm sorry to bring you here like this, but we need to talk." Nero spun around to see Archmage Jennings standing there with a proud smile on his face, holding out a mug of steaming coffee for Nero to take. Instead of responding, Nero looked around the room. It was a massive conference hall. Wood walls were filled with fancy carvings and crown moldings. There were hanging chandeliers with glowing lights. Beautiful artwork along with tapestries adorned the walls, and the floor had the seal of Dorchester in the middle of the room. It took him only a minute to realize that he had been transported to the keep. Furious at the realization, he grabbed the cup of coffee, ripping it out of Jennings' hand. Glaring at Jennings, he said, "I was just about to have my first private shit in a week, and you had to pull this crap. Just wait until Vera hears about this. You are so screwed." Jennings' smile withered, and he replied hastily, "Now, there's no reason to be—" "Save it for your trial, old man," Nero said, bitingly. Looking around, he said, "Now someone better show me to a bathroom, or I'm taking a dump right here. I've been in the woods for the past week, so any shyness I might have had has been beaten out of me." As the stunned looks of the nobles acted like a balm on his soul, he added, "And I also want pancakes, with butter and syrup." Nero cast the purification spell he always used on the coffee Jennings had just handed him, then marched off to see about finding a bathroom. As the door to the room slammed shut behind Nero, Jennings turned to look at the gathered nobles. Everyone was still sitting in stunned shock, unused to being talked to like that. Lamely, he said, "Well, that went about as well as we could have expected. Let's make sure the pancakes are here by the time he gets back. We want him in a good mood." Chapter 108. Civilization means you can think on the toilet. In the Henning Central Command Center, the king was meeting with his Council of War. Consisting of 14 arch-generals, their purpose was to coordinate their response to the various theaters of conflict across the kingdom. Each general worked closely with the nobles who controlled the regions within their assigned area. But while the individual armies were paid for and supported by their local support systems, the final say of their deployment was always with the king. Since the founding of Oglevark, the position of High General was always the king. Typically, he didn't really have to do much. Mostly, he just listened to what was happening and let the various cities within his kingdom go about their business. In fact, he normally didn't even bother to attend these meetings. One of his sons, Prince Benjamin, usually represents the crown's interests. But today, he felt like he needed a break from his wife and their consorts. As he leaned back in his chair, listening to the general from the Baknaravin province go over their response to the latest Centaur incursion, he couldn't help but feel bad for avoiding the fallout. This morning, he had found out that the Tower of Fate had apparently insulted the trade envoy from Clan Shimmershield, and Lydia, his consort, was stuck dealing with the ornery dwarf. He expected that she was currently smoothing things over, while ensuring that the upcoming visit from the clan heads would proceed without issue. But that wasn't what worried him. It was his wife. Marissa had known him from almost his entire life, and she was more than capable of following the trail of evidence in order to find out what caused the debacle. Considering how close she and Lydia were, it was only a matter of time until Lydia complained, and then Marissa's personality would force her to investigate. He did not want to be around for when she found out that the entire thing was his fault. The king came out of his thoughts and answered the question he had been only half listening to. "You're quite right to be concerned, Arch-General Enoch, but the standard response should be more than enough to reinforce the region. I trust you and the city lords to handle it. Consider the crown informed, and you may proceed with my full support." The Arch-General bowed slightly, then returned to her seat. As another Arch-General stood up to take her place, the doors to their meeting hall were slammed open, and in strode Queen Marissa Newling Oglevark.
The very essence hummed with her presence, and the arch-generals, along with their aides, shrank into their seats as their station demanded that they be aware of her alternate identity. Everyone in the room knew that she was the current champion Charity, and a populator wasn't someone they wanted to cross, especially not one of her caliber. As far as they were concerned, if she wanted to storm in and yell at her husband, it was perfectly fine with them. King Oliver sighed at the cowardly arch-generals. He had hoped the prospect of interrupting a meeting of the kingdom's elites would prevent her from making a scene, but he should have known it was a long shot. Before he could say anything, she growled, "This meeting is adjourned. Everyone, please wait outside. You'll be able to resume shortly." There wasn't even a moment of hesitation, as every arch-general in the room picked up their things and hurried toward the exit. With a small smile of amusement, the king watched the room empty in a surprisingly short amount of time. When the queen saw the doors shut, she spun to face the sitting king and put her hands on her hips. Nearly snarling, she said, "What idiotic plot of yours required Lydia to get yelled at by that infuriating dwarf?" The king asked lightly. "Whatever do you mean, dear?" Shaking a finger at him, she said, "I don't know how exactly, but this whole thing stinks of one of your convoluted games. I traced an emergency signal received by the director of the Tower of Fate, which caused him to run out a meeting with the trade envoy. He was supposed to be demonstrating our predictive capabilities. Do you have any idea how it looks to have our foremost Fate Weaver surprised during a meeting demonstrating our preparedness?" Chuckling, the king said, "Yes, I suppose that does look bad. But how is that my fault?" Smiling cruelly, she said, "It took some digging and some pointed questions, but I tracked down the issue that caused the director to be called away. Imagine my surprise when I found out that it was about Dorchester again. And then I remembered you having one of those cases of dwarven wine set aside to be shipped to Dorchester. And do you remember what you said when Helen asked you why? You said that Archmage Jennings needed to be distracted, and that she should just write it off as a household expense. But you didn't send it to Jennings, did you?" The king watched as she started pacing back and forth, outlining her investigative journey. Putting her hands behind her back as she walked, she continued, "I just checked with Walter, and you didn't have it sent to Jennings. He told me that you, in fact, had it sent to someone named Lord Bevan, along with a note saying it was a goodwill gesture from the Tower of Fate. I don't know exactly how those two things are connected, but I don't need to." She paused, pointed accusingly at the king, and said, "Then about a week ago, you maneuvered Lord Newbanks and his family into having dinner with us. At the time, I thought you were just interested in their daughter romantically. But do you remember what you spent the meal talking about? Dorchester again. You told the story about their pathetic excuse for a noble war, and about that new noble the mages find so fascinating. But you weren't trying to get her work at the Tower of Magic, were you? You were highlighting the fact that Dorchester was where the current director of the Mage Council wanted to spend his time." Amused, the king asked, "So, don't you find that interesting?" Sniffing harshly, she returned to her pacing, while making it clear that she was ignoring him. For the past month, that backwater has been popping up in conversations with alarming regularity. First Lord Cranston's failed plot, then an exploit worthy of being classified as Category 5. And that's not even mentioning the density shift which was inadvertently caused by my presence during the Noble War, which was at your request. And were you aware that Lord Newbank's daughter recently fought an arena battle in order to take over the position as Dorchester's court mage? Don't you find that interesting? Perhaps you've been in contact with her." Shrugging easily, he replied, "I may have congratulated her on her new position, and I might have asked her to see to some matters while she was there, but these are all coincidences." Holding her finger in the air, she shouted, "This is another one of your hell's bedamned plots, isn't it? And now Lydia is being dragged into it. What do you have to say for yourself?" King Oliver looked lovingly at his wife. The woman was amazing. Several offhanded comments overheard weeks ago, along with a few hours of investigation, and she had figured out who it all led back to. She could have blamed Jennings, or the new Lord Walker, or even the vagaries of chance, but she knew it was him. Quietly, he asked, "Has anyone else put it together?" Sniffing with derision, she raised her chin with pride and replied, "Not likely. I kept my inquiries vague, and unless someone asks the Matrix directly, I doubt it would even notice what you were up to. But seriously, Oliver, what's the point? And did you really have to involve the dwarves?" Shrugging, he said, "They were too worried about our strength. This gave them something to feel superior about, while putting in motion some plans I had for the reorganization of the Tower of Fate. I just guided events. I didn't cause them. Just make sure you don't tell anyone. I would prefer for Archmage Jennings to be blaming the Tower of Fate. As for Lydia, I promise I'll make it up to her." Narrowing her eyes, she said, "Helen has been planning a little excursion for us. How about you join your consorts on a trip into the Howling Chasm? It's been a while since we fought together." Although he had numerous other things he'd rather be doing, he knew when he was beaten. Sighing with a small smile, he nodded. "Of course, dear. Just clear it with Walter, then inform Benjamin. As long as we are back before 8th month, that will be fine. We need to be here to receive the Shimmershield delegation. And don't worry, I'll personally go deal with the trade envoy. How does that sound?" Marissa's smile blossomed like a flower, and she replied, "Fine. But don't think we'll let you off without you explaining what this is all about. Now go back to running your kingdom. But be sure to be back before 1900. We're having dinner with the Lancasters." With that, she turned lightly, then glided out the doors. The king sat in his chair, watching the arch-generals returning to their seats. After everyone was ready, he said, "I'd apologize for the interruption, but I don't want to. Now, where were we?" The doors closed behind Nero, and he shook himself like a dog after being caught in the rain. His heart rate was elevated, and he couldn't stop his hands from shaking. He couldn't believe what had just happened. One minute, he was heading into the bathroom. The next, he was forcibly kidnapped by an archmage and presented to Dorchester's nobility. All he could do was act on instinct. He lashed out with his words, threatened dire retribution from the most capable person he knew, then ran for the door. "Did I really ask for pancakes?" he asked himself, with some disbelief. Seeing a blue-robed servant walking down the hall, he held up a hand in greeting, then walked up to him. He quietly asked the man, "Where is the closest restroom?" Surprised at the question, the man responded, "Just down the hall, on the left, my lord." Nodding with thanks, Nero handed the man the coffee Jennings had given him, then walked off hurriedly. As he headed down the hall, he used the link in his pocket to try and open a connection to Vera. Moments later, he felt her presence appear in a corner of his mind, and he heard her ask, "Are you almost done? Nick has been regaling me with tales of your adventures, but we really need to Nero interrupted her. "Vera, hold that thought. I was just kidnapped." Vera's psyche turned cold, and Nero shivered. "Who? Where? And status?" Confused, Nero asked, "You mean who kidnapped me? Why are you talking like that?" A frustrated Vera responded, "It's to save time, but it defeats the purpose if you have to ask what I'm talking about. Just tell me what happened." Nero found the bathroom and looked up and down the hall, checking to see if anyone was watching him. He realized that there wasn't any reason to care if someone watched him go in, but he was. After taking a moment to appreciate the large bathroom, which was obviously intended to serve the entire floor, Nero locked the door. He then went about his business. Vera interrupted his thoughts by saying, "Nero, are you all right?" "Huh? Oh, right. Listen, you remember that archmage? He teleported me from your bathroom and plopped me down in front of a bunch of nobles. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I kind of freaked out and ran out of the room. I'm pretty sure I threatened them with your wrath, And then I demanded a bathroom and pancakes, he said.
Confused, she asked, "What the hell are you talking about? You're not making any sense." Nero took a breath and started over. "I was at your place. Nick dropped me off at a guest room so I could clean up before we regrouped. When I was about to do my business, Archmage Jennings teleported me somewhere. I appeared in a huge conference room. I think I'm at the Keep. When..."
Vera interrupted him. "Try and access the local hub. It should at least tell you where you are."
Nero blinked a few times, surprised at the suggestion. After doing what she asked, he said, "Okay, I'm at the Central Keep, and I have a lot of missed pings, along with a ton of messages waiting for me to read. But that doesn't matter right now. Getting back to what I was saying, Jennings teleported me to a big conference room. I didn't recognize everyone, but I saw the general guy, that lawyer lady, the city lord, and some other people in fancy robes, along with a bunch of extras. I'm thinking that it was the ruling council, or whatever it's called." Vera was furious, but she asked calmly, "Then what happened?" Nero chuckled and said, "Well, then I freaked out. I said something about what you're going to do to them when you found out. Then I complained about them interrupting my bathroom activities. I stormed toward the door, then went looking for a bathroom. And I kind of demanded pancakes. I'm not really sure where that last thing came from. But now I'm hiding in the bathroom, sitting on a toilet, and I called you as soon as I could." Coldly, Vera asked, "Are you using the toilet while you're talking to me?" A few seconds of silence passed. Then Nero said, "No, of course not. That would be... rude?" Vera responded angrily. "I don't care about that. Just don't tell people when you are. Now, how does this alter your plan?" Ignoring the awkwardness, he said, "The extent of my plan was to drop the assassin off at the Tower of Law and then threaten to make a public fuss. Everything else I planned to leave up to you. I mean, come on. I've only been here a few weeks. I don't even know what to ask for. How soon can you get here?" Vera replied, "I've been coordinating our response while we were talking. Nick, Kathleen, and I are already on our way. We should be there in 20 minutes. We're teleporting directly to the Keep's Astra platform. Nick is still technically your advisor, so he can walk us right to you, and they have no right to keep your proxy away from you. Don't worry, we'll be there soon." Nero's shoulders released some tension, and he said, both out loud and over the link, "Thanks, Vera. Just between you and me, I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Don't tell Nick." Realizing what he just said out loud, he looked up at the ceiling and panicked a little. "Crap! You think that bastard is watching me right now? Do you think he heard that?" Offended at the thought, he continued, "What kind of a sicko watches someone in the bathroom? I ought to." "Nero, calm down. Everything is going to be fine. I'll be there soon. But you can't wait in the bathroom the whole time. Get back in there and stall. Don't agree to anything, but feel free to hint that you are pissed and willing to formally request royal intercession. Lord Bennings will realize what that means," she said soothingly. Nero nodded. "Royal intercession. Got it," he said. Continuing, she said, "I looked into what might happen, and it's not good for them. If Lord Blackwood's involvement is confirmed by the Tower of Law, then as a consort to the City Lord, House Cosgrove is implicated. They could all be executed, and a war for the city seat would immediately follow. Even worse, the army would have to retreat behind the walls and take over the city. The entire government would essentially be shut down. With what's going on in the wilds right now, that would be a disaster. Unless the nobles want to abandon the city, they'll be eager to bargain. This can all go away if you agree to arbitration." Nero asked, "Doesn't that just mean someone will mediate the dispute? How would that affect the charges?" Vera replied, "It means that you would agree to not formally file charges, even though technically you aren't required to.
Even if there is a record of an investigation, the file would be put aside. It's common practice, because if all parties agree to arbitration, then the law allows for some flexibility with its application. They would offer some concessions, and you would agree to forget about the whole plot.
Nero took a few seconds to think through what she had just said. Shaking his head in confusion, he replied, "I don't understand. But I don't really need to. I'll let you handle it. By the way, should I be paying you or something?" Amused, she said, "You are paying me. As the proxy to the head of House Walker, I get 10% of your personal income. I could have negotiated for more, but that is the standard, and I didn't feel it was necessary to quibble." Nero had finished his business and was currently washing his hands in the sink. Staring at his dirty clothes, he cast a quick cleaning spell. It wouldn't make him springtime fresh, but it would at least make him presentable. Hearing Vera's answer, he said, "Oh, good. Considering that you are currently running everything, I appreciate you giving me a good deal. Well, I better get in there. I'll make sure to stall, so take your time. I got this," Vera said. "Nero, I appreciate your trust. You've already made me a great deal of money, and don't feel like you owe me anything. Like you said, we're partners. You just keep causing issues, and I'll keep making sure we profit off them." Snorting in amusement, Nero replied, "No problem. I'm good at that. I'll see you soon." Closing the connection, he stared at his face in the mirror. He looked tired, and he needed a haircut. Ruffling his hand through his hair, he huffed at his reflection. After squaring his shoulders, he turned and headed back toward the conference room. Chapter 109. Verbal Fencing and Subjective Truth. Archmage Jennings watched the pancakes being set out. Although he was surprised at how quickly they had arrived, he knew he shouldn't have been. The Keep's kitchens had the finest cooks in Dorchester, and even a backwater had people skilled enough to make pancakes. Standing next to the city lord's table, he listened to her discussion with the general. As they weren't sitting next to each other, they weren't exactly being quiet. Admitting culpability is the worst thing you could do. Any perceived weakness will just be a target for him to attack. We need to frame the issue in a way where the perpetrators have been punished, and we were responsible for catching them, he said with fervor. Tapping a finger on the table in thought, she replied, "But we haven't punished them. We've detained several persons of interest, but we can't formally charge them without involving the Tower of Law. They've already opened an investigation into the event, and we can only hold off on that for so long. As soon as they complete their preliminary investigation, they'll start arresting people. Once that happens, I'm implicated as the head of House Cosgrave. If Lord Walker files official charges, we are all screwed." Cheerfully, Lord York interjected, "House York will be fine. This entire affair will only affect House Cosgrove, so I'm perfectly happy letting the Tower of Law do its job." Lords Volton and Newling both chimed in at the same time with, "Me too." They shared a pleased look with each other and exchanged nods of camaraderie. General Branson angrily shouted, "Don't you morons realize what's at stake here? If we have to have a war for the city seat right now, I'll have to pull my army out of the wilds, not to mention that we'll have to stop the efforts to reopen the mountain. With no one clearing the spawn points, things outside the walls are going to get bad, faster than any of you seem to realize." Archmage Jennings folded his arms and adopted an air of power. He rarely used his Archmage voice, but this was getting out of hand. Solemnly, he said, "If you cannot convince the young lord to abandon his thoughts of revenge, then the wilds shall grow unimpeded. Within weeks, Dorchester will be encircled by nature at its worst. You don't have the essence crystals to evacuate the city through the teleporters, and you'll have to organize a mass caravan. The war for the city seat will be pointless, as there won't be a city seat." The room was silenced by his menacing tone. Glaring at the nobles, he continued, "If you treat this as a negotiation, so will he. If you think only of what you can gain,
he will take everything he can. The general is right to say that this will come down to how you frame the question. Are you willing to offer fair concessions, or are you going to try and dither? This is a delicate situation that doesn't just affect the city lord. It affects all of you.
Silence pervaded the room, as everyone considered his words.
Jennings looked over at the door. He sensed that Nero was currently on his way back. As he waited to see Nero come in, he heard the city lord say, "This will be our most important negotiation in recent memory, so let's all try to live up to our titles." Cringing at the timing, he saw the doors fly open, and in walked Nero, like he owned the place. The little shit called out, "Okay, 2 things. Where's my seat, and where are my pancakes?" The heavy atmosphere that Jennings had so carefully cultivated evaporated, and the silence changed its tenor from severity to confusion. Plopping into a chair at an empty table Nero assumed had been set aside for him. He looked over the platters of pancakes and assorted syrups and nodded in anticipation of the first good meal he'd had in days. While piling pancakes on his plate, he looked around the room at the judgmental faces. Annoyed, he said, "Let's see how hungry you are when you've spent the last week in the wilds facing monsters, beasts, and assassins. But go ahead, judge away. I don't even know who most of you are." Archmage Jennings was the only one standing, and walked into the center of the room to stand in front of Nero's table. He said, "Nero, my boy, this is the Council of Leadership for Dorchester. As this matter is of the utmost importance, it merits the attention of the highest authority." He grandly held up his arm, gesturing to each of them in turn. "This is Lord York, of House York, Lord Newling, of House Newling, Lord Volton, of House Volton, Lord Peyton, of House Peyton, General Branson, Commander of the Forces of Dorchester, Lord Bennings, of House Bennings, and you know City Lord Cosgrove, of House Cosgrove." Nero poured himself some coffee from a pitcher. While he appreciated Jennings's performance, he thought the man looked way too young to pull off the whole aged wizard thing. Narrowing his eyes, he replied, "So, other than that guy," he gestured at the general, "they're all the heads of their houses. Why didn't you just say that?" One of the general's aides bit back a chuckle, and Nero glanced over at the man with a smile. It was nice to have his humor appreciated for once. As he dug into his food, Nero wondered if the room's essence was so still due to how many high-level people were in the room. It felt like the entire room was a sea of calm. While everyone watched him tear into his pancakes, he debated whether or not an ability was to blame. He glanced at Jennings, but decided it was better to let the silence linger. Archmage Jennings waited for Nero to start the conversation, but the young man seemed perfectly content to sit in silence and eat his pancakes. Lord Cosgrove started to speak up, but was interrupted by General Branson. He glared at the city lord, but spoke to Nero from across the room. "We brought you here to discuss the situation you dealt with in the wilds." He kept his stare locked on the city lord, threatening her to stay quiet. Nero repressed a smile. So, they're trying to stop her from saying anything. The scene reminded him of a lawyer warning their client to shut up, while only using their eyes. Doing his best to seem at ease, Nero asked the room, "Is it legal to teleport someone against their will while they were using the bathroom at a private residence? I'm no lawbringer, but that seems shady." Lord Bennings joined the conversation. "It is illegal to forcibly teleport anyone without their consent. Even in cases where the person in question is suspected of a crime, they must be physically collected. If you'd like to file charges, I'd be—" Coughing loudly, Archmage Jennings interrupted. "Yes, well, circumstances required your presence. And since you weren't answering your link, this was the next best thing." Nero chewed his pancakes, staring hard at the Archmage. He said, "I suppose you waited until I was alone because you didn't want to panic anyone."
Smiling, Jennings said, "Yes, that's right. There's no reason to let this situation get any more out of hand. As long as we all stay reasonable, this situation doesn't need to escalate." Nodding, Nero replied, "Escalate, huh? Are you threatening to make me disappear so that I can't report the assassination attempt?" Confused and appalled, Jennings immediately replied, "What? Of course not. That's not what I meant at all." Nero shrugged, while adding more pancakes to his plate. Without looking up, he said, "You only kidnapped a noble, while making sure no one was around, delivering him into the hands of the very people who had assured him of his safety, one of whom has already tried to have him killed once before. Then you warned the noble not to be unreasonable, or the situation might escalate. That sounds like a threat, doesn't it, Lord Bennings?" Nero looked up at Lord Bennings, daring her to deny it. Conflicted, Lord Bennings stammered, "Well, technically, you could interpret it that way. However, I think the Archmage was just trying to alleviate your concerns." Nero was very good at what he called creative listening. It was a skill that enabled one to hear whatever they wanted, regardless of what the other person actually said. He learned it from his mother, who could find an insult hidden within any declarative statement. "They have good pie here" becomes, "You think my pie is bad?" "I didn't do it" means, "You're saying I did it?" "You look great today" begs the question, "I don't normally look good?" Snorting, Nero replied, "Until I was brought here against my will, I didn't have any concerns. In fact, I was looking forward to having a shower. Now I've been forcibly teleported in front of the most powerful people in Dorchester and warned not to cause a scene. I'm starting to feel like my life is still in danger. Is there no one here that fears what kind of precedent this sets?" Lord Bennings looked shocked, while Jennings just looked annoyed. Apparently, he could tell what Nero was doing, and he didn't like it. Lord York took the bait and offered, "I assure you, Lord Walker, you're not in any danger. We're only here to do what's best for Dorchester." Nero held back a smile as he saw Jennings visibly wince at Lord York's declaration. Leaning back in his chair in shock, Nero pretended to look afraid and asked, "And you think killing me and hiding my body in the wilds is in the best interest of Dorchester? How dare you? You should know that I've already taken steps to ensure that a royal interception is called if anything happens to me." City Lord Cosgrove said tiredly, "Royal intercession, not interception." Snapping his fingers, he pointed at the City Lord, abandoning his act. "Yeah, that," he said happily. Archmage Jennings sighed and loudly said, "Enough. No one is threatening you. We just brought you here to figure out how to get out of this mess with the least amount of disruption to the city. What will it take for you to agree to arbitration?" The general chimed in. "Keep in mind that the parties responsible have already been apprehended. Therefore, there is no reason to make a spectacle. You just need to fill out some forms, and we can all return to dealing with the density shift." Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was unaware that they had already investigated what had happened. Did they already know who was responsible? How long have they known? Are they going to scapegoat someone? Every question he thought of made him angrier. His shoulders tensed, and his jaw clenched. Nero's glare pierced the room, and if his eyes were daggers, the general would be bleeding. His voice tight with repressed fury, he asked, "How long have you been aware of this plot?" The general met Nero's stare, not intimidated in the least. "I only found out after the attempt was made. However, you should have already been aware of the plot. After all, one of my men passed on a warning to you in your mission packet." The general finished with an easy smile, as though he had just invalidated Nero's position as a victim. Nero tapped his fingers on the table, staring hard at the general. "If that's true, then Nick is never going to let me live this down," he thought. Doing his best not to show his distress, Nero's mind raced through the implications.
Forcibly stopping himself from thinking about how stupid this made him look, he tried to focus on reframing the argument. How could he have let the general take control of the conversation? The room was silent for almost a whole minute, while Nero exchanged glares with the general. The city lord didn't see why it mattered. Either way, she was still implicated. But Jennings applauded the general's play by implying that Nero should have known what was happening. Then Nero wasn't without blame. Granted, it was only a mind game, but perceptions do matter. But Jennings's smile withered when he saw Nero smirk. Matching the general's light tone, Nero said, "You mean to tell me that one of your men passed me a secret note? I didn't have a chance to see it, but I'm more interested in what that says about the army. Why didn't he report the plot? Did he not trust you to handle it? After all, you seemed to find the culprit rather quickly. I only just returned to Dorchester today. How did you know who was responsible? If your man didn't tell you, then how did you find out? How many people were involved? Was the army behind this?" The general's smile faltered. It went from an easy smile to a plastic one. Even from across the room, Nero could see the man trying to choose his words carefully. Wary of the general's response, Nero asked, "Were you aware of a plot to have me assassinated in the wilds? Yes or no?" What was left of the general's smile faded away, and he shifted in his seat. Trying to sound in control, he said, "It's not that simple, young man. At any given time, there are many." Nero slammed his palm on the table, shaking the silverware. Loudly, he said, "Perhaps that is why your man didn't tell you. You had knowledge that someone was plotting the attempt, and yet you did nothing." He turned his glare on the city lord and said, "It looks like events are repeating themselves. Someone tries to have me killed, while the people in power stand aside and let it happen. Then, when the plot fails, they claim innocence and friendship for House Walker." Turning his glare on Jennings, he added, "After all, what kind of person stands by and lets people try and kill their friend?" Jennings grimaced at Nero's rebuke. He thought to himself, how in the hells did the little shit time it so perfectly? Just then the doors to the room opened up, and Vera strode in with her chin held high. She was flanked by Nick and Kathleen, while two stern-faced people followed in her wake. Her voice rang out strong and clear. "I demand to know why Lord Walker has been abducted from my estate." Her eyes sought out Lord Bennings, and she added, "This flagrant disregard of the law, while the director of the Tower of Law is in attendance no less, demands formalized sanctions. Rest assured, Lords of Dorchester, you will not get away with this." While all eyes were locked on the imperious woman, Nero's chuckle carried across the room, and they heard him say, "I told you she'd be pissed." Chapter 110. How Justice is Done, Noble Style. Archmage Mathers sat in the director's chair at the head of the council table. Everyone who could be was in attendance. After all, how often did you get to see Archmage Jennings have to deal with a situation he was directly responsible for? This was the event of the decade. Frowning, he watched as two archmages whispered harshly at each other. They were both hunched over the communication crystal, trying to counteract the ward Jennings had put up. Several different scrying rooms were being utilized in concert, and then funneled into a central control room, which was then being transferred into the council's communication crystal. If correctly tuned, the Tower of Magic in Hennings could pierce even the strongest wards. While mages around the room whispered to each other in anticipation, Mathers shouted, "Well, what's the problem?" One of the archmages turned around to glare at Mathers. With a voice full of scorn, she shouted right back, "If you think you can do better, why don't you come over here and help?" Just then, like a movie theater quieting down during the opening credits, everyone rushed to their seats and got out their snacks. A large hologram appeared on the wall, and they could see Archmage Jennings standing in front of a group of nobles. Someone helpfully pointed out, "That's the Council of Leadership for Dorchester." Rounds of oohs and ahs filled the room. They watched as Jennings tried to get the nobles to focus on appeasing the anomaly. Time passed, and the suggestions Jennings was adding to the hologram were becoming increasingly crazy. From off to the side, someone asked a little too loudly, "Why didn't he just kill the anomaly before he could make it back to the city?"
Immediate cheer. As the crowd quieted down, Mathers loudly declared, "At some point, someone please explain to him why we don't just go around killing new nobles, especially new nobles who are particularly interesting." Someone from around where the man was standing responded, "I'll take care of it, Archmage. He's from Pattergrouse, on the coast." Several mutters rang out across the room. That seemed to explain everything, and everyone returned to watching Jennings try and rein in the nobles. As time passed, no one left. Mages in general were used to staring at a scry for hours on end, and it was enjoyable to watch Archmage Jennings sweat. After all, over the years, every one of them had at one point in time been loudly berated by the ornery old man. The anomaly's response quieted the room, as everyone wanted to hear what he was saying. And when he demanded pancakes, shouts of support and laughter caused the room to shake. There was absolutely nothing better than watching the anomaly drive people around him crazy. When the anomaly returned to the room, they watched the show begin in earnest. Quiet whispers swept across the room as the mages dissected the arguments. There were questions about the details of what happened, who was responsible, and what laws were relevant. When the general mentioned a secret document, the room filled with more oohs and mutters of, "No way," and "Seriously?" Even Mathers wasn't above showing signs of shock at the reveal. But when Vera Salvatore Verena marched through the door, the entire council hall went silent. Mathers' smile was wide as he sat up in his seat and said, "Okay, here we go." Jennings watched as Vera and Nick took their seats next to Nero, while Kathleen and the two unknowns took up positions behind them. Narrowing his eyes, he looked around the room at the other tables and couldn't help but wonder if Vera had only brought the extras so that their table looked as full as everyone else's. Archmage Jennings said hurriedly, "There is no reason to speak of sanctions. I merely brought Lord Walker here so that the Council of Leadership could personally address this issue as soon as possible. Everyone here is dedicated to punishing those responsible and ensuring that Dorchester survives this ill-advised plot." While Archmage Jennings spoke, Vera was completely ignoring him. Instead of paying attention, she was taking things out of her personal dimension. Files, pens, and even a little plaque that said House Walker made their appearance. She took her time, carefully placing each piece exactly where she wanted it. Her posture was rigid, and when she finished, she calmly clasped her hands in front of her, then looked up to glare at the Archmage. If only we could believe that. Just a few weeks ago, this council stood by and let an assassination challenge stand against our house. Our house head, a new noble, was forced to defend his ascension by a bitter house that was in fact trying to humiliate you, Archmage Jennings, she said. Turning to look at the city lord, she continued, "And that plot was only allowed to unfold with your son's support." Moving her glare over to Lord Bennings, she said, "Meanwhile, the director of the Tower of Law, you, Lord Bennings, stood by in support." As Vera tore into each of the attendants, Nero took the opportunity to reach into his personal space and pull out the mission packet that he had ignored. He put it in his lap while hiding it under the table. Even if people realized what he was doing, he didn't want to distract from Vera's lambasting of the nobles. Flipping through the pages, he frowned at all the information it contained. There was an entire section dedicated to watch protocols. This damn thing isn't a packet, it's a book. Why the hell did they give this to us the night before we headed out? Shouldn't they have given us time to study? He mentally complained. After he thumbed past the maps, which he had no idea how to read, he saw a handwritten note. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he pulled it out and read it. Lord Walker, you may remember me from when I showed you around the Gate 7 army compound. I'm sorry about keeping my distance, but you'll understand why after you read this. My father is Lord Blackwood. I'm one of his sons. My mother was a wayfinder from Gorn. When I came to the city, my father let me officially join his house. Although I'm not his heir, or even among his trusted family, he gives me a stipend and looks out for me. To my shame, I approached him for aid in getting out of the elites. I've been in the wilds before, and I have no desire to return to that nightmare. The reason any of this is relevant is that when I spoke with him a few days ago, he demanded my cooperation with one of his plots. I've helped him out before, but this time he's gone too far. He's planning your assassination. I'm unable to stop him. He has people everywhere, and until he acts, there is nothing I can do. He made me hand over your team's proposed route through the wilds. You should expect an attack by a team of hunters. I don't know who else is involved or any specifics. Please be careful. Also, destroy this letter. If it gets out that I warned you, I don't know what my father will do to me. Being cut off from his money will be the least of my concerns. Hopefully not your enemy. Sergeant Terry Cooper Blackwood. Huh, thought Nero. He hadn't realized that family drama could be a thing here. Did the sergeant have daddy issues? Or was this some kind of noble nonsense he didn't understand? Why couldn't the sergeant have just reported the attempt? Without any more details, Nero had to assume the sergeant didn't know whom he could trust. Smiling, Nero thought, "Hey, wasn't that one of the completely random accusations I threw at the general? Awesome." He placed the letter in the packet on the table and started paying attention again. Vera was still verbally assaulting the nobles. And the moment he returns to safety, he's forcibly taken against his will. How can you justify kidnapping a noble from his proxy's residence? And once again, the director of the Tower of Law stands by and says nothing. How do any of you expect to get away with this? She said, her voice dripping with accusation. Archmage Jennings looked like he had been caught by his wife after going to a strip club. And the other nobles looked just as guilty. Even the general was having trouble meeting Vera's glare. The room seemed to pause. No one knew who Vera expected to answer. In the end, it was the city lord who spoke up their defense. Nero had to hand it to her. The woman was fearless. Although she looked tired, City Lord Cosgrove's eyes still held a spark of fire. The Archmage may have acted rashly in bringing Lord Walker here, but there was no malicious intent. Everyone here is committed to resolving this issue with no ulterior motives, she said firmly. Nero didn't want the conversation to proceed without touching base with Vera, so he opened a hesitant connection to her. Even though she was sitting right next to him, he tried to act natural. Vera was more than capable of having a conversation over the link while participating in a meeting, so she didn't bat an eye when she opened the connection and said, "Yes, what is it?" While Vera verbally sparred with the city lord, Nero let her know about the letter Sergeant Blackwood had hidden in the mission packet, and why Nero hadn't read it. He tried to be brief, as he could feel her amusement over the link. Embarrassed, he attempted to redeem himself by letting her know about his conclusions, and letting her know that the general had said they already had the mastermind in custody. Without missing a beat, Vera skillfully steered the conversation to where she needed it. "I've been told that you arrested the mastermind before Lord Walker had even returned from the wilds. I'd like to know how that was possible if you weren't aware of the plot beforehand," she asked. The general's firm voice loudly declared, "We only found out after the attempt was already made." Vera responded quickly. "Lord Bennings, is that true? If so, how was the investigation handled?" Lord Bennings shifted in her seat while replying, "The Tower of Law hadn't formally been informed of any plot. In fact, I was only made aware of it when I was requested for this emergency meeting.
In fact, no arrests have been made at this time.
Nero couldn't stop himself from saying,
Except for the arrest my team made. The assassin was dropped off at Gate 14's Tower of Law an hour ago.
Nodding, Lord Bennings said,
Yes, that's true. That's when our investigation became official.
Vera's voice was cold as she demanded,
Then when the general says the perpetrators are in custody, who is he talking about? And who made the arrest? Or have more people been kidnapped without regard for the law?
Jennings repressed his urge to sigh. Listening to Vera, he chastised himself for acting rashly. The fact that he immediately reported who was responsible was a mistake he never should have made. It demonstrated his prior knowledge of the plot.
Rookie mistake, old man, he chided himself.
Taking advantage of the opportunity to shift the blame, the city lord said,
I confined my daughter to her rooms when I heard what happened from Archmage Jennings. As for Lord Blackwood, he was taken into custody by the Archmage. I'm still not sure if there was anyone else involved.
Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise, but managed not to say anything. He hadn't known the princess was involved. Vera managed to hide her feelings much better than Nero, and turned her glare on the Archmage.
When did you find out about the plot? And why did you let it proceed? She asked.
He needed to keep his foreknowledge quiet. It would be disastrous if Nero found out about him letting the plot move forward without doing anything.
Well, I didn't know the specifics. I knew that there was a possibility that something might happen, but until I watched Lord Walker interrogate the assassin, I didn't know anything for sure. From there, I did some investigating and found the connection to Deirdre Cosgrove. I also tracked down the mage who Lord Blackwood was using to track Lord Walker's team, said Jennings, while trying to sound proud.
He knew that it was imperative to hide the fact that he had known about the plot since its inception.
If Nero found out that Jennings had let it happen, any trust the young lord had would vanish. It was better for the little lord to think he was incompetent, rather than duplicitous.
Why haven't they been turned over to the Tower of Law? Asked Vera. City Lord Cosgrove held her arms out wide, implying that she had nothing to hide.
The moment the Tower of Law is given custody, formal arrest reports will have to be filed. If that happens, it would lead to Dorchester's downfall.
Nero held a hand to his mouth and coughed/said,
Bullshit.
Vera was aware of what the city lord was alluding to, but rather than give ground, she asked,
So what are you offering as an alternative? More banishments and empty apologies? How many other Cosgraves will be allowed to act against House Walker before you do your jobs?
Lord York said with a smile, I propose that House Cosgrove is allowed to fall. There is no point in avoiding the consequences of their actions. Lords Volton and Peyton stayed quiet. As far as Nero could tell, they were just waiting to see how this all played out.
Archmage Jennings said, Dorchester cannot afford a noble war for the city seat right now. It's unnecessary. The city lord is more than happy to punish those who were actually responsible.
Vera raised one eyebrow in consideration and asked,
Punish how?
City Lord Cosgrove leaned forward in her seat, and with a voice full of steel, she said, Execution. In return for allowing us to settle this in arbitration, I'll offer my daughter, along with House Blackwood. I can't turn over their assets, but I can pay damages from the city's coffers after House Blackwood has been absorbed by the city.
Over the link, Nero told Vera. What about the sergeant? He was loyal enough to try and warn me. How will that affect him? And isn't the city lord's son still alive? How many enemies will we have remaining? It's pointless to kill one and make two more. And is actual execution like that a thing here? Isn't that... I don't know. She's just a spoiled little rich girl, right?
Vera heard what Nero said, but didn't respond.
To Nero, her psyche seemed calm and focused.
Tapping her finger on the table in thought, she asked,
So Lord Blackwood and his family are offered as sacrifice, and their assets transferred to Lord Walker using the city as an intermediary. Your daughter is executed as a traitor to your house, and the Tower of Law deals with the commoners. Is that what you're proposing?
The general's harsh voice rang out. Seems reasonable to me. Vera turned her glare back to full power and stared across the room at the man.
Her smile slowly grew as she said, I have a counter-proposal.
Nero crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair.
This ought to be good, he thought.
Chapter 111. The Noble Perspective.
In the Hennings Tower of Magic's Council Hall, everyone was engrossed in watching the events play out on the large hologram. But not all of those in attendance really knew what was going on. Many were only there because of word of mouth, and some had been dragged along by their colleagues.
Whispering to his boss, he asked,
So this Dorchester is in the southern straits. How far away is it from the border?
His boss leaned her head closer while continuing to watch the hologram.
She replied quietly, It's well away from the Islangur border. This has nothing to do with the war.
Confused, he said,
I don't get it. Why is everyone so into watching this? It's just some standard noble drama centered around a soul that hijacked a kid's body in the middle of nowhere. What's the big deal?
Annoyed, she slapped his arm and hissed,
It's an epic. A soul finding itself in a foreign land and being forced to adapt. He's found a family and friends, suffered betrayals, challenged the established norms, been forced to grow at an astounding rate, and I think there is a love story brewing. And the backdrop of a small city's noble ascension during a density shift gives the whole thing a sense of gravitas.
Several people around them glared angrily while shushing them. Both he and his boss offered nods of apology and went silent. A few seconds passed as the hologram continued to display the events playing out in Dorchester Council Hall. Shifting uneasily, the mage couldn't contain himself, and he leaned over to whisper at his boss again.
Every time I've watched the recordings, it's always been about a rude little guy who is always making everyone around him angry. He barely knows magic, doesn't want to accept responsibility for his actions, and constantly complains about everything. It's just my opinion, boss, but I think you might be reading into it a little too much.
Angrily, she whispered harshly,
You just don't understand what's happening. This will be a chronicle showing the rise of one of the most powerful mages of their time. It will be studied by scholars for years. If you can't see that, you're an idiot.
Snorting, he mumbled, Right, and I'm sure the fact that the young man continues to luck his way through life, relying on his good looks and connections, doesn't in any way contradict your position. From behind them, a tall mage leaned in between them and whispered,
You're both wrong. The reason the scry recordings are popular is because the subject offers a mirror to our societal beliefs. The themes of family and nobility are merely what keeps the main character grounded in reality. What matters is how he sees the world we live in and how we can improve it.
The short woman, who was the lead for their research team, turned to look at the pretentious man behind her and glared up at him.
The draw is interpersonal relationships and how we can get through anything with the help of friends and family. And if you two don't shut up and let me watch this, I'm going to assign you both to reactor cleaning duty. Do you hear me?
Everyone around them turned in unison, harshly shushing the three of them. In response, they held up their hands and quietly whispered,
Sorry.
Silent once again, everyone returned to watching the little lord's proxy defend his interests in front of the city's council of leadership. As Nero mentally prepared for Vera, his proxy, to drop the proverbial hammer, he smiled at the nervous nobles.
Come on, Auntie Vera, let him have it, he mentally cheered.
With a self-satisfied smile on her face, Vera said,
It seems as long as House Cosgrove sees House Walker as a threat, they will continue to act against them, regardless of whether or not they are under the protection of the royals. If you wish to avoid a war for the city's seat, I see only one option. House Walker must join House Cosgrove. I propose that City Lord Cosgrove takes Lord Walker as her husband. She kept her smile, as she stared down the room.
Nero's smile faltered. His brain stuttered to a stop, and he shouted,
"You want her to… what now?"
Despite Nero glaring at her, she completely ignored his outburst and continued.
As the city lord is her house's head, Lord Walker would join House Cosgrove. The House of Walker would be no more, and all its assets would be divided among its members according to their rank. As Lord Walker is the only member, everything would become his personal assets. In order to ensure his safety, a rider to the marriage contract would be required, ensuring his protection. As for Lord Blackwood, he needs to die, but his house can continue under the leadership of his heirs.
Nero sat in stunned shock, staring at Vera like he had just found out that she borrowed his car without asking, and then crashed it. The nobles were exchanging looks, while the general was nodding. Even the city lord seemed to be reluctantly considering the idea. Archmage Jennings' face looked resigned, as if the situation was already decided. Nero was not going to stand for this. Slamming his palms on the table, he shot to his feet and shouted, "There is no way in hell that I'm marrying the woman who may or may not have been trying to kill me. This is insane. What the hell is wrong with you people? How does that even make sense to you?" To his left, he could hear Nick trying to hide his laughter. The nobles all reeled back in shock at Nero's outburst, while Jennings started laughing. The old bastard was actually laughing at him. Vera's calm voice interrupted his racing thoughts. "Nero, calm down. It's the most logical result. By becoming a member of House Cosgrove, a lot of problems would be solved. The threat of House Walker would be neutralized in the eyes of the nobles, and you would be protected. There may be some ruffled feathers, but if the entire council is behind it, there isn't much anyone can do. No one in Dorchester would act against the house controlling the city. Even the city lord's daughter and son would have to fall in line." Nero's head slowly turned to her while she was talking. He felt like the entire world had gone crazy. Any semblance of control that he had felt was evaporating like water in a humidifier. Nick spoke up, addressing Vera and the nobles. "He doesn't understand. You're all treating this like a standard noble dispute. But you have to keep in mind that until 2 weeks ago, Nero wasn't a noble. In fact, he wasn't from anywhere around here. Nero's wrong. You're not insane. But you are severely misjudging the situation. Political marriages may not be something he'd considered." Archmage Jennings added, "Nero, think about what marriage actually means. It's merely a contract stating that you agree to tie your worldly pursuits together. Think of it as a business merger. You don't have to sleep with her, or even live with her. Aside from the tax implications and the tithe you would owe to House Cosgrove, nothing would really change for you. You'd go from being a minor noble to the top of the local ladder. Although extreme, it is an elegant solution." Nero didn't know what to feel. Even though he knew it was crazy, they were all staring at him with calm expressions on their faces. It was like the entire room was absolutely sure of something he knew for a fact was wrong. How do you argue with that? Looking over at the city lord, he saw her sitting there, with a reassuring smile on her face. He had to admit the woman was gorgeous. She was curvy, had beautiful flowing hair, and striking features. But she was old. She looked nearly 40. And he was only 14, and a small 14 at that. Who knows how old she actually is? And didn't she have consorts? One of whom just tried to have him killed? Running a hand through his hair, he stared at the ceiling and thought. Seconds passed, and the room waited in silence. Finally, he said, "Look, I understand that this is some kind of cultural thing I don't understand. I'm sure there are a lot of logical reasons that I should agree with, but marriage has some connotations that you are all ignoring. Like, she has consorts and kids. When I get married, I don't want to share my wife, and I'm not ready to be a father." Vera looked at Nero with confusion and said,
But you can't be the primary. She is a house head. For you to be the one with control, she'd have to join your house, and that would defeat the entire purpose of what we're trying to do here.
Nero looked around, and the entire room was nodding in agreement. He couldn't help it. It was all so crazy. So he started laughing. It started out small, but soon ballooned into big, booming laughter that made his sides hurt. Everyone in the room, aides included, shared uncomfortable looks. The entire Council of Leadership wondered whether or not Dorchester's newest noble may have an undiagnosed mental problem. Nick stood up, patting Nero on the back, and then returning the young man to his seat. While Nero recovered, panting heavily, Nick addressed the room. I think Nero is suffering from culture shock. Think of it as how you might feel when confronted with a scenario so counter to your belief system that you find it ridiculous. Have any of you visited the Marquese Coast? I read a paper about how their leaders used to wear incredibly oversized hats, and before they were incorporated into Oglivark, we were forced into a war with them when our envoy couldn't stop herself from laughing at them. Aside from being an interesting paper, it was rather funny. Nero couldn't stop himself from staring at Nick. How could the man equate their views on marriage with abnormally large hats? What was even more surreal was that the entire room seemed to take his point. They all nodded along, as if Nick's story explained everything. Nero wasn't sure how he should proceed, but this entire thing had taken a turn that he didn't like. Before anyone could say anything, he stood back up and said, Nick, sit down. I have something to say. Shrugging, Nick returned to his seat. And Nero looked around the room at all the curious faces. They seemed incredibly interested in what he was about to say, and for the first time in a while, Nero felt nervous. After taking a deep breath, he said, Let me put it simply. I'm not going to marry the city lord. I get that it would solve some problems, but it isn't going to happen. I have nothing against her, I just don't want to marry her. Even if it is an open marriage, that isn't going to work for me. Think of my life as a car, or a carriage. I have no problem with someone else driving it, but I need to be the one who chooses the destination. For the record, I think it's great that you are all so open with your sexuality, but I'm not there yet. When I found out about consorts, I specifically didn't ask about it. I don't know how it works, and I have no desire to hear about it now. Having a harem sounds great in theory, but I have no intention of being part of someone else's, and that's final. Let's just focus on dealing with this situation, without involving the word marriage. After he finished, he sank into his seat like he had just confessed at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Vera sounded annoyed as she asked, You won't even consider it? You are aware that you would immediately be raised to nobility, and you wouldn't have to continue with your trials. As the city lord, with the support of the council, she could bypass the courtship period and appoint you to the position of her husband by tomorrow. Nero met her stare and said, No. And even though it might solve some problems, it will cause plenty more. From across the room, the general asked harshly, What problems? Nero offered a half shrug and replied, Think about it. Let's say that this solves the problem of House Cosgrave wanting me dead, which, for the record, I still don't think they do. But for a moment, let's take that as a given. It won't stop the city lord's children from having a problem with me. All it would do was give them something else to be pissed about. If the threat of the royals didn't stop them, do you think some marriage contract would? So, that's one problem. Getting into it, Nero's eyes glazed over, and he started tapping his fingers in thought on the table. He continued, And then there are the other nobles. Even if you all think this is fine, I'm sure there are plenty of houses that wanted to marry into the Cosgraves. That's probably why she is still unmarried. She was using the potential of marriage as a bargaining chip. And what about the consorts?
I'm sure they'll be pissed. Even if they pretend not to care, being passed over for some little bastard who isn't even sleeping with their woman has to merit some kind of emotional response. Standing up, Nero stepped behind the table and started pacing. Waving his hands while he thought out loud, he said, "And then there is the various awards that are scheduled for House Walker. What would happen with them? I'm supposed to be getting a bunch of paychecks for killing that assassin. Or maybe that already happened. But I also have that exploit, or whatever, to deal with. Would that get transferred to House Cosgrave? And what about my alliance with Vera and Nick's house? They just formed their house. I don't even know how our partnership is structured. Who's going to be running all my businesses if Vera doesn't do it? She hasn't even found me an accountant yet. I'm not ready to run anything on my own, and I sure as hell can't be a trophy husband. I haven't even had my magic school arc yet." Shaking his head vigorously, he kept talking loudly to himself. No. They're thinking about this all wrong. I can't let their idiocy influence my thinking. The problem is simple. People tried to kill me. I need to eliminate the threat. How do I do that? Nick was watching Nero, amused to see his friend returning to his old shenanigans. Meanwhile, the entire council hall sat in silence, mulling over what Nero was saying. The general sat back in his chair, deep in thought. From his perspective, he was surprised at how much sense the young man was making. Even the city lord couldn't refute anything she heard. She was, in fact, impressed with his analytical skills. Nero's head snapped to Archmage Jennings, and he asked, "Did anyone question Lord Blackwood and D.D. Cosgrave?" The Archmage stood there with his arms crossed, amused at Nero's performance. He replied easily, "Yes, but her name is Deidre. Why?" Nero rolled his eyes and said, "Motive, obviously. Why did they want me dead?" Archmage Jennings' smile faltered, and he glanced over at the city lord. Nero followed his eyeline and offered a curious look to the woman. Still sitting imperiously in her throne, she sighed and said, "It seems that Lord Blackwood was seduced by my daughter. She was the one who really wanted you dead. Apparently, she thought that killing you would somehow remove any reason for her brother's exile. She just wanted her Derek to return to Dorchester, and for everything to return to how it was." Nero took a few seconds to stare at her in shock, before saying, "Yeah, I'm definitely not going to let you raise my kids. You suck at it." Turning away, he returned to pacing, and then resumed talking to himself. "So, the children are a lost cause. No one that stupid should be allowed to remain a threat. Even if I swore that I wasn't interested in politics, they would still continue to try and kill me. And Lord Blackwood fell for the honeypot, so he's mentally compromised. They all have to go. Crap, executions give me the willies. There has to be some alternative." He gave in to a full-body shiver, then resumed pacing. Vera said, "Are you worried about the city lord's retaliation for the death of her children?" Nero turned around quickly and saw Vera's curious face staring back at him. She didn't look horrified at the thought, merely curious about how Nero thought the city lord would react. Man, that woman is ice cold, he thought. He looked over to the city lord and asked, "Would you really want retribution? You already offered to execute your daughter in Blackwood. I could be wrong, but you strike me as a total pragmatist." City Lord Helima Cosgrave's face was carved from stone, and she replied, "No, House Cosgrave will not seek retribution for their deaths. You are right to question their intelligence. Both of my children were disappointments, and I accept full responsibility for my failures while raising them. My next batch will be much better. I'll ensure that they are raised to think before they act, and to truly understand the game. Rest assured that House Cosgrave will put this incident behind us and do what it can to foster a friendship with House Walker, if you would allow this to be settled with arbitration." Nero listened to her speech, trying to parse through the political doublespeak. Making sure he understood, he said, "So, if I'm understanding correctly, you're sorry that your kids tried to kill me, and you want to wipe the board clean. Your kids get executed, and you and I start from scratch. No more plots to kill me, and we both get on with our lives?" Smirking slightly, the city lord nodded once and said, "Yes, that is correct. I appreciate your bluntness, and I heard no insult." Confused, but not really interested in finding out what she meant, the concept of a mother perfectly willing to kill her children was too weird for him to accept. Changing the subject, he turned to Jennings and asked, "If we kill Lord Blackwood, what happens to his house?" The Archmage's arms were still crossed, and he lazily raised a hand to point at Lord Bennings. Nero turned to look at the prim and proper woman. She coughed lightly into her hand to clear her throat before saying, "Lord Blackwood's heir is currently his third child, a daughter named Victoria. She is the fruit of a liaison between Lord Blackwood and a daughter of House Lorcan. Raised under the banner of House Blackwood, Victoria Blackwood currently oversees all of House Blackwood's interests. She stands to inherit everything. As far as I know, they have a close relationship." Nero nodded while rubbing his chin. He quickly said, "Thank you, that's useful." Turning back to Jennings, he said, "Can you get her here? You don't have a problem kidnapping people, right?" Looking a little insulted, he replied, "Well, why don't I just ping her first? I don't think it's necessary to just teleport her without asking." Snorting, Nero muttered, "So, you only do that to your friends?" Putting his hands on his hips, he said, "Just get her here. I want to talk with her." While the Archmage contacted her, Nero returned to his seat. Sitting back down, he felt Vera lean in and whisper, "Before you get ahead of yourself, you need to remember to get something out of this. Solving the problem doesn't get us paid. If you don't want control of the city, what is it you do want?" Nero looked at her, then opened up a connection to her through the link. Not batting an eye, she kept up her stare as she accepted the connection and said, "Well?" Nero smiled and said, "Once I figure out how to reduce my enemies to 0, then we can figure out what we can get. I was planning on letting you handle everything, but I didn't know you'd try and marry me off to someone old enough to be my grandmother, or maybe older. I don't know how old the city lord is. Anyway, just think up what we can ask for. Concentrate on money and power. Money is always good, but power usually comes with responsibility. Be careful not to get me a job, because I assure you, I won't do it." Hearing the Archmage say, "All right, she's ready to present herself before the council. I don't know what she's aware of. All I told her was that she was needed for a matter of the utmost importance." Nero halted the mental conversation with Vera, and they both turned to look at the Archmage. The council hall sat in silence, as a golden flash appeared over the seal of Dorchester in the center of the room. When the light faded, a tall woman with black hair and a tight bun appeared. Her robes were pale gray, and she looked like she was dressed for a courtroom appearance. Although attractive, her eyes were puffy, and she looked like she had been crying. Despite that, her posture was full of confidence. Her eyes darted around the room, then paused when they saw Nero. Her shoulders slumped a little, and she said, "House Blackwood formally apologizes for the actions of our house head. If there is anything we can do to avoid our extermination, please let me know." Nero's eyes widened in shock at her blunt plea for her life, and he replied, Okay. Chapter 112. Heirs and Heirs. Sergeant Terence Blackwood sat with his back against the wall of the impromptu cell. The smell of fresh-cut wood reminded him of how recently it was built. Regulations required soldiers under investigation to be either confined to their quarters or held in a detention cell. As they were currently in the wilds, this was the best they could do. As they were short-handed, he actually had been part of the construction detail.
He had been ordered to build his own cell. Trying to take his mind off of his current situation, he was reading the historical account of the life and times of Victor Mosenbaum, the Tiny Terror. It had been recommended to him by one of the lovely ladies he was seeing in Dorchester, and it seemed like a good way to pass the time. But, despite the comedic value of a 5-feet-tall adventurer with massive rage issues, he just couldn't concentrate well enough to enjoy it. Huffing in exasperation, he snapped the book shut, then tossed it onto the simple table which pretended to be furniture. Looking around the small cell, he chuckled at the lack of a door. The captain had told him that it wasn't necessary, as Terry was only in the room by choice. The man goes out of his way to have us build a detention cell so we can follow regulations, then doesn't bother to have us make a door, he thought to himself, while feelings of camaraderie and friendship caused him to crack a smile. Instead of improving his mood, the reminder of his friendship with the captain caused his stomach to turn. He slammed the back of his head against the wall a few times while staring up at the ceiling. Out of all the times he'd screwed up, this was the worst. You know you're a moron, so why in all the hells did you think a plan made up by you would have any chance of succeeding? He asked himself sarcastically. Sensing the captain approaching, he sat up straight and tried to banish the brooding atmosphere. Terry watched the massive captain duck down in order to squeeze through the hole in the wall, which passed for the cell's door. He couldn't suppress the smile at seeing his giant friend try and avoid destroying the flimsy wooden walls. Trying to sound cheerful, he said, "Hey, Captain, what brings you by?" Finally, through the door, Captain Angelton rose to his full height, and Terry held back a chuckle at the sight of the big man glaring at the ceiling, as if he were warning it not to come any closer. The captain looked down at Terry and replied, "Sergeant Blackwood, I've received word from command. Wesker's team has made it back to Dorchester. No casualties." Terry felt some of the tension release from his shoulders, and he sighed in relief. Smiling ruefully, he looked up at his longtime friend and asked, "What about my old man?" Captain Angelton's face turned a little grouchy and replied, "It seems that the Archmage who is still visiting us from Hennings had been aware of the plot. Within minutes of the ambush, he collected your father. I'm told he is being held within the Tower of Magic, along with a mage whom he had employed for his plot." Clearly confused, Terry asked, "Why wasn't he turned over to the Tower of Law?" The captain seemed hesitant to speak, and took a few moments to think through his answer. Coming to a decision, he sighed and cast a simple privacy ward. It wouldn't stop someone who really wanted to listen in, but it was something. Staring hard at the sergeant, Captain Angelton said, "This isn't something I should be talking about, but you have a right to know." Suddenly nervous, Terry clasped his hands to keep them from shaking and replied, "All right. What's the situation?" Captain Angelton's voice was devoid of emotion as he relayed what he'd learned from his conversation with General Branson. "Mistress Deirdre Cosgrove and your father apparently had a sexual relationship. At her request, he masterminded the plan to eliminate Lord Walker. Currently, the Council of Leadership, along with the General and the Archmage, are working on a plan to convince Lord Walker to settle this through arbitration. If everything goes to plan, there won't be any formal charges." Stunned, Terry asked, "Okay. But does that mean my father may survive this?" With his face a mask of calm, the captain replied, "Possibly." Feeling his entire body go numb in shock, Terry looked up at his friend and softly said, "I'm a dead man, aren't I?" The two old friends shared a look of commiseration. They both knew that the captain might be ordered to execute Terry within the next few hours. Neither knowing what to say, they sat in silence, letting all the things they wished they had the courage to say hang over them like a cloud. Victoria Blackwood had fought hard to reach her position. At the young age of 46, she was already the heir to one of the most powerful houses in Dorchester. With her help, House Blackwood was ranked 6th on the ladder. While her father played politics,
She ensured their interests were growing every year. Their distilleries were constantly expanding, and their carriage businesses were dominating the market.
Despite how many siblings she had, she managed to rise to prominence and ensure her place as the future head of the house. She had even gone as far as to have already compiled a buyout package for when her father finally convinced Lord Cosgrove to marry him. According to her old man, within the next 20 years she would ascend to the position of the head of her house without issue. Yet now, all that was thrown into jeopardy because her father agreed to kill some random new noble for the sake of a daughter he idiotically slept with. He had not just ruined his chances of marrying the girl's mother, but he had possibly doomed House Blackwood to extermination. Years of her hard work had been ruined because her father couldn't keep it in his pants. Now she was forced to bow her head and beg for her life in front of a child. The situation was extremely humiliating. She looked across the room at the young lord, who was the subject of her father's machinations, and waited for his reply to her plea. As she stood there patiently, Nero stared into her eyes, searching for answers. He wondered if she was hiding her anger, or perhaps plotting to avenge her father. Before he made any decisions, he needed some answers. Placing his hands behind his back, he walked around the table to get a closer look at her. Standing in front of the daughter of the man who plotted to have him killed, he asked, "Before we get into whether or not your house will exist tomorrow, I'd like some questions answered. Please be honest, as I'm sure someone here will be able to tell if you're lying." Nodding her head with a blank look on her face, she replied humbly, "Of course. I will answer honestly any and all inquiries to the best of my ability." Nero cocked his head to the side at her reply. "This chick is as cold as Vera, isn't she?" he thought to himself. "When did you find out about the assassination attempt?" he asked, while crossing his arms and leaning back against the front of his table. Without delay, she answered, "Every evening my father writes a summary of his current games and their progress. This morning, I received a signal from my father alerting me to a state of emergency for House Blackwood. When no further communication was received, I used my status as the heir to open his game journal. After narrowing down which plot was likely to be responsible for his silence, I learned about you returning to the city. From there, it was easy to expect a visit from the lawbringers. I did not, however, expect to be brought before the Leadership Council." She looked around the room, calmly meeting the eyes of the various nobles, most of whom looked impatient. Nero couldn't help himself from appreciating her cold-blooded apathy. She knew the fate of her house was being decided, but she didn't break down or beg. She just patiently waited to find out what she had to do to get out of this alive. He asked, "So you had no prior knowledge of his plot to have me killed, because one of your brothers did?" For the first time, she showed some emotion. Anger tightened her eyes, and her voice cooled even further. "Which one of my siblings was involved in this idiocy?" she asked. Smiling, Nero replied, "Terry Cooper Blackwood. He knew what was going on. In fact, he was the one who passed on my team's route to your father." Nero saw that the general was about to interject, and he glared at the man, warning him not to interrupt. Luckily, before the general could say anything, Victoria gasped, bringing his attention back to her. Surprised, she said, "Terry was involved? But he's not even in family's power ladder. Why would father involve him? Terry's an idiot. We put him in the military because that was the only thing he was capable of doing without screwing it up." Nero wasn't expecting her to dismiss her brother so completely. For some reason, it pissed him off. The sergeant was a nice guy as far as he was concerned. The guy may be kind of simple, but he was the kind of man Nero could have a beer with and not worry about it meaning more than that. He was a bowling buddy, not a politician. Despite initially trying to paint the man as a conspirator, he decided to change tactics. "Well, lady. Wait, do I call you lady or lord or what?" Nero asked. His rebuke stuttered to a stop before it even started. How could he not know what he was supposed to call this woman? Did Jennings say her title? Maybe he missed it. Confused, she replied, "My title is heir of House Blackwood. Technically, I'm Mistress Blackwood, as I'm still under House Blackwood. However, as heir, I should be addressed as Lady Blackwood until I take over the position of house head. Then I would be the Lord Blackwood." Nero could hear Nick chuckling behind him, and he could feel Vera's judgmental gaze burning into the back of his head. Even though he just heard what she said, he still didn't understand what she was talking about. All he took away from what he just heard was that she should be addressed as Lady. Nodding, he tried again. "Okay, so Lady Blackwood, the only reason your house has a chance of still existing is because of your brother Terry. Despite what you might think of him, he tried to warn me of your father's plot. As he didn't know whom he could trust, and wanting to make sure that your house wouldn't be blamed for your father's actions, he heroically set aside his familial obligations and tried to do the right thing. You should be thanking him instead of insulting him." Stunned, she replied, "I had no idea. My father's game journal didn't mention him at all. He just spoke of the plot. I didn't know Terry was involved. I apologize for my ignorance. If House Blackwood survives, I'll ensure he is rewarded for his service." Narrowing his eyes, Nero couldn't tell what exactly she meant by rewarded. Even hearing what she said, all he could glean from the subtext that the world translated was that Sergeant Blackwood would get what he deserved. Whether or not that was good for her brother or bad didn't come across at all. Nero couldn't even tell if she was deliberately being vague, or if she was so used to being political, that was just how she spoke. Wanting to get a better idea of what she was thinking, he asked, "So, we are currently considering arbitration as a possible way out of this. What do you propose House Blackwood should offer in this situation?" Not shaken by the change of subject at all, she immediately replied, "My father should be executed. He is an embarrassment to our house, and too dangerous to be left alive. Reparations in the amount of 5% of our yearly posted income should be given to House Walker as an apology. I will personally clear out my father's supporters from my house, and ensure that in the future, House Blackwood stands in support of House Walker as a friend. Anything more than that would require agreements with those outside of House Blackwood, and would be out of my purview." Smirking, Nero asked rhetorically, "Thought that through already, huh?" Before she could respond, he said, "One moment, please." Then he turned around and looked at Vera. Using his connection, he asked her, "So, what do you think? She kind of reminds me of you. I bet she'll clean house. Within a week, she'll take care of everyone that even remotely resembles a rival. This chick is all business." Vera's stone-cold eyes met his, and she replied, "I agree. She seems like a capable househead. I can work with her. But 5% is an insult. Let me look something up. Give me a second." Giving her a slight nod, Nero turned around to address Victoria again. "So when you say you'll reward Sergeant Blackwood for warning me, does that mean you'll kill him for pulling a Fredo? Or does it mean he gets an increase in his allowance?" Completely confused, Victoria Blackwood stuttered, "A Fredo? Is that a Claspian term for betrayer? But no. I will welcome him into the inner family ladder for saving us all from our deserved execution. His ties with House Walker will be treated as an asset. I do not and will not consider an intelligent and successful gambit a betrayal of our house." Before Nero could respond, he was surprised to hear Vera's voice in his head. "The girl is clever. She's seen that you care about her brother. I've looked into their assets, and here is what you're going to ask for." As Nero listened to Vera, he couldn't help but smile. He held his stare at the composed Victoria, while he listened to his proxy outline his house's demands. Victoria Blackwood watched as Nero's grin grew, but never touched his eyes. She repressed a shiver as she assumed, correctly, that his proxy was coaching him on his counterproposal. Without any other option, she could only hope that this young lord's demands didn't ruin the house she had put so much time and effort into building. Chapter 113. Not seeing it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Walking through the halls, the king thought about what awaited him. For perhaps the 1,000th time, he mentally reviewed how things had gotten to where they were. Just like his father, he had allowed his consorts to slowly take over his life. It had started with his marriage to Marisa. His mother had convinced his father of the need for him to start a family, and at the time, he wasn't in any position to argue. After all, he had grown up with Marisa, and they got along well enough. As friends, they had occasionally found themselves in bed together. She came from a powerful family, and the political gains would be substantial. After several discussions, everyone agreed it was a good match. Yet, neither of them expected how much they would eventually come to love one another. Just 2 years later, Marisa convinced him to take her best friend, Lydia, as his first consort. At the time, it was another purely political move, intended to silence some of his detractors and shore up his position as one of the most likely candidates for heir to the throne. More years passed, and while he was off adding to his reputation by fighting in the Highland campaigns, Lydia stayed home with Marisa, and the two of them acquired Carol and Sarah. By the time he returned, the two newcomers had already been formally accepted into his house, approved of by Marisa and his mother. 100 years later, he met Helen while leading the Navy's campaign against the Orcish invasion fleet. And that, naturally, led to her bringing along the twins, Felicia and Meredith. Walking down the hallway, he nodded to himself. Yes, that's when it started to get out of hand. I never should have introduced Marisa to Helen. After that, I gave up the high ground and became surrounded. Ever since then, facets of his life had been slowly absorbed by the women in his life. His every choice was scrutinized, and decisions were made without his input. His women carved up responsibilities in order to help him run the kingdom. Every time one of them took over a responsibility, he had one less thing to deal with. At first, it was helpful, but as time went on, he realized that the only time he would be consulted was if there were a problem only he could deal with. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't remember the last time he was included in the decision to add a consort to their family. He was well aware of Lydia's efforts in expanding the harem's membership. Just 250-some years ago, he came home from a trip to find out that under Lydia's guidance, Helen had accepted an entire adventuring team into his harem. Granted, it was a great welcome party, but he barely knew those women. With as much time as they spent away from Hennings, he still barely knew them. Looking up, he saw that he had reached the end of the hallway. The wide doors loomed like a last line of defense, holding back the wrath of his harem. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought of how once again he had been called to task by his wife and their consorts. Despite how annoying they were sometimes, he loved them all dearly, even the ones he rarely saw. At 853 years old, he could appreciate the wisdom of his father. The man had once told him, "You're a strong man, and because of that you will most likely marry a woman who will challenge you. Keep in mind that if you do, from then on, whether you like it or not, she will choose who you surround yourself with. Do everything you can to make sure that the consorts she chooses for you are on your side. You may think you can pick who you want, but that isn't how marriage works. If you're not careful, you'll spend the rest of your life outnumbered and behind enemy lines. Just look at me. I may be the king, but have you ever seen me decide what I get to eat for dinner if any of your mothers are around? Learn from my example, my son." Realizing that in the end, he had turned out just like his father,
he squared his shoulders and prepared for battle. Although the women on the other side of that door outnumbered him, he wouldn't shrink in fear. He may have lost some battles, but the war was as yet undecided.
Throwing open the doors, he saw his consorts and his wife relaxing on the numerous couches. Their conversations paused, and all eyes turned to him, awaiting what he had to say for himself. He smiled widely, showing his affection for everyone in the room, and said, "Ladies, as promised, I'm here to lay to rest your worries. Gather round, and I'll tell you of the game with fate that I've been playing." Pouring himself a drink, he watched the women move the couches and chairs in order to encircle the middle of the room. As the whispers and guesses rang out, he took his position as the center of attention. After taking a sip of his wine to wet his throat, his strong voice filled the room. It started with an opportunity, provided by chance. A new piece was introduced, and with it came possibilities, he said with a slight grin. The first ladies of Oglevark sat mesmerized, waiting to hear what ridiculous plot their king had cooked up, and how it could have caused Lydia to have a meltdown in the middle of the throne room. His games were always interesting, and they couldn't wait to hear what their love had to say for himself. Knowing that the entire room was waiting for Nero to state his demands, Victoria's heart raced in anticipation. She could only hope that the young man wouldn't gut House Blackwood, or, at the very least, that she would still be alive to rebuild it over the coming years. Nero's voice was harsh as he succinctly outlined her position. "If we allow the law to handle this, your house will be disbanded. All of Lord Blackwood's heirs, including you, will die. But I'm not completely without mercy. Since you didn't know what your father was up to, and considering the fact that your brother tried to warn me, I think we can come to an agreement." Victoria didn't respond. She just calmly met his stare. Rather than thank him or offer meaningless platitudes, she patiently waited for his demands. Seeing that she wasn't going to say anything, Nero continued, "I propose that your father pays for his crime with his life, and that you take over his position as househead. Furthermore, I approve of your support of your brother. The man tried to do the right thing, and should be rewarded for that. As for monetary compensation, a one-time payment of 5% seems a little insulting. As the only member of House Walker, my death would essentially be the ending of my house. You're offering to pay 5% of your house's yearly revenue to save your entire house, and avoid the lawful repercussions for trying to end mine." Victoria's face didn't show any change of emotion. She calmly asked, "And what do you think would be fair compensation? I have a sister around your age. Would you like her as a consort to demonstrate our family's sincerity?" Nero's face flushed as he heard the entire room stifle their chuckles. Behind him, he could hear Nick not even bothering to hide his amusement. After coughing into his hand, he replied, "No, that won't be necessary. House Walker is currently partnered with House Verena in a transportation business. What I would like is for preferred contracts from your production facilities for wagons and repair centers." Behind him, Vera corrected him over the link. "Preferential, Nero. They're called preferential contracts. Pay attention." Looking over his shoulder with a grimace, he glared at Vera in annoyance. Quickly turning back, he continued, "What I mean to say is that I would like preferential contracts for your services. Say, for 50 years? It would financially tie our houses together and support the growth of your industry, while also aiding in House Walker's efforts. Perhaps over time, the ties between our families can grow, and any animosity could be forgotten." Victoria thought through the proposal. Preferential contracts weren't uncommon, but they were usually given as awards for new branch houses starting out, or more commonly used as currency in consort contracts and marriage dowries. They were essentially guaranteed percentage-based discounts on services. Although it would cut into her profits, if she could limit the terms, it might not be that bad. However, 50 years of discounts would amount to a great deal of money
depending on how many wagons and repairs were ordered.
She knew that House Walker had acquired Dorchin Shipping after the recent Noble War.
However, she also knew that as a new house, without any infrastructure, they would struggle to maintain their market share. Not to mention, Dorchin Shipping was rather large to begin with. Most likely, this young lord brought in House Verena, whoever that was, to run things for him. Yet, even with their help, the shipping company would probably drastically reduce in size after the transfer.
If all of her assumptions were true, then this seemed like a great deal. In fact, it seemed like too good a deal. She was obviously missing something. Over 50 years, the cost of maintaining the contracts might add up to more than her proposed 5%, but not by much. However, she felt there was more going on than she was aware of. Her mind raced as she tried to find the trap.
Nero's voice interrupted her thoughts. The details of the contract would be worked out between you and my proxy. All I need from you is an agreement in front of the council, here and now, that you are willing to work with her in good faith. Otherwise, I'm sure there is another Blackwood that would be happy to take up the position of house head. After all, it's entirely possible that you were culpable in this attempt on my life. It might be better to find someone more interested in positive relations with my house to take over House Blackwood, he said with a grin.
Over the link, Nero asked Vera,
You really think she'll agree to this? It's going to cost her a fortune in lost profits. She has proof that she didn't know about the assassination attempt, and her brother tried to warn me. Why won't she just let this go to trial?
Nero felt her amusement as she answered,
It's not about who knew what. The fact that her househead was involved calls into question the right of succession. If he's found guilty, then a tribunal may find that the entire house is at fault. The branch houses may survive, but as the heir, she could very well be implicated despite her innocence. She needs this to disappear before her brothers and sisters find out. They would be more than happy to have her executed in order to take her spot as the new heir. In the end, she has no choice but to agree, if only to make sure that she maintains control of her house.
Nero could only shake his head in confusion. Inter-house politics and the law were way outside of his comfort zone. When he found out that Sergeant Blackwood left a warning inside his mission packet, he had worried that his payday would be ruined. Yet it seemed that things were still coming up Nero. Victoria concluded that she didn't really have a choice. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the fact that she would have to spend the next few weeks eliminating her opposition, while doing her best to limit the scope of the preferential contract. Squaring her shoulders, she raised her chin and said,
As the new Lord Blackwood, I would be more than happy to offer House Walker a preferential contract. While 50 years seems excessive, I'll agree to it in order to demonstrate my sincere wish to form a strong and lasting friendship with House Walker. I'd also like to take this opportunity to formally apologize for my father's actions, and assure you that his death will not be held as a source of contention between our houses.
Smiling, Nero replied,
That's great. I'm looking forward to working with you. Or, better yet, I'm looking forward to you working with my proxy. You can expect her to contact you soon. I'm sure between the two of you, the contract will be worked out. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry about your father. But congrats on your promotion.
Before anyone could say anything else, Archmage Jennings sat up from the table he was leaning against and loudly interrupted.
All right. Now that the matter of the Blackwoods is settled, let's return to dealing with the actual problem. We need to ensure that House Cosgrove is not held responsible for this fiasco. After all, the city's survival is at stake.
Victoria Blackwood's eyes widened comically, and she whipped her head around to stare at the Archmage.
What do you mean? What's wrong with the city? And why is House Cosgrove not going to be punished?
Annoyed with her questions, along with how long it took to deal with what he felt was, at best, a side issue, he replied,
It's not important. Forget you heard anything. Just go home and wait for Housewalker's proxy to contact you.
Before Victoria could say anything else, the Archmage waved his hand, and she was forcibly teleported back to where he had found her. As she vanished in a golden pop, the entire room turned to stare at him. Jennings calmly returned their scrutiny, with one eyebrow raised, as if daring anyone to say anything. The silence was shattered by Lord Bennings, whose voice was uncharacteristically loud. "Stop illegally teleporting people against their will. Every time you do that, I have to write a report and file it with the Tower of Law in Hennings." Waving his hand as if he were dismissing the issue, he turned away from the red-faced director of the local Tower of Law and stared at Nero.
If you won't agree to a marriage, then what do you want? What will it take for you to let this go? He asked sternly.
Nero wasn't expecting to be put directly on the spot. He was deep in his political mode and was expecting more doublespeak and innuendo. Jennings's direct question completely threw him. Not knowing how to respond, he looked over his shoulder to Vera and asked, "Well, what do we want?" Scowling, she just stared at him and mentally said, "I don't know. What do you want? You can ask for money, I guess, but you must make sure the children die. Otherwise, you will be dealing with more assassination attempts. I still think you should just marry her, move up on the ladder, take the tax breaks, and put this all behind you. In my opinion, you're overestimating the emotional responses from those involved. This is all just politics. They'll get over it. But if you are really unsure of how you want to proceed, why don't you ask them what they are willing to offer?" Grimacing, he turned away from her. As far as he was concerned, she was not helping. Looking across the room, he saw the city lord sitting in her oversized chair. She looked calm, patiently waiting to see if her house would be facing execution for her daughter's actions. Just judging by her face, the woman didn't seem to care one way or another. Nero knew that she was merely hiding her emotions, but it unnerved him nonetheless. Sighing, he met her eyes and asked, "What do you think? Make me an offer." Raising an eyebrow in surprise, she replied, "I'm willing to do whatever is necessary to ensure that my house survives this debacle. I'd even be willing to take you as my husband. However, you seem to find that insufficient. I'm not sure what more I can give you." Nero shook his head in defeat. They just didn't understand. Raising his hands to his side, demonstrating his openness, he said, "It's not that I find you undesirable, or that I don't want to move up the political ladder thing. I just don't want to get married to a woman with a harem. If I'm going to be part of harem, I want it to be my harem. Is that so hard to understand?" By the time he finished, his voice took on the tone of pleading. One of the lords off the side, Lord Volton, nodded. His voice full of understanding, he said, "I get it. You want to build your own house. Make the name Walker ring out in the halls of power. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, I, for one, find your enthusiasm admirable." Nods of understanding and agreement went around the room. Nero glanced over at Nick, and he could see that the man was nearly biting his hand to hold in his laughter. Scowling at him, Nero turned back to the room. General Branson spoke up. "All right, how about this? We execute the heirs and let House Cosgrove start over. As for compensation, let's say 5% for 5 years. Throw in a contract of intent to support House Walker's growth for 10 years, and we can all go back to trying to make sure Dorchester is still here for you all to fight over it." Nero was about to object to the casual talk of execution when he heard Vera shout, "Done. House Walker will agree to those terms. City Lord Cosgrave?" Stunned, Nero looked back and forth between the two women, and he saw the City Lord nod easily. She said, "Agreed. I'll execute Deirdre myself, and Derek will be dead by tomorrow night. That works out well, as we could really use the guards that are currently escorting him south." Lord Bennings spoke up. Make sure the paperwork for the arbitration is filed by the end of day. Otherwise, the investigation will have to include the nobles. It will be much easier if the only ones involved are commoners. Turning her head to look at the Archmage, she asked, "That mage you have in custody, is he a noble?" Archmage Jennings shrugged and replied, "Technically he is the 12th heir of House Trevan. I doubt they'll care if he disappears. I'll handle it by the end of the day. But if something comes up, I'll contact you." Nodding in response, Lord Bennings returned to her silent posture. As if there were a silent agreement that the meeting was over, all of the nobles stood up at the same time, leaving Lord Bennings along with the general and the city lord as the only ones still seated. The city lord addressed the lords, saying, "Thank you all for coming. You can expect House Cosgrove to remember your service to Dorchester in this trying time. I look forward to leading you all once again." The nobles all grumbled to themselves with frowns on their faces. After collecting their papers from their tables, they all headed for the door. Dutifully, their aides followed silently behind them, not saying a word. In less than 2 minutes, the entire tone of the room had changed, and the remaining occupants started chatting with each other about what they all had put off to deal with this situation. General Branson was speaking with his aides, while the city lord and Lord Bennings started talking about some meeting concerning immigration that they had been forced to reschedule. Turning around, Nero saw that Vera was packing up her things with a slight smirk on her face, while Nick was chatting with Kathleen. Spinning around, he saw Jennings waving his hands in the air, as if he were interacting with a hologram that only he could see. Spinning once more, he looked around the room in complete shock. 1 minute he was in the middle of a political minefield, doing his best to maximize his profits and outmaneuver his enemies. The next, everyone just reached an agreement and called it a day. Completely stunned, his jaw was hanging open. His blank stare looked around the room, seeing everyone completely forgetting that they had just been in the midst of a complex issue. Unable to contain himself, he threw his hands up in exasperation and shouted, "What the hell? Are we done? Did we win? Are you really going to kill your own kids? What's an intent contract? What the fuck is going on?" The entire room had stopped what they were doing, and everyone was staring at Nero. He looked around the room, panting with exertion after his outburst. Even the aides were frozen in shock. They looked at him like he had just started screaming in the middle of a wedding. Nero flinched as he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Nick standing there with a comforting smile on his face. Nero just looked up at him, with eyes full of confusion. Gently turning Nero away from the room, Nick put his arm around Nero's shoulder and spoke in a soothing voice. "It's okay now. The meeting is over. You did very well. Let's go home, and I'll explain what happened. We'll get you something nice to eat, and you can finally have a shower. How does that sound?" Nero let himself be led toward the doors, absently listening to what Nick was saying. Still confused, he tried shaking off his confusion and whispered harshly, "Eat a dick, Nick. What the hell just happened?" He really didn't appreciate Nick's condescending tone. As they walked, Nick chuckled and replied, "You just got a free pass to open up whatever business you want and get paid to do it. Your enemies are going to be executed. And, for the moment, no one is trying to kill you. Smile, Nero. You'll have a good night's sleep before we have to return to the wilds." Looking up at Nick, who still had his arm around his shoulder, Nero numbly asked, We're going back to the wilds? When did we decide that? Seriously, Nick, what the hell just happened?" Nick's smile faltered, and he sighed. His voice was starting to show his annoyance as he said, "Nero, just wait until we get home. I really need some sleep. We can talk about this later. For the time being, just pretend that everything is fine. And shut up." Frowning, Nero let himself be led through the halls, as he mumbled to himself, "Tell me to shut up. You shut up. Crazy fucking savages.
trying to marry me off to some old woman, executing people left and right. These people are fucking nuts. Maybe going back to the wilds isn't such a bad idea. At least the monsters out there make sense.
Nick shook his head in amusement, listening to Nero quietly rant about the local customs. Since he'd met the young man, he'd learned that the one thing Nero hated was when people other than him actually made sense. While Nero grumbled, they made their way through the halls, heading back to the Varana estate for some good food and Nero's first shower in a week. Chapter 114. I'm right, and proving me wrong isn't going to change that. Through their various interactions, Vera had learned that Nero was a little odd. According to her husband, Nick, the world Nero came from was very different, full of incomprehensible conflicts and wars. Usually, she found his unique perspective both useful and refreshing. However, she couldn't help but be frustrated at Nero's adamant refusal to get married. It made no sense. While hearing his rant, she opened a link connection to Nick and asked, "Why is he so against marriage? Does he prefer men? He does know that he doesn't have to actually have sex with her, right?" She felt Nick's amusement over the link as he replied, "No, dear. Based on how he acted in the showers, I'm relatively sure he likes women. I think there is some kind of cultural connotation to marriage that he is actively ignoring. I'm sure he knows what the word means and what we mean by it, but he is incapable of admitting it. It also might be a religious thing. He's been weird about religion before. Or it could be something else altogether. I think he once mentioned a war of the sexes. That might have something to do with it." Nodding in understanding, she let the meeting proceed as her thoughts raced. She needed to figure out what Nero wanted. If political power wasn't his goal, what was? Listening intently, she tried to interpret his ranting, yet no matter how much he talked, she couldn't figure him out. Feeling helpless, she prodded him about what he actually was expecting to get out of this. His response left her speechless. He said, "Once I figure out how to reduce my enemies to 0, then we can figure out what we can get. I was planning on letting you handle everything, but I didn't know you'd try and marry me off to someone old enough to be my grandmother. Or maybe older. I don't know how old the city lord is. Anyway, just think up what we can ask for. Concentrate on money and power. Money is always good, but power usually comes with responsibility. Be careful not to get me a job, because I assure you, I won't do it." As far as she could tell, Nero wasn't making any sense. He actually went through all this to get the most powerful people in Dorchester in a room, just so he could threaten them, all while having no idea as to what he actually wanted. Was he really just making it up as he goes? He wanted his enemies eliminated, but didn't want them executed because it gave him the willies. Worse yet, he wants money, but no responsibility. Does he not know that they usually go hand in hand? Looking up at the pacing young man, she watched him try and intimidate the Blackwood heir into saving her own life. Glancing at the faces of the nobles, she realized they were all just as confused and annoyed at the situation as she was. She turned to look at Nick, and her anger flared at seeing him trying not to laugh. Realizing that it might be best to work around Nero, she opened up a link connection to the city lord. While keeping her tone as serious as possible, she asked, "Do you have any objections to just paying Nero off?" City Lord Cosgrove looked over at her with a curious expression and replied, "Of course not." Reading between the lines, she asked, "Is that really all he wants? He could shoot to the top of the ladder. Any governmental position in Dorchester could be his. He does know that he's only a minor noble. Is marrying me that repugnant?" Vera sighed and replied, "Nicholas thinks it's a cultural thing. I believe it might be best if we frame this issue in a way that he has no choice but to go along with it. Before we continue, let me bring in a few more people." She added a link connection to General Branson along with Nick. While Nero continued to speak with the Blackwood heir, she used her private connection to hold a side meeting. She asked, "So, we need to offer Lord Walker an alternative to marriage. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're at an impasse. I think the other nobles are just waiting for an excuse to tear down House Cosgrove. Looking at them, it's obvious they couldn't care less about what happens to House Blackwood. All they really want is House Cosgrove gone, and an opportunity for one of their houses to take over. But I, for one, would prefer Dorchester to remain intact." The general said, "I don't understand the problem. Why is he being so unreasonable?" Nick's amused voice rang out in their heads. "It's not that he's being unreasonable. You just don't understand where he is coming from. I think you're all overthinking this. Just offer to pay him a lot of money, kill the misbehaving heirs so he doesn't feel responsible for their deaths, then send him back into the wilds to return to what he's good at. If you keep trying to treat him like a politician, he's going to snap and start flinging spells everywhere." The city lord's concern was evident as she cautiously asked, "He wouldn't really try and fight people who outleveled him by 40 levels, would he? In the middle of the keep? Is he insane? We just redid the floors. Do you have any idea how much Botarian marble costs?" Chuckling, Nick replied, "He's not insane. He just has a very different concept of what makes someone powerful. Everyone in this room could kill him in a straight-up fight. That being said, 3 moderately strong hunters were defeated by him in the wilds just a few days ago, after they wiped out the rest of his party in an ambush. To be honest, I don't really know what he's capable of. So, once again, I'd recommend just giving him money and sending him on his way. Don't fight a battle on his terms. I'm not saying you'll lose, but I guarantee you won't win. And for what it's worth, the floors are beautiful." While Vera was amused and the city lord was pensive, the general was livid. "Did you really just threaten us?" he growled. Vera snorted and replied, "Calm down. My dear husband wasn't being serious. He was just illustrating Nero's penchant for overreacting. Yet, I get the feeling that if we really tried to marry him off, we'd be seeing exactly what the young man is capable of. Keeping that in mind, I agree with Nicholas. What are you willing to pay in order to have him forget about all of this?" The city lord quickly replied, "How about instead of the marriage, we just give him the standard price for a dowry? 5% of House Cosgrave's profits, and a contract supporting the interests of House Walker for 5 years. That's the standard dowry awarded to a house which provides a marriage candidate to a sitting city lord. If he doesn't want power, I'm not going to force it on him." Immediately, Vera countered, 5% for 5 years, and make the contract of intent for 10 years. The general interrupted, "And then he returns to the elites to complete his term? Do you think he'll just forget about the military's part in all this?" His tone was full of disbelief. Nick replied with some humor, "Nero never blamed the military. He's just using it as leverage. Despite appearances, I'm positive he's embarrassed about not having read the sergeant's warning. I'm telling you all, just pay him. Then send him out to go kill things with magic. You're really making this more complicated than it needs to be," the city lord said with some reticence. "All right, I'll agree to those terms." A chorus of "agreed" rang out across the link. Understanding that getting Nero on board would require some guile, Vera said, "In order for this to work, I think it's best to let Nero ask for what you're offering. I'll get him to ask the question. You just have to make it sound as if you are compromising." Nick, who knew Nero best, added, "Don't make a big deal out of it. When he asks what you're willing to give, just state your terms. Vera accepts, then we can all move on. I promise you, as long as you pay him, he'll be fine with it. He absolutely does not want the city seat or any semblance of power." Despite their skepticism, the general and the city lord agreed to the plan. One of Vera's strengths was multitasking. She had no trouble dealing with multiple conversations at the same time. So while she helped Nero with his fleecing of the Blackwood heir,
she worked to ensure that House Walker's victory would be complete.
Vera smiled at her brilliant maneuver, then sent a link connection request to the Archmage. She saw him glance at her with a curious look on his face as he accepted the link. Vera's tone was light. "Archmage Jennings, I believe I know how we can come to an agreement," she said slyly. Interested, he replied, "I'm listening." Her smile grew wide as she said, "Here's what I need you to do. Nero had just returned from his luxurious shower and had joined Nick and Vera at their dinner table. Plates of assorted foods were displayed as though they were having a feast, and Nero chuckled at Nick's eating habits. While Nero joined Nick in attempting to decimate the food supply, he listened to Vera describe what had happened. Hearing Vera's explanation of events, Nero couldn't help but pout. In his mind, whether it was true or not, he didn't mind being wrong, or having people do things for him, or being looked down on in general. But he absolutely loathed not knowing what was going on around him. It was embarrassing. With his mouth half full of food, he asked, "So you went behind my back and negotiated a settlement without my input?" Calmly sipping some wine, she nodded, then replied easily, Yes, I did." Nero's emotions were fluctuating between embarrassed, offended, and confused. Almost whining, he asked, "But why? I wanted to put you in charge of the negotiations from the beginning. What was the point? Doesn't going behind my back make me look weak or something?" Nick chuckled as he merrily ate his meal, shoving large bites of mashed vegetables and meat into his face. Vera gave Nick a disapproving scowl, then returned her attention to Nero. Gently, she tried to explain to Nero what he had missed. "First, you're too young and inexperienced to be considered weak in the political arena. If anything, the fact that you finally started to look foolish works in your favor. People had been—" Sitting up straight, Nero harshly interrupted. "Foolish? Who said I was foolish? Is it because I didn't want to marry that woman? Or is this still about that stupid mission packet? How was I supposed to know that was in there? This is bullshit." Vera held up a hand to silence him and said, "Calm down and just listen for a minute." Seeing Nero's shoulders slump and his mouth snap shut, she continued, "Up until now, you've been doing things that from one point of view looked very impressive. You accurately predicted a noble war, dealt with assassins while making tons of money, maneuvered your position from commoner all the way up to a new noble in less than a month. That kind of success breeds resentment and caution. They worried that you were a political genius with substantial combat potential. Because of that, everyone miscalculated what you wanted." His mouth was full, but the confusion was evident on his face. Unable to speak clearly, he mumbled, "What did they think I wanted?" Smiling, she said, "They thought you wanted the city. Everyone thought that you would use this opportunity to take over Dorchester." Nick held up a hand and helpfully added, "Not me. I knew Nero wouldn't want the responsibility." After tossing Nick a scowl, Nero returned to his conversation with Vera and asked, "Why the hell did they think I wanted the city? Wait, could I have gotten the city?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, probably not." Then a curious thought occurred to her, and she added, "Perhaps if the Archmage supported your claim. As the aggrieved party, House Walker could have bid to join the noble war for the vacant city seat after House Cosgrave was removed. Depending on how it played out, it's possible you could have taken over. With you as city lord, the other council houses wouldn't have to put up with a political enemy in charge of the city. In fact, that's probably what would have happened if you refused to arbitrate. But that's all conjecture. You could have just as easily taken power by agreeing to the marriage. When you started saying that you wouldn't marry her, no one knew what to think. As the city lord's husband, you and she would share power. You should thank Nicholas for his efforts to diagnose your cultural issues." Nero snorted and said, "I don't have cultural issues.
You're all just crazy.
Nick redirected the conversation by asking,
Hey, Nero, why do you have a problem with executions? You don't seem to have a problem with killing people, so why were you so hesitant to kill the heirs? I posited a cultural issue, but was there some plan or something that I was missing?
Nero looked at his friend with annoyance.
I don't kill people. I fight people who happen to die after I win. Execution is just wrong, I guess, he said lamely.
Nick and Vera exchanged a look. Then Nick asked, Okay, why?
Nero rolled his shoulders as if he were uncomfortable with the topic. Do we really have to get into this? Does it matter? I don't want to insult your beliefs, he said with some hesitance.
Vera replied,
I think we should at least address some of your beliefs. I need to understand what you want if I'm going to effectively act as your proxy. A lot of your actions don't make any sense to me. You didn't have a problem having former Lord Blackwood executed, or killing the assassin, or the hunters, but you seemed uncomfortable having the heirs killed. Then there was the fact that you seem perfectly fine with harems, but don't want to be in one. According to Nick, you are uncomfortable being around naked women, but are fine physically fighting them. I just want to understand how you think.
Setting down his silverware, Nero leaned back in his chair and wiped his mouth with his napkin. Taking several deep breaths, he resigned himself to some straight talk. Looking at the two people in this world he was closest to, he said, Since I've come here, I've tried to come to terms with the fact that this world has its own way of doing things. But you have to understand, I don't think like you guys. There are things that have moral implications that you all just seem to ignore. Like executing people. I get that bad people should be executed for the good of society, but I was taught that killing people is wrong. That is, unless you kill them while they are trying to kill you, in that case it's celebrated. But if they are still alive after the fight, then you're supposed to put them in jail. And if they are just kids, then you're supposed to send them to a rehabilitation center so they can learn to no longer be assholes. Then, when they grow up, and still act like assholes, you don't have to feel bad about sending them to jail. Those two heirs may be close to 20 years old, but they seemed like kids to me. It just felt weird to think that someone would just chop off their heads or something. A good portion of people back in my old world thought capital punishment of any kind was immoral. Vera and Nick were paying close attention to what he was saying, and patiently waited for him to continue. Seeing that they weren't going to respond, he said, Look, I don't know what to tell you. A lot of things I have in my head are contradictory. Women should be treated equal to men, so fighting them is okay. But it's a man's duty to protect women, so it's rude to stare at them, or let other people stare at them. And they should be treated with respect. In actuality, women need to be treated better than men, otherwise how will they know they're being respected? Also, nudity is generally associated with sex, and seeing a woman naked is a violation of their person. However, women are hot, so if I do look, I'm supposed to appreciate them while trying to not look. Otherwise, they would feel unattractive, which is also rude. So you have to treat them well, but not too well, and find them attractive while not objectifying them. Nick and Vera shared confused looks. Apparently, the complicated sexual dynamics of Nero's old world was a little too much for them. Ignoring them, Nero continued his explanation of his world view. Then you have the harem issue. Marriage is supposed to be between a man and a woman, or at least only between two people, depending on who you're talking to. Some people are okay with two people of the same sex being married, but not everyone is all right with that. But that's a separate issue, he said, then waved away that topic. Returning to his point, he said, But marriage is supposed to be about the love between two people. Everyone agrees on that. So having a harem is usually bad, despite the fact that every man wants one, in theory. Every guy knows that dealing with one woman is usually more than he can handle on a daily basis, so that is more of a theoretical fantasy than anything else. But being part of someone else's harem would be seen as a bad thing,
because then that person owns you. Or at least that's what a harem usually means. That is, unless you are talking about polygamous relationships, like swinging and sex clubs. The only way to have multiple partners in a moral way is if you marry them all, like Mormons. Though that is frowned upon by most people, I think. But that gets into religion. Let's not talk about that.
Nero had been watching his friends' faces, and he could see that they were becoming more and more confused the longer he spoke. It was uncomfortable, because he was trying to explain multiple points of view that he didn't necessarily agree with. Huffing in exhaustion, he said, "I guess what it comes down to is, I don't really have strong beliefs on anything. I just don't want to offend anybody." Vera and Nick shared equally confused expressions. Nick asked hesitantly, "Who do you think you're going to offend?" Nero took a minute to think through what Nick just said. The man was right. There were no groups here that could cancel him for opening a door for a female, or not opening a door. No one would care if he didn't express outrage at the thought of criminals being executed. There was no political action committee that would stand in the way of him having a harem. I have no idea how to feel about that, he thought to himself. Vera and Nick waited patiently for Nero to work through his thoughts. They could tell that the young man was having trouble accepting the fact that the culture here was very different than the one he had left. After a while, Nick's voice interrupted Nero's thoughts. His tone was full of support as he said, "As long as you follow the laws here, you can feel free to let go of whatever cultural values you think are illogical. In the long run, it might be good for you to look at how our laws were decided. Everything in Oglevark has been rigorously logic-tested, and it's worked for thousands of years." Absently nodding, Nero replied, "Sure, but as my childhood Sunday school teacher used to say, just because you are correct doesn't mean you're right. I think I'll just continue to feel however I want and judge you all for the immoral crap that you do. That way I can do it too, while still feeling justified in my moral superiority." Vera and Nick exchanged shocked and offended looks, then immediately burst into laughter. Patting Nero on the back, Nick said, "That's fine with us. Now let's get some sleep. We're heading back into the wilds tomorrow." Nero's eyes widened as he replied, "Seriously? We're not even going to take a few days to decompress? This is what I'm talking about. You're all savages." Vera stood up, gently placing her napkin on the table. With a gentle smile, she said, "Yes, we are, Lord Walker. It might be a good idea to remember that when you open that mouth of yours." Turning away, she walked off after having the last word. Nero turned to Nick. With worry in his voice, he asked, "You don't think she took the whole savages thing personally, do you?" Waving his hand lazily, Nick replied, "Nah. But that doesn't mean she isn't going to make you pay for saying it. Here, have the last of this dessert. It's really good." Nero shrugged, deciding not to worry about Vera's imminent reprisal, and dug into what looked like some kind of blue pie. This was going to be the last time he had anything good to eat for a while, and it wasn't worth ruining his meal over. Chapter 115. Low expectations help things turn out better than expected. The king's harem reconvened late that night, well after their husband had gone to bed. Hidden in a private chamber, they gathered to discuss how they felt about the recent revelation. As usual, the meeting was led by the King's Firsts, which was the clandestine name the harem used to refer to the leaders of the different power blocks. Long ago, the current queen had learned from her mother-in-law about the responsibilities of the harem and how the kingdom relied on their covert efforts. It had taken many years to create the powerful group of sisters she had come to rely on. Queen Marissa Newling Oglevark was their overall leader, and the different groups all reported to her. She was also the highest-ranking populator in the kingdom. Therefore, she was personally in charge of the 3 other populators in the harem. Lydia Collins ran the household, while also leading the spy network. She had 23 women under her,
and each of them had their individual sources and networks. Recruited from families across Oglevark, nothing happened without them learning about it. However, their main focus was noble politics, along with collating rumors and ensuring House Oglevark remains in power. Helen Vendel was in charge of the adventurers and problem solvers. Her 51 women worked in teams to scout dangerous areas and ensure that the kingdom wasn't endangered by essence events they were unprepared for. Her network had connections across the kingdom through the hunters' lodges.
Meredith Talani ran the economic concerns.
With 33 women united in purpose, she controlled the economics of the entire kingdom while ensuring the financial dominance of House Oglevark.
Finally, Carol Morrow was the leader of the Law Bloc. Although one of the smaller power blocks, with only 7 women, they monitored the laws of the kingdom. Their responsibility was maintaining the oversight of the nobles and private interests and ensuring the stability of the kingdom. Regardless of where they came from, each woman here was dedicated to House Oglevark and the sisterhood they had joined.
Without their leadership, they knew Oglevark would fall to ruin. Yet today, they were gathered for another purpose altogether. Their love had been playing a private game and manipulating events to destabilize the Tower of Fate. Each of them knew the power that the tower held, and they needed to figure out how they were going to support their king in his efforts.
Lydia smoothed her dress as she stood up from the couch.
Looking around the incredibly large room, she said, "All right, let's first sum up what we've learned. You all know how annoying he can be when telling a story, so we'll strip down what he said and filter the relevant events into a timeline. Despite his efforts to obfuscate his actions, we've been able to determine a great deal of what he actually did." While speaking, she made her way to the middle of the room, which was kept open so those who were speaking could be seen by everyone in attendance.
Pacing back and forth, Lydia went over what they'd learned from their king and their investigations.
Approximately a month ago, an anomalous soul took over a freshly awakened body near Dorchester, which is located in the southern straits. As the soul came from outside this plane, it affected all of the calculations made by the Matrix of Fate. Seeing as that rendered the Tower of Fate blind, our husband decided to take advantage of the situation.
First, we think he was responsible for dispatching an army unit on the road to collect the anomaly.
We've confirmed that he made contact with their unit through an intermediary, but we're not sure if he sent them or just took advantage of their identities. Our conjecture is that it was either because of the sergeant, who was related to the city lord through his father, or the captain, who was a former monster hunter without any noble relations. We all know how unlikely it was to find one of those.
Then he maneuvered the head of the Tower of Magic, Archmage Jennings, into going to Dorchester in person, which resulted in the death of the local court mage, removing an ally from a local lord who was planning an overthrow of the current city lord. We know that his efforts somehow changed the fate of the city.
The anticipated noble war resulted in a defeat for the local lord and a victory for the current city lord. Marissa was there under the guise of her populator persona and personally witnessed the actions of the anomalous soul who was able to use the conflict for his own gain. Due to the nature of the noble war, that soul ended up being raised to the position of a new noble.
If you listened to his story, you'd notice that our king failed to mention that he had someone contact the keep after the soul's ascension to nobility. After looking at the records, Marisa and I are relatively sure agents working on his behalf were responsible for pushing the city lord's heir into attempting an assassination attempt against the anomalous soul. As a new noble, he should have been under our protection. That failed attempt ended up humiliating both House Cranston, which we'd been having trouble dealing with, and removing the heir from the line of succession. It also allowed us to finally remove several outdated and useless laws. Which brings us to the first clue we found on our own, and the reason we learned of his plans.
Marissa discovered that he sent a case of dwarven wine to one of the city lord's consorts. He labeled it a gift from a local lord of House Bevan, apparently to explain away its provenance. The consort in question was responsible for placating the remaining heir after the banishment of her brother. According to the consort, due to the influence of the liquor, instead of dissuading her from her vengeance, he mistakenly slept with the girl. Probably using the same predictive techniques which created the matrix of fate, our king manipulated events, knowing what would happen. How that insufferable man managed to get two people to hook up from across the damned kingdom, I have no idea. But he did. Because of their liaison, rather than stop the girl, the consort decided to aid her. Her goal was to complete what her brother started and kill the new noble. With the consort's help, she almost succeeded. Unknown to him, the consort's efforts were aided by a mage from Hennings, Mage Adept Catherine Newbanks. Our king convinced her to go to Dorchester, and once there, he used her to covertly smooth out any problems with the attempt. She did this right under the nose of Archmage Jennings, who now believes that the Tower of Fate had a hand in the assassination attempt. Which brings us to the end of our king's story, and what we've just learned. When he ended the story, he spoke of the anomalous soul taking over Dorchester and saving it from the upcoming beast tides. According to him, the new lord would refuse to bend to the whims of the council and seize power with the help of the local general and Archmage Jennings. The city lord's house would be purged, along with the consorts. A deal would be struck with the council to avoid a succession war, and the new noble would become the new city lord. However, that apparently wasn't how the arbitration went. We just got word that the new noble accepted some monetary compensation, and the city lord remains in power. The anomalous